Unfortunately, Julius, could you help me with your voice?
One question, do we have hashtags? That we
Yes,
need to add?
yes,
What is
you,
the hashtag?
you have it in the app. You have everything in app.
Yeah, okay. Do you know what?
Hashtag. Anya will help you.
Yeah.
Anya? Good morning. We are starting the working day of the Boris Nemtsov Forum, and I'm happy to see you all here. I'm Olga Shorina, just to remind. And we would like to hear right now Mr. Lindner, Minister of State of Germany, and please greet us all and say us some words for our work today. Please.
Should I use this one? Or no, that one seems to be. That's easier than. Good morning, everyone. Dear Mrs. Nemtsova, dear distinguished panelists, dear guests of this year's Nemtsov Forum. Fear is not a good advisor. To this end, this year's title of the Boris Nemtsov Forum, Between Appeasement and Resistance, Overcoming the Fear, sounds very promising. In an increasingly complex world characterized by competing information spaces and deliberate disinformation, it is key not to give in to fear-mongering rhetoric and self-censorship. Ladies and gentlemen, instead we should seek reliable and verifiable information and act accordingly. Putin and other regime representatives are working hard to promote Russia's image as a dangerous and unpredictable player. The Russian regime keeps violating treaties and norms of international law, spreading lies and making threats, even nuclear threats. This causes outrage in the so-called West, but also leads to insecurity and fear in our societies. And it also triggered international political transformations and further ideological radicalization in Russia. The war of aggression against Ukraine presented unexpected challenges for the Kremlin, if we are honest, when it did not quickly result in a Russian victory. So the Russian regime has since then ramped up persecution of supposed internal enemies. Most are now in internal or external exile, have gone underground or are in prison. And Moscow is prepared to take high risks in order to achieve its war aims. And it continues to deny Ukraine's independent ethnic, cultural, and linguistic existence as a whole. The image of the collective West as Russia's eternal enemy is an indispensable component of the regime's ideology. For example, the Orthodox Church in Russia even calls it a holy war against the supposedly, to quote, satanic West. This ongoing war against the West is also waged far beyond the battlefield by means of hybrid measures, disinformation, and cyber attacks. So, what do we do? How do we counter Russia's aggressive actions and rhetoric? It is clear that we must do everything we can to support Ukraine in ending the war on Ukraine's terms and to create security from Russia for Ukraine, the countries in the region, and Europe as a whole. And ladies and gentlemen, it is also clear that the so-called West has shown unity and resolve against Russia's aggression. At the G7 level, as allies with Finland and Sweden joining, and within the European Union. We recognize that Russia under Putin is massively arming itself. The current regime wants to impose a broad-based confrontation on us in many areas, through hybrid operation and disinformation in European states and societies, and by deliberately undermining the existing international order. Distinguished guests, yesterday you heard a freedom speech by released political prisoners. They are the ones who have been in the front line, courageous enough to speak up and take action in the face of harsh punishments. And today the Nemtsov Forum will explore many ways in which we can defy the current Russian regime. I see some of the most prominent experts on Russia here in this room, and your discussions today will help us to assess the current situation in Russia and to reflect jointly on how best to deal with Putin's Russia in the mid and to the long run while strengthening European security. Dear guests, in closing, I would like to express my gratitude to the entire exile opposition, to civil society and experts for continuing your work even under the most difficult conditions. We will continue to support you. And with this, I wish you a fruitful and great second day of discussions, now giving the floor to the first panel on international security in times of war. I thank you.
Thank you so much. And Julius, now it's your turn.
Thank you.
It's working.
It's working. Perfect. Thank you so much, Mr. Deputy Minister, to give us a clear perspective on who we are dealing with and the clarity how the German Foreign Ministry looks at this. And that actually gives us also a little bit of hope. And I would like to, for the panel, to ask on the panel, I see them directly in front of me, Michael Kofmann, who is from the Carnegie Endowment and is well known as the guy you need to ask when you want to learn something about the Russian army. I want to ask Jessica Berlin, and now I have to ask for help because she has so many titles from our different affiliations, the Center for European Policy and Analysis. I should mention also that Michael Kofmann was also before a fellow of the Kennan Institute, if I'm right. A long time ago, and it's worth to mention because they are partners of this event. Jessica is from the Center for European Policy Analysis and also from the founder of strategy consultancy Construct, and a member of a fintech company, but more importantly here of the Ukrainian German Society board member. Welcome, Jessica. Then I should ask on the panel the former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, Pavlo Klimkin, who was Minister of Foreign Affairs from 2014 to 2019. And last but not least, the chairman of the Munich Security Conference, the man that for many years, for more than a decade, was the chief policy advisor on foreign affairs for Angela Merkel, Christoph Heusgen. No, I should not sit on the coffee. I feel very privileged to moderate this panel because it's a little bit setting the tone for a conference where we constantly debate about how to deal with overcoming the fear. The Deputy Minister already said very clearly that fear is not a good advisor, but we have to strike a balance here because in my new role in the Vilnius office of the Friedrich Naumann Foundation, I think our core mission is to bring a bit more of the fear that exists in the Baltic states to Berlin. Because sometimes we have the feeling that it's not fear is a good advisor, but a little bit of alertness and sensitivity to security risks is something that is also important to get good policy decisions. While at the same time, we of course don't want to contribute to this irregular fear that leads to bad decisions, because we know that part of the support for peace, so-called support for peace in Germany, is driven by fear that the Putin regime is so overpowerful that the only way you can deal with it is hide and praise and hope that they will make a good deal with us. And so this is also driven by fear. So we need to somehow find a way dealing with this. Now, coming to the discussion, I wanted, sorry. No, I should at least deal with what we roughly agreed on. To get into the context of the debate, so I would start, because this is the starting point, I guess, for all our debate about fear and how to deal with the Putin regime at these days, is starting with where the war is fought, and that is in Ukraine. So I would ask you, Mr. Former Minister of Foreign Affairs, to give a little bit an assessment how you evaluate the current situation in Ukraine. We saw that The Economist last week published an article saying that basically the call for victory is irresponsible, and that somehow both in Ukraine and in the West we need to adapt strategy and have more modest demands. And you, of course, know your countrymen and their ability to resist, but also the kind of horrors of this war imposing for such a long time on the population. So what is your assessment of the current situation in Ukraine?
The mic is on? Great. Let me start with 3 short points, because it's about discussion. It's not about kind of lectures or presentations. I like your point about fear, and there was one very special personality in the history of the world, but especially Central Europe, John Paul II. And actually his slogan, his personal slogan was "Non avete paura," don't get afraid. He was able to achieve a lot personally, but changing not just the map of the Central Europe, but also the path of the European history. And now it had become a real slogan for us, for Ukraine, for Ukrainians. Some people believe we have a binary mentality. It's either yes or no, it's either victory or defeat. And it's quite helpful when you have a war around you. So it's a kind of black and white reality, and you have to go. It does not matter what's going to happen with you. For us, what's going on is existential. It's for me, the Ukrainian, it's about my country. It's about our nations, and the leadership in Moscow famously does not believe that Ukraine actually exists as a country, as a nation, in the sense of language, in the sense of statehood, basically nothing. And they tend to consider us either as a kind of wrong, ill-fated Russia or anti-Russia, as Putin stated in his article. And for me, the point about Ukraine is a game-changing point for Russia. 100 years ago, no, exactly 107 years ago, a Ukrainian statement, Volodymyr Vinnychenko said that the Russian liberalism actually ends where the Ukrainian issue starts. It's a sort of direct quote. It's not for me, the Ukrainian, to decide where the Russian liberalism should start or end up. But what I believe, it's existential for us, for Ukrainians, but it's the same way it's existential for Russia, how the Russians understand who they are and why they are the way they are, not just we got our sense of why it matters for us to be Ukrainians, why we are as we are, and as I've said, how we are the way we are. And it's not about discussing, definition of victory or definition. For us, victory is victory. So you can play with political beats here and there, but the fundamental point is that Ukraine as a country, as a nation, should exist, should become part of Europe, part of the West. And for me, it's going to be extremely beneficial and positive also for Russia.
Yeah, I mean, I would add that for Boris Nemtsov, it was always clear that liberalism starts with the freedom also of the Ukrainian people. So as a Russian liberal that kind of took from the beginning the struggle for freedom in Ukraine as a definition point for Russian liberals. Now, when you say that the Economist basically is dealing with semantics about what is the definition, the real core question is binary. It's very helpful to put things into perspective on their side. What I would ask, I mean, this helps me. This helps me to kind of understand it better as someone from the so-called West. But what do you expect in the current situation could the West do in order to lift morals? Because we know that it's binary, yes, it's victory or defeat. That is the most important. At the end, you said also already clearly that the core mobilization comes from within Ukraine. It doesn't come from the West. It's not the question whether the West supports or not. It's at the end existential. But what could the West do to help?
I've just told John, I remember quite well my last conversation with Boris, and don't get offended anybody. I said also publicly many times that I believe he was kind of last guy I personally know, I personally talked to, in the sense of someone trying to understand Ukraine and having a sense of sympathy for Ukraine. It's something which matters for me as a Ukrainian. Secondly, make Ukraine stronger. Stand with Ukraine sounds like a slogan, but make Ukraine stronger is about delivering more, not only in the sense of quantity, but also in the sense of quality. We understand it's about us to fight, but help us in our way of fighting on. Invest in Ukraine, in Ukrainian production, invest in Ukrainian military, but also economic resilience. Create a pattern where the Russian leadership is unable to draw more money and to circumvent any sanctions, and they are quite masterful on that. And actually, if you talk to many people in the world, not only in the Western world, but also non-Western world, the sense of order, the sense of precedent is important one for many, because if you break the sense of order once, basically how are you gonna deliver that it's there for us? So make Ukraine stronger. It's 1, 2, 3. It's all quite known, but it's also about sustainability. So the simple message, we are there with you, not for as long as it takes, but in the sense of to get a sense of victory, to get a sense of common victory for Ukraine and for us, would be the best message to the Russian regime there. But not in the sense of declarations, because in Moscow, political declarations are not coming down quite effectively, but in the sense of 1, 2, 3, in the sense of very simple but very effective deeds over there.
It seems simple and effective, and still it's the most difficult, I would assume, because it's easier to declare we stand with Ukraine and to deliver tanks than to mobilize the population. Big challenge in Germany, I would say, that also not all politicians have clear answers to. Now, going also into the military detail, it would be interesting, Michael, to hear, we follow in the moment in the situation where Ukraine stands firm as a population, as a country, but we see that there is a crouching offense of the Russian army, where the war of attrition seems to pay off, at least for not to win a war, but to slowly advance. And in the moment, it seems like this slow advance cannot be easily changed in dynamics. What is your assessment of the current military situation of the war of attrition at the front line?
Okay, thanks. I'll try to be brief. So I think everybody watching the war understands that the situation is quite difficult at the front, and that for the better part of the last year, Russia's held the material advantage and much of the initiative. That said, the Russian advantage hasn't been decisive. Russia has made steady gains over this time period, but they've not been able to achieve big operational breakthroughs. The Russian minimal goal remains taking the rest of the Donbass, and that clearly includes the main cities of Donetsk. So at this point, we're set up, I think, for a looming siege of Pokrovsk. But despite the difficult situation, Ukrainian forces, as though exhausted, still hold the front line. There's not been a major collapse. And I don't actually think that there is a high probability of a collapse coming. In many respects, the more difficult aspect of all of this, not to abuse that word, had been the Russian long-range strike campaign over the spring, which had destroyed a lot of Ukraine's non-nuclear power generation. The West has provided quite a bit of air defense, but it's been very late to need. The damage has already been done, and it still doesn't meet Ukraine's minimal requirements. Goes without saying, Ukraine's a very large country. Not enough air defense has been provided to defend Ukrainian infrastructure, cities, and the front, and so Ukraine has to make difficult choices between these three. And so we have an uncertain winter that looms, right? And I think that the strike campaign is probably more significant. On the other hand, on the Ukrainian side, when you look at manpower, when you look at fortifications, when you look at munitions, there had been some improvements over the course of the summer. Mobilization is yielding more people, although there are nuances and complexities there. Ukrainian forces are digging in, and the West is producing more munitions. So the Russian fire's advantage right now is not as strong, and not as heavy as what it was back during the winter and spring. Okay. Ukraine has also substantially expanded its strike campaign against Russia and is now able to inflict much more damage and cost on the Russian military and on Russian critical infrastructure as well, with their own capabilities rather than ones provided by the West. And that capacity is only going to grow. And it would expand further if the West had invested in Ukraine's defense industry, which with purchasing power parity can produce a lot more for the same amount of money. Looking forward, though, I will tell you that from my point of view, at this stage of the war, this is not a war for who controls the next 20 kilometers of the Donbass. Okay, this is important nonetheless. This is Ukrainian land, but the war is not going to be decided in the Battle of Pokrovsk. Pokrovsk is operationally significant, but that's about as much as I can say for it. This is now about whether or not Ukraine can effectively exhaust the Russian offensive and stabilize the front line at the peak of Russian material advantage. Russia has significant constraints. One, when it comes to equipment, they've been primarily spending through the Soviet inheritance and the Soviet legacy. That is, most of this equipment is coming out of storage, and they are trying to conserve it. So they can't afford to lose too much. Russia also has significant manpower constraints. I know many people think that because Russia has a much larger population than Ukraine, This means that Russia has very significant advantages, right? That's not the case. And I'll tell you why. If it was the case, then you would have a hard time explaining Russian military performance of the last 2 years, okay? If it's just about numbers on Excel spreadsheets, where Russia has more people and more equipment and more ammunition, then you'd have a very difficult time explaining the fairly weak performance and slow rate of advance. Why? So while Russia does have a lot more people, in actuality, Russia's been contracting these individuals, and the Russian rate of losses at the front for the last year has been quite high relative to the rate of replacement. And as you've seen payouts in Russia go up 3-4 times what they were over the past several months, it's a very good indicator that they are struggling to replace their people. Russia, as an economy, has a huge deficit of skilled labor and low productivity. And so despite the fact that Russia has far more people population-wise than Ukraine, this is true, they're not easily available, and they're also not quickly convertible into combat power. It takes a lot to generate units capable of conducting offensive operations. So the bottom line is, Excel spreadsheets don't fight, numbers on paper don't march off of paper into reality onto the battlefield that easily. And what I'm trying to tell you is that the Russian relative advantage is actually going to decline next year, looking at manpower, looking at equipment, and also to a lesser extent looking at munitions. Yes, it'll still be there. No, Russia's not going to run out of these things, and people should not believe in these fantasies either. But if Ukraine can stabilize the front line, and if West doesn't abandon Ukraine in terms of material assistance, in terms of support, the Russian hand is actually not nearly as strong as it seems, okay? Of course, I'll close on maybe with this point. A lot depends on how the winter goes, right? A lot depends on the coming discussions and meetings, such as the DCG that got postponed that was supposed to be in Ramstein, on what Ukraine can expect in terms of commitment. There's quite a bit that hangs in terms of policies and support that might get decided in the coming months.
And is there anything that, I mean, in a way, when we listen closely to you, we hear that you say that the current Russian campaign is not about to significantly change the situation on their behalf. It's not a big breakthrough and so on, but the current attrition is happening. And the question to me is, what would be the turning point you would see, or what would be needed in order to break that current dynamic? You say it will come over next year because you laid down all the factors that will influence it. Is there anything that needs additionally to be done to change the dynamics?
I mean, there's quite a bit you could list, right? But not to be glib about it, right? This is first about Ukraine staying power, Ukraine addressing its mobilization issues, Ukraine setting up effective fortifications, stabilizing the front, and these two are interrelated. But of course, it's also about Western material support, and here this is about the fundamentals, right? Financial assistance, material assistance in terms of the numbers of equipment provided, not leaping from like game changer to game changer. I spent the last two and a half years now as an analyst having to deal with these theories that the next capability we provide is somehow going to be decisive in the war, okay? But it's not, doesn't work that way in a large-scale conventional war. It's about the cumulative effect of support, and the focus should be first and foremost stabilizing the front. Second, reconstituting Ukraine's military's capability to conduct offensive operations, not necessarily to conduct an offensive, but the threat has to be there. If Ukraine is to achieve war termination on favorable terms, then ideally the threat needs to be there for the Russian military, that they can lose.
This is partly a message also to Germans that always are hesitant with offensive capabilities.
Well, that may be true, but I'll tell you, I saw a night and day difference in the reaction between the debate about providing armor equipment like Leopard tanks in 2022 and seeing German equipment and other equipment being used in offensive operations in Russia during the Kursk offensive in August and September, to which there was almost a big shrug. So it shows you what a difference, you know, a year makes, right? I think speaking now as an American from Washington, D.C., we didn't have these similar qualms, but it was very interesting to see how we were in a very different conversation. Maybe Jessica wants to touch on this because she's much more involved in that debate. But suffice to say, it turns out that some of these psychological hang-ups weren't nearly as much of an issue when you look a year plus down the line. Maybe that will be the case with other capabilities, other policy restrictions on long-range strike and what have you that still remain. I think we've steadily inched forward, but still hold on to what have been relatively arbitrary lines to this in terms of where they've been drawn.
I mean, and then Michael, I take also your suggestion to go instantly into what Jessica could probably answer a little bit on the public opinion battle that happens in the West. As a dual German-American citizen, I know that you kind of are dealing with many fronts in the public opinion battle. What do you want to comment on that?
Thank you. Well, first I'll refer to a comment actually that you made before, saying that we here in Germany perhaps need to get more of the fear that our allies in the Baltics have. And I would disagree with or reframe that. Our Baltic allies aren't afraid. They understand history and they have a strategy and they're showing courage. So this is, I think, the primary difference between what we're seeing from our allies further east and in my capitals, Berlin and Washington. It is the curse of the dual citizen in a time like this.
Full agreement.
Yes. So that's a primary point. It's a very broad question. Wither public opinion. So I'll talk with a German and then an American hat on. Okay, first as a German, we of course have our psychological and historical hang-ups from the war. None of this needs to be explained. However, I think after 2.5 years, we need to stop talking about it. I don't think that's the issue, that's the driver anymore. Rather, I think there has been a political choice. There's been a political choice to not lead the country in having the conversation about what this war means for Europe and for Germany and for the world. So just by, I think a lot of foreigners will automatically say, oh, but the Germans, you know, they've got their angst about the war. No, we have a political elite, we have a political system right now where the folks who have been making the decisions on how we react to this war were also more or less the same team that were actually involved in the lead up to the war. Over the last 20 years, you know, it's been a back and forth of CDU and SPD or a combination thereof of leadership. And so our sort of malaise and the public opinion sinking in terms of its support for Ukraine, I don't think we can blame this on some historical legacy. I think we need to look the current political reality in the face and call a spade a spade. If we had had clarity and consistency from the beginning and throughout about what this war means for Germany, what this war means for Europe, and what it means for the world, the risks involved and the need for strategy, then I think the German people and the German public would have surprised us. I think people would have stood up.
Cool. I hear you loud and clearly that you basically hint to what unifies current leadership and recent leadership. I guess Christoph Heusgen needs later to comment for the history lesson because with the administrations of Angela Merkel, but basically that they took the war more as a policy question and less a question where the whole population needs to be debating about it, or do I understand you right?
In a way, so let's break that down. I mean, firstly, let's give some credit to regular voters. Okay, it doesn't matter whether it's in Germany or France or Canada. Most folks don't think about war and military strategy all day and don't know anything about it. And when something like this comes up, a crisis like this, it's big, it's scary, and they are either consciously or unconsciously looking for leadership in a direction to try to understand the situation and what needs to be done and what's expected of us. And when instead, in the case of Germany, where we had, the Zeitenwende speech and a big push of support in words, but then in action that didn't follow up. And then for 2 years, consistently, every time we would talk about a new capability, a new need for support from Germany, or even on a defensive side, even just in the debate about air defense, we even couldn't step up there. And all the debates and excuses, this naturally muddles the public perception of what's needed. Because if we would do if it would be really serious and Ukraine needs it and we believe in Ukrainian victory, then we wouldn't have the Chancellery blocking support left and right and saying, we mustn't anger Moscow. So this is an important factor in what has led the German public debate and public opinion to be divided. And of course, huge point that we mustn't overlook, this has also basically made it open season for Russian disinformation. Germany is hugely infiltrated on that front. That's neither scandalous nor new news to say, and our government does not have a strategy to counter this. So also people are being swayed by literal Russian propaganda that has been given a very open space in our society. To your second point around, I would just use the Tagespolitik has been driving like the day-to-day politics and day-to-day policy work. Has always taken priority in Berlin. We don't really have a foreign policy strategy in this country, and haven't for a long time. I think not having a strategy was kind of the strategy. If you would ask a German in the last 10 years in the foreign ministry, what is our strategy? What are Germany's goals in the world? You would get some speech about rights and advancement and sort of peace, joy, and pancakes kind of answer. That's a German phrase, by the way. Apologies to the non-German speakers in the room. But those aren't goals, and it's certainly not a strategy, because a strategy means steps, plan, implementation, tactics, and now we've suddenly entered a time where we can't just kick the strategic can down the road. Our security can't just be taken advantage or taken for granted through our allies, see the Americans. And also there is a real threat, a clear and present danger virtually on the doorstep, just a half a day's drive from here. So we haven't actually, I think, overcome not the historical issues, but the day-to-day modern political issues of lack of strategy, lack of leadership, and quite frankly, lack of courage and responsibility in this country.
I mean, honestly, there is so much food of thought from what you said, because you partly commented on something that was decisive probably in recent elections in Germany, because the war and peace talk was one of the topics. And because there was no perceived leadership on that, on the side of sanity and for freedom, it also had a quite negative effect. And what you say now is quite interesting with the lack of strategy, because as we all know, there's a sentence of the Boston Consulting Group that says, strategy is what you don't do. And strategy is what you don't do is one reason why many people never have strategy, because deciding that you don't do certain things means that you have to deal with the fear of making a mistake. And this fear of making a mistake is kind of like what you describe in German culture, in policy culture. It's quite interesting, and now because it would be very interesting how Christoph Heusgen will respond to that, because to be fair on the on the criticizing Angela Merkel for not having been taking more of a leadership role, we have also to remind ourselves that she was at a time where German public opinion was far from supporting sanctions. She really took leadership, and under the good advice of her foreign policy advisor Christoph Heusgen, was also kind of rallying allies in the European concert in order to pass sanctions that at that time surprised Putin. And still, Nord Stream 2 was signed and so on. So I think I allow you probably to comment on this. First, very interesting point of Jessica of a lack of strategy, how this can be overcome, and kind of what your lesson from history is, kind of what the German government should do now.
Thanks very much. Thanks for inviting me, and it may surprise you, but I subscribe to everything what Jessica said before. Actually, I wrote a book recently about Germany having to assume more responsibility and leadership as a consequence of what is happening worldwide. But I don't want to get into that. But Pavlo and I probably met Pavlo during a certain period more often than I met my wife when we were doing, the Minsk agreement and tried to implement the Minsk agreement at the time, which, now everybody criticizes it, but basically what was possible at the time with German leadership, by the way, because she took basically François Hollande, Poroshenko and Putin by the hand and asked, well, we have to see how do we get at a diplomatic solution. And at the time it was possible to stop at least the Russian advance at the time. I remember the Chief of Defense of Ukraine saying in Minsk, we need this agreement. If we don't have Minsk, then the Russians will advance all the way to Kiev. So I think it was a good piece of diplomacy. What happened afterwards and what then today is debated, but what is very clear for somebody who has negotiated it and knows it exactly, Russia didn't implement it. They didn't implement paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. And they never planned to implement it, but at least we were at the time able to stop the advance. Now, we then worked very hard to try to implement the agreement. We saw how the difficulties were. I don't want to go into it. In any case, what we then lived was the 24th of February. And for me today, having negotiated all this and having thought, well, we have to see to it that we somehow, through diplomatic means, get to an agreement. My conclusion is we have tried everything. The Russians have just destroyed everything possible, not only Minsk, but Budapest Memorandum, the CSC Founding Act, the Charter of Paris, the UN Charter. They have destroyed everything. So negotiation will not lead to a result if it's not paired with strength. And I think this is the key. On the military side, but also economically, the only way that we can end this war is if we have Ukraine in a position of strength. And we have right now, when you look at the situation, I'm very grateful for Michael, what he said about the military situation. You have in Germany right now a kind of defeatism. People believe, well, we cannot win this war. Ukraine is not there now, and therefore, since we cannot win this militarily, we have to go to negotiations. I mean, Putin will laugh at that, and he has said, well, only because Ukraine doesn't have any weapons doesn't mean we stop the war, So he wants to continue, and he sees this as a sign of weakness. So we have to overcome that, and I agree with Michael that the situation is not that bad. Here, my member of my team wrote me down a few figures, which Germans probably don't know. Russia spends 40% of its state budget on its military. This is not sustainable. The gas revenue is declining. Gazprom had, for a first time in 23, a loss, first loss since '99. Russia has announced the steepest tax hike since Putin came to power. Then the banks have more and more problems to finance the economy, and there's labor shortage. 20% of the positions in the police force are not filled because too many people are either on the battlefield or have fled the country. So let's be optimistic. I mean, we were able to win the Cold War. In my young years, I was I worked for COCOM. Only the older people know this is a coordinating committee that coordinates the sanctions against the Soviet Union. It was successful. I mean, Helmut Schmidt, Social Democrat, same party as the present Chancellor, carried through the NATO double-strike decision, which in the end was responsible for crumbling, for getting the Soviet Union down. So it's out of a position of strength that we should operate and should not have this defeatism. And therefore, I think we have to believe in Ukraine. We have to believe also in the strength of our alliance, in the strength of what we can do. The CSU has just announced for the first party in Germany that we go to 3% of defense percentage GDP. I was surprised to hear that, but this is a first good signal, and we have to go into this direction and get out of this defeatism. And I also agree with Jessica with regard to the disinformation. I mean, it's incredible how Russia is with its disinformation going. We do, last point, we have to have a position of strength. We have to explain it. We do with the Munich Security Conference what we call the Zeitenwende on tour. We have been at 26 cities. I come from Frankfurt Oder last night. I can tell you it's a tough decision, but you have to carry these to the people. We were in Leipzig, we were in Chemnitz, we were in Rostock, we were in Lutherstadt, and it's a tough decision, but you have to go there. And the people tell me you are the first ones who actually come here and discuss that. So let's be more positive. We're going to win this.
Great. I mean, also for going for. I should say also for that you come back from Frankfurt Oder now. Thank you for your service. Because this is actually exactly what we need to do more. When you said about public opinion partly being afraid that Ukraine cannot win this war, this is part of the disinformation effort. This is partly what the TikTok videos of the Kremlin machine kind of present every day. But I wonder really, and that's interesting more technically. I mean, strategy you clear, but technically. For example, disinformation. When NATO meets and discusses the hybrid war, then the German Ministry of Defense has to say it's not our responsibility because in Germany it's the Ministry of Interior that is responsible for disinformation, and it's not the Ministry of Defense, and that leads to lots of strange reactions in other countries because Germans, in this case, once more, seem to live partly in a world of formalities that are not adapted to the real threat level, and so it would be interesting to hear from you what kind of strategic advice also you can give to the government on the more practical side.
Well, it's pretty simple. It's something that I fought for, but unsuccessfully. We need to have a National Security Council. Germany is one of the few countries that doesn't have that. We don't have that because we have coalition governments, and whoever is in the foreign ministry hates it because they believe that the National Security Council would strengthen the Prime Minister's office, which in practice is happening anyway. I mean, decisions also on which weapons go to Ukraine. Do we send Taurus or not? The decision is not made in the Defense Ministry. It's not made in the Foreign Ministry. It's made in the Chancellery. So why not recognize this and have a National Security Council where you have this discussion on a higher level, and then you get all the different actors together, and we need that. I hope that with the next government we'll have it, but I've been hoping that for many years. But we still have all the different actors different separately. Also, not on this issue, but Germany also. I hope there is nobody from the Ministry of Economic Cooperation here. But Germany is one of the last countries that has an independent Ministry of Economic Cooperation, where they spend the money totally independent of what the political foreign policy strategies of the foreign ministries are. You know, this is Germany, a federal country, a coalition country, where everybody does what he or she wants. And you can do that, you know, when the sun shines, but when there is wind blowing in your face, you have to get your act together.
Yeah, I mean, full agreement. But I say this with a very low voice, because it was the Liberals that called for ending the Economic Cooperation Ministry in the past, to merge it with the Foreign Ministry. And when the Liberals went into government with the Christian Democrats, they didn't do it. And I hope that in the future we will do it. Thank you very much. Also, when you talk about the disinformation and the debate with public opinion, it would be interesting. One thing I forgot to ask Jessica is, because the West is not only Germany, whether you could say 2 words about the public opinion in the US, because in the US we have currently this war and peace questions, also as part of the public debate. Also, the US were hesitant at the beginning to deliver offensive weaponry to Ukraine. So could you just say a few words about that?
Sure. In the US, as in Germany and every country, foreign policy is never the main priority of the voting public. And for Americans, you can also have a bit of sympathy. Europe, for them, is far away. Most Americans don't even have a passport. So there was a real hurdle to be overcome to get folks to find Ukraine on the map and care. That was done, and the courage that the Ukrainian people and armed forces showed, this really swept the nation. The folks were watching and caring. But similarly to here, when the Biden administration then failed to act decisively, let's say, in the first year.
Explain it decisively, right?
We had an opportunity, we now with my American hat on, the United States had an opportunity in the first year of the full-scale invasion to end the war. American power had that capacity to set red lines, to establish no-fly zones that wouldn't risk, by the way, harming a single Russian pilot, just simply to say we're going to shoot down any missiles fired at Ukrainian airspace. I mean, this could have been done in the early stages. That threat could have been made and put through, and that would have been transformative. Mike may correct me here, but this is certainly not beyond the capacity of the U.S. military. And furthermore, as the first year drew on into the winter, the fact that the Ukrainian armed forces were still under equipped with munitions to attack Russian lines that were literally digging in across 1,000 miles of front over that winter. We basically, in the US, we missed an opportunity to, through giving huge material support to the Ukrainians at the start, prevent a Russian digging in an entrenchment of the front line. And in terms of public opinion, I think also in the US, they have a very different relationship to war, but what we're seeing in the US is they were just getting over 20 years of the war on terror. And I won't even go into all the folly and hubris and mistakes of that era. But just months after the fall of Kabul, for the Biden administration to be in this situation, they wanted to move on from international conflict as a loser topic also, as an administration for the voting public. So how do you get the Americans to care about another war far away when we just finally got extracted from these really deeply unpopular and strategyless, pointless wars, you could say?
And where they used up all the good words, like the axis of evil, they at that time used for for an axis of evil that didn't exist
Yeah.
because Iran, Iraq, and North Korea weren't cooperating, and now they are.
Right, and the clear and present danger to the American people from Al-Qaeda and the Taliban, I'm sorry, they spent trillions fighting that. But now, with the actual, much more concrete and tactile and global threat coming from Russia, to not be able to counter that with even a fraction of the power that's at America's disposal, I think that's a real challenge. And once again, now, I mean, I don't want to say the T word, but with the upcoming election, with the possibility of a second Trump administration, it would have actually been even more critical, I think, for the Biden administration to use this past year to increase support, both in speed and volume, to Ukraine, to both on a just simple, obvious level to help the Ukrainians more, but also to basically shore up the familiarity and the acceptance of the US public going into this election, that's showing, look, Ukraine succeeds when we help them more. And just drawing that simple corollary in the public's mind. Helping Ukraine makes us win.
Yeah.
Americans love winners, but the way the Biden administration, I think, has handled this has been far too waffly for that American love of winning. And it's been easy then for the MAGA Republicans to attack him when he does something, and then for others to attack him when he doesn't do something. So we can only look ahead post-November when we see what happens there.
It's very interesting because what you describe is, again, relating to the topic overcoming the fear. And what Pavlo said at the beginning, what is more needed in the West, that there is kind of like not only stand with Ukraine slogans and kind of promises of hard stuff, but also clarity on leadership and communication with the population, with the kind of psychological part of things. But Mike, I would give you the chance also to comment on that, because partly you're an American, but partly because as a military analyst, you also these days have to deal with the impact of disinformation, and kind of part of military tactics have become also more hybrid. And so it would be very interesting how do you see this kind of hybrid military operation of Russia being successful? We heard it several times, that kind of some of the arguments that are strong in the public opinion in the US or in Germany specifically are also kind of at least spreading the same messages as the hybrid warriors of the troll factories of the Kremlin, and so it would be interesting whether you price this in your military analysis. Is there any way that kind of we can win the war on that front?
So I'm going to disappoint you. I'm probably the wrong person to ask this. I don't work on disinformation all that much. I'll tell you first, from my point of view, the biggest problem is not disinformation or misinformation. It's that most people don't know much about military matters. And across Europe, a class of folks that used to work on conventional warfare, nuclear strategy, has diminished significantly. And so it's been harder to have that conversation with people over the last 2.5 years about what is required and what is needed to be done to win a large-scale conventional war in Europe. This is issue one. Issue two, I don't know how effective Russian disinformation really has been. Usually folks, when they see a lot of activity, particularly government folks, they assume that there's achievement there, okay? But I don't know if the metrics on that really deliver in terms of what's accomplished to Russia. Maybe more here in Europe and maybe much more here in Germany than it is in the United States. This could be very much more of an American perspective. Lastly, so wars are fundamentally contests of wills. They are human endeavors, right? And much comes down to perception. Two military communities, two political cultures or leaders could look at the same situation on the ground, and come with very different conclusions and interpretations about the military balance and who's winning, right? And so it has been a challenge, speaking from an analytical perspective, to continue to argue for the facts or for the objective evidence as it is available, because over the course of this war, and it's in part because of how it's covered by colleagues in journalistic circles who I very much appreciate and see as a kind of maybe adjacent profession, you know, the discussion on this war has basically been a series of alternating narratives between gloom and doom and unrealistic euphoria and optimism, okay? And even what I say, I feel I say one thing, but people hear something else. And what they usually hear is one of those two things no matter what I said. They either hear a degree of gloom and doom, it's pessimistic, or they're very optimistic. They're like, hey, we're back, maybe things are not so bad. And actually, it's been very hard because as an analyst, I'm pretty conservative to maintain folks on an even keel, right? That things are not nearly as bad as they look. They're also not that rosy or optimistic either. But unrealistic expectations, euphoria, particularly in late 2022, was unhelpful, I felt, in the assumptions and expectations laid for the 2023 offensive and how it was planned. On the one hand, that's true. On the other, a degree of defeatism and fatalism had led to, I would say, three series of maybe not narratives. I hate this term, it's overly abused. But I would say threads, cognitive threads that I've seen over the course of this war amongst decision makers. The first is that doing something won't make a difference and therefore it doesn't matter, okay? It does. If war is a contest of wills, Ukraine has the will to fight. That's a necessary condition prerequisite, but it's not enough to succeed. And when somebody has the will to fight, then things can make a difference, okay, in terms of material assistance. The second is that there's no point investing something because the war will be over by then. I saw this a lot in Europe. Europeans waited about 13 months to make major investments in the production of munitions, and that is why, that's not entirely why, but it's part of the reason, it's a contributing reason, why we are where we are today. It's because the right investments weren't made by us and by Europe. In the latter part of 2022, when it became clear that the Russian leadership had invested in a protracted conventional war in terms of mobilization, defense industrial mobilization, and the resources they were committing, right? And we waited too long to begin committing these resources. And a number of things weren't done because people felt it doesn't matter because the war will be over by then. We don't need to make these investments now. But wars go on much longer than people hope or expect, okay? And it does matter over the long run. And the third part, of course, is that certain things will prove to be escalatory, right? And this was particularly a factor early on in the war in 2022, and it was probably quite relevant during this time period. Although I will quibble with some folks over the counterfactuals of what could have been done in 2022, just to say that, look, believe it or not, it takes quite a bit of time and effort to build the training capacity, transfer equipment, have a maintenance plan for it, find in Ukraine the excess force capacity to create these additional units. And as we saw in 2023, you cannot make brigades that are going to be combat effective in 3 to 4 months. It takes a lot longer than people think. So what I will say is that we could have done a lot more, and we could have done it faster and better on behalf of Ukraine early on in 2022. But I want to caution people on believing that there's a counterfactual history here where we could have magically wanted a wholly different army and set of capabilities in that year so quickly. And a lot of that, the actual ability to do this was established during 2022, during that year, that then enabled us to do it in 2023. So we could have moved faster on it. I'm just not sure that, you know, this could have, let's say it's a debatable issue on the counterfactual for that year. And we'll debate that history for a long time. Like, we still debate what happened in World War I and World War II. We're going to be spending a long time debating what happened in this war. Okay, but lastly on disinformation. I'm not dismissive of it, and I don't want to tell you at all it's unimportant. But as an analyst since 2014, and this is just one American analyst perspective, I've been consistently frustrated by the fact that many European colleagues wanted to spend their time talking about hybrid war, build hybrid war centers of excellence, have hybrid war panels, okay, and not invest in conventional military capability, not invest in defense industrial production capacity, okay? And this continued through into this war, all right? And all this stuff is important. And it's actually going to become more important as you see Russian subversion and sabotage campaign expand across Europe over the last 2.5 years. But I really wish we spent a lot more time on this boring conventional warfare and defense industrial capacity stuff. I really do. Because if we had, we would actually be in a different position in this war today.
Thank you very much for this voice of clarity. That the war is at the end on conventional capacities as well. Here I wanted to say, because I see the first hands getting up, there's also the possibility of a feedback function in the app, and that's very important, especially for our audiences that are online, because the majority of participants are not in this room here, but in other places, and watch this online. So please use that. I don't know exactly how I get into the discussion.
You have to open the application.
I have the application open.
And then in the surveys section. So you can get your question.
Okay, then I will open the survey sections and see kind of your input. I wanted just to finish this round, and then we open for the discussion. But you have a comment that directly attached to that.
To the entire panel, yes.
Okay, then I wait for that. I wait for the comment, because I wanted first, Christoph Heusken, you heard this. We need to focus on conventional military. But at the same time, sorry, Mike, you said not only that, you also said how big the effect of the psychological situation is. This gloom and doom and hyper optimism also guided strategic decisions. And this guidance of strategic decisions by psychology is somehow also affected by the hybrid war that is going on. And it's very interesting to hear from you, Mr. Heusken, the question, how do you see the necessity to become stronger on that front? Because sometimes we have the feeling that on the Western side, the only answer to the disinformation debate is that NATO, European Union, Germany, and so on create fact-checking websites. And there is no kind of even thinking, like in the Cold War, that we somehow need to reach Russian citizens or soldiers, that we need to have in this information war also offensive capacities, that we somehow need to also fight in this war offensively and not only create fact-checking websites that don't even reach the hearts and minds of normal people.
Yes, many things to say. Number one, I'm totally agree that we have to have conventional weapons, and there again, 2014 was the after Crimea. There was a NATO summit in Wales, and there was a commitment by all NATO governments, including the German government, with Merkel, with Steinmeier, foreign minister, and von der Leyen, defense minister, that we would spend 2% on GDP. So, firm commitment, but then when you go down the road, you come into the normal budget process, and then you have the alternatives, and where do you spend it more on defense or social issues, infrastructure, whatever, and in the end we haven't delivered. Now in 2022 the Chancellor gave this famous Zeitenwende speech and said, we're now going to do 2%, we're going to do the 100 million. The 100 billion was done, but when you look at the budget, the 2%, we are not there. We are again in the same trap almost as we were after 2014. The decision is not taken, and the debate in society, how much value do we put on military, is not conducted because people are afraid. And this is something which I don't think is something we should take for granted and natural, because when was Chancellor Scholz the most popular? Why is our defense minister right now the most popular? Because there were, Scholz in his speech was very clear, and he took people with him. And then afterwards, through whatever influence party or whatever, calmed down, and the last elections were about peace and not about security. And then, of course, you wonder why the population is no longer in the spirit of. But if everybody says, well, we have to do it, the threat is real, we have to do 2%. This is Ukraine is defending our freedom and security. Then I think people would follow.
There's no coincidence that the most popular politician in Germany currently is Pistorius,
yes,
who is the Minister of Defense, and he is clear.
Very clear. Also on Leopard tank, when Leopard tanks was debated and the chancellor said no, a majority was also against it. When he changed his view and said, okay, we sent Leopard tanks, then all of a sudden a majority was in favor. So the government can do a lot. On disinformation, we have discussed it. I think we should try more, but this is more for the Russians here, also see what can we do in counter-offense. I think YouTube, there is still possibility where you can penetrate Russia. I think there are possibilities how you can still try to have a counter narrative. But I think we shouldn't have too high hopes. I don't know, anybody listened this morning to the Deutschlandfunk where we had Lev Gutkov, the head of Levada, and he was very clear that basically the Russian mindset is so much infiltrated by the disinformation or the information campaign by the Kremlin that it's very difficult to turn that around.
Yeah, I mean, there's some pessimistic views. Lev Gutkov has already long from his polls, but then at the other hand, I would say Olga Shorina with her talk show on Deutsche Welle has 70% of the audience still in Russia. And the big question is, on the other hand, also is it worth the investment? I know, and this is why I want to give the last word on the panel before I open it for the discussion to Pavlo Klimkin, is it worth investing, trying to reach people in Russia? I mean, in a way you do it in the moment because you sit on this panel and the majority of our listeners online are in Russia. But is it worth this investment? Because there's a general sentiment and in Ukraine, which I fully understand, in this black and white war, that kind of to focus on the front line and not on the Russian people, because they are seen as just complicit.
Yeah, sure. If you ask any Ukrainians whether it's kind of Putin war or Russian war, they would say, sure, both, actually. And it's not just political or emotional point. It's something which became very entrenched. I don't believe any opinion polls in Russia, but in the sense of tendency, you can follow it. But trying to reach to people and to explain your point, to make your point, actually fighting is also making our point. It's what we can do and what we will be doing. Western support is also kind of reaching out, although in an indirect way, to the Russians. Whether it would bring a real result, we don't know. But what we need with the whole discussion, especially here, is a winning mentality. Because without winning mentality, you don't believe in the future. And if you do, you have a chance. Winning mentality in the sense, yes, we can. And if you believe in some moment in time there is a temptation to reach a kind of new, modus vivendi, it's one way of seeing things. And if you believe you need to win, and fundamentally how the new reality could start, it's fundamentally different. So keep reaching, yes, but keep reaching not in the sense of creating this message, and not like the Russian machine engaging in all this disinformation, and actually quite effectively. Because we are learning by doing. But they are also learning in the sense of getting better in everything what they do. whether it's Western world or non-Western world. And the fundamental problem for our reality is to understand that security is actually value. And it's not a value in the Western world so far. Us Ukrainians got through all this sequence of events to understand that our security, our existence, is a value. Whether the West in some moment in time gets the point that actually Ukrainian security is a value for the West, otherwise you should be prepared for everything. We are talking about investments, about 2%, 3%, whatever. What I learned in my political career or diplomatic career, it's not about planning the future. You have to be prepared for everything. And it's about your sense on how you do resilience. Christoph has mentioned Helmut Schmidt. He famously said, if you have a vision, go to a doctor. I don't challenge German strategic culture here, yeah? Of the lack of strategic culture. But we need to have a vision, and it should be a winning vision. And this winning mentality, this winning vision should be definitely communicated to the Russians. Whether we believe it could be done today or tomorrow and some moment in time, the simple point that we believe in our victory, and this victory should be a positive sense for Russia, not for the Russian regime, because I don't get them at the same level, but for Russia it's an important point.
Thank you very much. I mean, we should add to that Helmut Schmidt at that point was also kind of a small supporter of a man with a mission, which at that time was another man, was Ronald Reagan. And Ronald Reagan was the one who had a very clear, outspoken vision that was highly criticized in Germany at that time, because they said it's a crazy cowboy, whatever, and which ceased to be the successful winning mentality you describe. Thank you so much. Now I will gather questions. I see the first two men here, yeah, and please introduce you quickly, and I have 1, 2 afterwards. I see you as well.
Right, thank you. I'm Volodymyr Dubovik. I'm a senior fellow with the Center of European Policy Analysis, but also professor of international relations in Odessa, Ukraine, Odessa, which has been hammered now in several nights in a row, including some painful strikes at the sport facilities, including last night, and also Dot, a scholar here in Germany. What a great panel. I mean, I really enjoyed it. Kudos to the organizers for doing it. I can only enhance or reinforce the message of the panel, which is, by the way, very well balanced. 2 Germans, 2 Ukrainians. Mike, we count you in on this one. So, as a Ukrainian here. So, I think that Economist articles you mentioned, it's a bit strange piece, but you need to read it through in its entirety. And it says the call for victory is responsible if you don't give Ukrainians the tools to win. Right, so unless you give them the tools to win, then it's irresponsible. So that's a good point, because what I'm witnessing in the last few months, it's a kind of a vicious circle in conversation between Kyiv and Kyiv partners. Ukrainians are being asked, like, what do you plan to do in the war in the coming stage? And they say, that depends on what kind of assistance you give us. And that goes again and again, like, but can you win? Yes, we can win if you give us the tools, right? And that's why Zelensky was in America, and now he was, of course, planning to be here today for Rammstein tomorrow. Hopefully it takes place, because he wants to see tete-a-tete, like, what are you realistically can actually divulge and give to Ukraine now, so we can plan whatever we do in this war. And, there are many shades of win and lose in this war, clearly. For the outside war, for us Ukrainians, is the only one. It's a fair peace. That's the only one, a just, a fair peace that we can restore our territorial integrity. So when we hear this morning on the way to this conference that 45% of Germans, according to the recent sociological polls, think that Ukraine should trade land for peace. I mean, of course, first thing first, there's a problem with that, the very concept of land for peace. Does it really work? None of us in Ukraine want to be in a situation similar to Munich conference, but not your conference, but one of September, October 1938, when people said, okay, 20% of Czechoslovakia, they're going to be fine without 20% of Czechoslovakia, so it's going to be for the sake of European security, or Minsk III. Budapest memorandum, none of that. So basically, I appreciate your message, sense of urgency, double down on helping Ukraine. That's what you want to be done. But what is your most realistic expectation about what is going to be happening in the coming months? Thank you.
Thank you so much. And also for putting this in perspective. Mr. Bütikofer.
Good morning. My name is Reinhard Bütikofer, former MEP. I recently joined SEPA also. You chose the title International Security in Times of War, not European security. So let me prod you a little bit to go beyond the European theater and look at the international dimensions there. I think it was Secretary of State Blinken who described China as the chief facilitator of Russia's war of aggression. The word China has not been uttered yet on this panel. Maybe you want to comment on the role they play as you see it and how we deal with that role. And also with regard to developments in countries that are often called the Global South, I think this war has had a great impact, and there are narratives being developed that are then turned against the US and against Europe. And how do you look at that? Thank you.
Very good point, because we were running out of time. I just go very quickly. I allow all three more questions, and then everybody on this panel chooses for a last statement how to react to that. But very good point. We plan to do that, running out of time, because of course the big axis between Iran, China, Russia and North Korea is something very relevant to us. So please, one, okay. Yeah, one there. And please be brief.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Ivan. I represented a unique organization because we united Russian, Ukrainian and Belarusian people who supported people who against regime Putin and Lukashenko in country. Yeah, and I have a question for all participants, but maybe directly for Mr. Klinkin. Very interesting, your opinion. It was obviously the stable democracy in Russia is a call of international security. In your opinion, what should be the Ukrainian strategy for helping Russian civil society in this matter? It is also interesting to hear about such German and USA strategy for other experts.
Okay, thank you. Maybe I wonder whether it's an answerable question, please. Yeah. And then we, because I would argue that in the times of war, it's not Ukraine's responsibility, but
sorry, I just want to make a comment, but make it later, maybe after panelists answer the questions.
Okay.
Because my topic is quite important. I would like just to.
Yeah, but very brief. We already ran out of time. So,
yeah, okay. My name is Boris Bondarev. I'm a former Russian diplomat, and I just to make a link between international security in times of war with this Nemtsov forum today topic, appeasement and resistance. And we discussed this conventional war, but nobody ever mentions the nuclear factor. The nuclear factor, Russia is a nuclear country, and this feeds this fear, which we must to overcome. And this nuclear factor of Russia is a very bad but very effective advisor, as Minister Lindner says that fear is a bad advisor, but sometimes today it seems to be only advisor that current government, Western governments prefer to listen to, right? And there is some news that Putin considered in 2022 to deploy tactical nuclear weapons in Ukraine, but they didn't do it. But there is always an option that these weapons can be used.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that must be taken into account, and that this fear must also be overcome.
Thank you very much. The nuclear question into the answers of the panel. I will go here. Last one, Nicholas. Not Nikolai, but Nikolaus von Twickel, LibMod.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, Center Liberal Modernity, Nikolaus Twickel. I have a very short question about the military situation on the ground, maybe to Michael, but whoever wants can answer. Because we all know that Donbass is now under very strong pressure, and I just want to ask you, if Russia takes Sloviansk and Kramatorsk and takes the whole Donbass with this, how quick can they get to Dnipro? When would Dnipro fall? And from Dnipro, could they sprint to Kiev? Or can Ukraine, in the current military situation, put up meaningful fortifications to stop such a further advance?
Thank you very much. So everybody has found something to answer. We cannot say that we need to answer all questions. So I give each of you a brief last message, because all the important things you already said. And now you answer to the concrete questions. Mike, I just go one by one here. Yeah.
Okay, so briefly, yeah, I wouldn't start panicking about Russia going to Dnipro. It's going to take them quite a long time to even take Pokrovsk, let alone Kramatorsk, Slaviansk, and a lot depends on whether or not the Russian offensive potential is exhausted over the coming months into the winter in those fights. But I wouldn't have a fatalistic or an overly panicky outlook on the situation. Regarding strategy, Volodymyr, very good question. I think the challenge we've had for a long time in the war is we're making strategy at best on a 6-month basis. And when the offensive failed last summer, we started trying to do long-term planning, but this was sabotaged by the supplemental debate because we didn't have the resources. So we're going back and forth with Ukrainian colleagues, was saying, what's the plan for 2024? And Ukraine would say, well, when are we going to get the supplemental, the resource? We say, I don't know. It's stuck. We're a democracy, and it's stuck in the political process. So when we finally did get them, we started aligning strategy. But I think the challenge has been that, to be honest, Western policy, and now speaking more from a U.S. perspective, has been adrift since 2023. There's not a great theory of success or how to achieve war termination for Ukraine on favorable terms. There isn't even, I would say, a really great theory for how to compel Russia to the negotiating table, which is the first part of that strategy, what it should be. And there isn't a great alignment or understanding, I think, on the part of the West between the resources that will be required to do that. We've been consistently unrealistic about what we're going to have to invest and the resources we're going to have to provide in order to attain that in this war. But there's also been a challenge, as always, aligning strategy with Ukrainian colleagues and having them be realistic about what they can expect and when as well. I was hopeful that the Kursk offensive, while clearly signaling a departure in terms of strategic vision, on the one hand, would be a useful prompt, right? And Ukraine has attempted to use it as such in the last couple of weeks. I don't know how well it's gone, but let's wait for the outcomes of these conversations and for the DCG, right? It's currently in the works in the process, and hopefully we can get on the same page on some of these issues.
But thank you very much, because then your last comment is a call again for clear strategy, how to get to this negotiation. Thank you so much, Mike. Jessica.
To the nuclear question, no. Russia's not going to nuke New York if Ukraine retakes Donbass or Crimea. No. We're not scared. Next question. The international aspect. No, I'm switching over now to this topic on interest of time. We can talk at coffee if you like. The international aspect, so this would be a topic for a whole conference unto itself, but in short, absolutely. China is Russia's #1 supporter at this time. North Korea and Iran are massively supplying ammunitions and even troops who are assisting with the maintenance of those systems at this point. The good news is, when we talk about this new crink axis of evil, it's not as coordinated as the media would, I think, put it out there. I think I would consider it more of an axis of opportunity for evil. They have seen the West waffle and lack a strategy and be indecisive, and so incrementally, they've sought their advantages where they could take them, and they saw, for example, that there's no risk to them, that they suffer no real no real consequences for their support for Russia, and so they continue. And I remember at the beginning, folks were saying in 2022, oh, the Chinese are being so quiet, that means they haven't decided whose side they're on. And I just had to laugh. I was like, no, silence in Chinese, and I used to live in China, I speak Chinese. Silence in Chinese doesn't mean what silence means in English. You know, they're watching and waiting and seeing what we do, and then they will react. But their side was clear from day one, from day zero. So if we want to reduce the risks coming from Chinese, Iranian, and North Korean involvement, and certainly Chinese threats in the South China Sea and to Taiwan, we need to show them that there are consequences for their actions. And until we do that, they will continue to carry on and continue to escalate. And in terms of the rest of the world, also perhaps more for the coffee break, but I've been working, for example, on spread of Wagner, now rebranded to Africa Corps, on the African continent. And if we think disinformation campaigns and hybrid warfare are effective in Europe, well, it's open season in Africa. And the West is basically doing nothing to even try to counter it. I had a conversation in State Department about this, and somebody actually said to me, oh no, we're not doing nothing. VOA is still operating down there. So let's just say there's a lot more to be done.
Thank you so much for both opening up the next debate, which is kind of the big debate about the global questions, which Reinhard Bütikofer rightfully pointed to, but at the same time pointing to the fact that this new axis of evil or opportunity for evil is actually also waiting for the answer what happens in Ukraine. So thank you for this clarity. Christoph.
Yes, thanks. There was one specific question put to me, but I didn't understand it, so we have to do it over coffee. On China, Mr. Bütikofer is a specialist, so I was surprised that you asked a question which you probably have the best answer yourself. Basically, John McCain said about 10 years ago, Russia will become China's gas station. And I think this is what is happening right now. And at the same time, China is pressing Russia. They don't get the same margins as we gave them at the time. As I said, Gazprom is now running deficits. And China will, exactly as Jessica said, they will try how far they can get. They want Russia to succeed, they want Putin to stay in power, but they see what kind of costs do they have to pay. And since the economy in China is in a bad shape, I think more pressure by the US, also by the Europeans, saying, well, we watch what you are doing and we're going to put some sanctions on some companies. I think the Americans are doing it partly. I think we should be tougher. And then I think they will step back. They see how far they can go. Global South, just one remark. This opens a new chapter, but having been at the UN and been still very active there, I just see how we are losing the war with double standards, with what we hear in New York also with regard to the Middle East, the position that we take, the US takes, Germany takes on the Middle East. The attack that we are applying double standards is very tough, and this makes it very, very difficult. And there we have to go by the rule of law, international law. This has to be the yardstick. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So the call for kind of keeping the values and our rule of law inside the clarity of our answer. Thank you very much. Pavlo, you have the last word.
Hopefully. On China, you know, the Chinese see Russia now as their strategic asset. It does not mean they kind of like Russia, that you have to ask yourself a question, how much China do you like in Russia? It's a very simple point, and I understand that some Russians started asking this question. In the sense of nukes, any use of nuke would open up the last Pandora box. So no constraints, no regrets. It's gonna be a different world, and also for the Chinese, because everybody around China has potential. Intellectual, scientific, financial, to get nuclear in 5 years without any problem. So what kind of world would it be for China? it's a big point for them. And civil society learning. I believe it's for the Russian civil society, and actually to define what does civil society in Russia means. As Ukrainians, we are famous to go to the end. If it's a Orange Revolution or Maidan, we never stop. We believe it's a kind of winning mentality. We believe if we stop, so it's nothing what could go out of it. In the sense of Russian civil society, I believe it should be a totally new strategy because it's a fundamentally different reality you are in. It should be about new leaders. And what I've said at the beginning, don't get afraid. It's something which is again about winning mentality. Within Russia, there could be also a different kind of winning mentality, and it's a different reality with AI and all kind of stuff. So learning from us, I'm not sure, but doing something fundamentally different from what you kept doing for all these years, why not? But it's a point for you, not for me.
Thank you so much, because the last statement you made was also exactly attacking, again, fear, and you came back to the winning mentality, and both on the different front lines that we have here. So I have now to excuse myself as a moderator that we overtook a little bit of time, and it was because we started also a little bit late, but also because there were so important things to say. At sharp 11:50, we start the next panel here, sharp. And I bet you to be sharp. And thank you so much for this amazing, inspiring panel.
Good morning. I think that we should start, and probably you'll do your interview a bit later. So I'm relying on Julius to bring our guests here from the first floor. My name is Zhanna Nemtsova. I am the co-founder of the Boris Nemtsov Foundation, and I'm going to moderate the second panel dedicated to sanctions that Western countries imposed on Russia. So I think that in order to save our time, I will not present our speakers. You can see them on the wall. Michael McFall, Dmitry Navosha, Yanis Kluge, Alexander Prokopenko, and Karl-Heinz Paquet. And thank you very much for joining me today. Well, I want this discussion to be more interactive. That's why I will ask probably a couple of framing questions to the whole panel and then follow up with individual questions. And I would be happy to take the questions from the audience. And I encourage you to use our great application Line Upper, and you can send your questions to the application. So, my first question. One more note. So I'm going to moderate it in English, but Dmitry Navosha will speak in Russian. And if you feel comfortable asking questions in Russian, you can do that. We have translation, so it's not going to be a problem. So I'm sorry. By the way, I see Julius coming. It's very difficult to moderate after Julius' great moderation, but I will do my best. My first question to the panel is, what are the key challenges that make sanctions less effective that many experts expected them to be? So we'll start with Mike.
With me?
With you.
Oh, okay.
So we're starting with Mike because I will explain it to you, because he co-leads the Yermak-McFall group on international sanctions.
Okay, well, first of all, I want to say a couple of things about your father before I talk about sanctions, because I didn't fly all the way from California just to talk about sanctions. I came here to honor Boris Nemtsov. He was a friend of mine. He was an incredible, charismatic, funny, smart person. I've had the honor and privilege of interacting with a lot of incredible politicians, with a lot of incredible fighters for human rights. My boss for 5 years was a guy named Barack Obama. And Boris ranks as one of the most inspirational political figures I've ever had the privilege of knowing. And you as a country, we as a global society are a lot worse off because we don't have Boris here with us today. Second, I want to say, Zhanna, we met right after your father was killed at the Munich Security Conference. I don't know if you remember.
I do. I interviewed you.
You did.
For Deutsche Welle.
And Boris, I've known him since the 90s. I've known him for a long time, way before I was in the government. And he used to tell me about this incredible daughter that he had, who was even smarter and more charismatic and more beautiful than him.
Exaggeration.
And when I met you, it was like, oh my God, this is his spirit in you. And you said you were going to create this foundation back then. And I just want to congratulate you for what you've done. It is fantastic what you're doing. And then the third thing I want to say, and this is a message especially to my Russian friends who are in the room. Boris had a view, we all failed. Let's be clear. Boris Nemtsov and me and others, we failed in the vision that we'd hoped for, which was a peaceful, democratic Russia, a normal, boring European country in Russia. We failed, and we need to remember that. We have ответственность for that failure, as far as I'm concerned. I personally most certainly feel that. And when we were strategizing in the when I first joined the government in 2009, Boris used to say to me, he said it to Barack Obama, he said it many times. He said, Michael, your country has a lot of baggage here in Russia. And I worked in Russia for a while in the government. And he said, there's not much you guys can do here. Focus on Ukraine. He said, focus on Ukraine. Because if Ukraine has a strong, vibrant democracy. Remember, this is before Putin invaded the first time. This is before 2014. He said there's nothing more that will be good for the development of Russian democracy than a successful Ukrainian democracy. And I just had Viktor Yushchenko at my house last week in California, and he was talking about your father, and he said many things that Pavlo just said, that he was the last great Russian political figure who understood this relationship. And he understood it, and then I'm going to get to sanctions, I promise. But this is very important to me. I flew 8,000 miles to be here because he understood something about Putin that I want the Russians understand this, but maybe not everybody understands this. In fact, I'm going to tell you an anecdote from a time when I understood it. I was sitting in the room with Putin, with Vice President Biden. This is about a decade ago. And you're going to be Biden, I'm going to be Putin, okay? And I'm not going to sit like Putin sits.
I'm not good at acting.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that. But we were talking about Georgia, and we were talking about various issues. And Putin always comes prepared for these meetings, right? And he leaned in to the vice president. He said, you know what your problem is, you people in the West, is you look at our skin. And he went just like this. You look at our skin. And because we look like you think that we think like you. But we don't. We're different. Мы иная. We're другая. He said that. Because he wanted Biden to believe that Russians are different. They're not part of it.
What did he respond?
It's like, he didn't respond in person, but afterwards he's like, wow, that was a lot of weird shit. We've had many kind of meetings with Mr. Putin on that. But the point I'm trying to make is, remember, Putin also says that Ukrainians are just Russians with accents, right? They're not real, they're no different. So a vibrant democracy in Ukraine is the first and necessary step for any future for democracy in Russia. And I feel, because I deal with a lot of Russians and I deal with Ukrainians every single day, and there's a disconnect between these communities, and I want to implore upon you to think about that. In fact, I think your foundation should have a special session one day to study the way your father talked about Ukraine. I think that would be really educational, especially for young Russians and for young Ukrainians who also don't believe. They have a view of Russians too these days. I'm not going to go into it, but they have a view of Russians today that they think they're all the same. They have the same mentality. I think that's a challenge that we should take on. All right, you asked about sanctions. Why aren't they not working, or what should be done? What was your question? I forgot.
Well, I would have also forgotten after your speech and everything. But the question was, what are the key challenges that make sanctions less effective that many expected them to be?
So let me say two broad things, and I promise I won't say anything more. We have a big panel. So the first thing I want to say, especially sitting in Germany, in Berlin, is I applaud what the West did to impose the sanctions that they did. This was not inevitable. Didn't happen in 2014. Didn't happen in 2008 for those that want to politicize it in my country. You know how many Russians were sanctioned after Russia invaded Georgia? 0. So it was not inevitable that what happened, happened. And I think we should acknowledge the fact, especially Europe, especially Germany, did some very important things. We wanted to do these things back in 2009. We wanted to reduce Russian exports of hydrocarbons to this part of the world. It finally got done. That's a great achievement. Russia has less money today to build weapons to kill Ukrainians than they would have had there been no sanctions. That's an achievement. Russia struggles to acquire the technology it needs to build the rockets it builds to kill Ukrainians. That's an achievement of sanctions. And it is much harder to transact with Russian companies because of financial sanctions than it was on February 23rd, 2024. So we need to acknowledge what is done. That was good, but you didn't ask that question. You asked what were the flaws. And I could go into in detail. Let me just say some broad things. One, like our military assistance, and now I want to speak as an American, not as, I'm just speaking about American policy towards sanctions. That's what I know the best. But like with our policy towards military assistance, we've had an incremental approach to sanctions, when I think we should have had a big bang approach to sanctions. All in, all at once, rather than ratcheting up. And I think we've paid the price to that, because ratcheting up has allowed the Russians to figure out loopholes, and they've done that. Second, we have wanted to have sanctions that impose zero costs on Americans. And by the way, a lot of Russians have wanted to have sanctions that impose zero costs on Russian society. I study sanctions, I know the history of sanctions. It doesn't work that way, folks. You have to accept certain costs in order for them to achieve success. And I think that mentality has been wrong. And then the third thing I would say about our sanctions strategy, and I'm happy to go in, I have 14 things that should be done. Что делать? There's lots to be done. But the third piece is there's a action-reaction cycle in our sanctions community, which is we do sanctions and then we stop, and then Russia does something horrible, and so we do something new. That's not the right mentality. Sanctions should be increasing every day, squeezing and squeezing and squeezing every day. Think about it. I don't know what parking tickets are like here in Berlin, but where I live at Stanford University, if you park your car in the wrong place, you get a ticket that day. And it's a lot, by the way, $80. If you keep your car there the second day, you get another ticket. You don't just pay the price of the first ticket. And if you keep your car there for a third day, you get another ticket. That's the mentality we need to have with sanctions. Every day, the Russian barbaric army is parked in Ukraine. There needs to be a new round of sanctions. That's the mentality, but we don't have that mentality. We have a kind of sufficient response, in part because we don't want to incur costs ourselves.
Thanks, Michael. I would like to also ask all panelists to be concise in their remarks.
I was not concise, and I won't speak again.
No, I didn't interrupt you because you flew all the way to Berlin, and I appreciate it a lot. So, Alexander, should I repeat the question, or you still remember this?
It works good. No, I still remember the question. Thanks for that. My answer would be less broad and less political, since I'm not a politician. I'm on the expert field, and what I see that, speaking about unsuccess of sanctions on a very operational way, there were underestimated the effects of capital outflow, and from here I see rooms for improving sanctions, but the decision is here on the political side. Paradoxically, sanctions, so Russia is now on its autarkic path of its economy, but paradoxically sanctions make Russian economy much more dependent on external factors than it was before. And so they, with one side, they're strengthening the Russian economy, protecting this from spillover effects from the global economy. But at the same time, they're weakening the economy, making it more fragile and vulnerable to any kind of external pressure. The most obvious channel of transmission shocks is oil prices, and if oil prices will go down for a while, not for a week, but for a term from 3 to 6 months, Russian budget will suffer. Sanctions already limited Putin's ability to get external resources. We see that they are not growing. They're not shrinking yet. Putin is not running out of money, and here's the bad news here for 2025 at least. At the very minimum for 2025, he has money, and actually what just recently Putin done, he shows the world and his country that he can increase taxes, so put much more burden on people and corporate, and then put all the money from the taxes to the war effort, and shows that he can do it. But also, thanks to sanctions, it is a one-off. So I'm not sure that economy could bear next tax hike and well, there is no signs that they're planning they're planning this. Russian economy became much more dependent on imports, and this process of so-called import substitution became extremely important for some Russian enterprises. Otherwise, they couldn't function. They couldn't function fully. We see that how sanctions limiting Russian ability to make import substitution and to increase output in some certain industries. So basically, we see how a military industry complex operates on its full capacity, but under other industries are not growing, and oil industry, the milking cow for Russian budget, is actually decreasing its output. So sanctions significantly increasing costs of Russian economy, and the major indicator of this is inflation. And despite double-digit key rate, we don't see inflation quickly going down, and it is also because of external limitation put on Russian economy by sanctions. But here I'm quite skeptical, since I see that Russian society and Russian elites are yet consider the costs as bearable. So that's why they tolerate the current stance of affairs. I will stop here with sanctions. I can talk hours about that, but I'm happy to meet all your questions. Thank you.
Dr. Pake, what's your take on sanctions? What are the key challenges you see that prevent them from being more effective than they thought to be?
Let me first also make a personal remark. As president of the Friedrich Naumann Foundation, Jana, we are very proud to work with the Boris Nemtsov Foundation. And we are proud for the reasons that Michael has given before. I had not the privilege of meeting personally Boris Nemtsov, but I saw a lot of pictures. I saw a lot of videos. And he was a really great, charismatic man, a representative of the Russian, which we would love to see today. And Jana, please keep on the torch. We will support you.
Thank you.
Now, let me say a few very general words, political and economic. I'm an economist by training, about the sanctions. Let me first say something very fundamental. When the sanctions were introduced, I heard a lot of so-called experts saying that this would bring Russia to its knees, the Russian economy. I thought this forecast was absolutely stupid from the beginning. I was deeply convinced that a resource-rich country like Russia, with a population that was ready to take some sacrifices if necessary, would live with the sanctions, and that of course Russia would find ways of circumventing to some extent the sanctions, which is absolutely normal in the situation. And at the time I was also interviewed, and I said, okay, there will be a blip in growth for a while, maybe, but then the economy will recover. There will be wounds in terms of a little bit higher inflation, a little bit more distortions in the foreign trade, and I could go on with a lot of minor allocative deficiencies that were the consequence. But this will not bring Russia to its knees, just like, let me say this, in the Second World War, the Nazis, a much smaller country, than Russia, with much less resources, was brought to its knees due to the isolation, but to the tough fight of the Allies against Hitler. Now, that said, I think that the expectations were wrong, and the results are not at all surprising. That said, let me make a political point. I think that really there has been a sea change politically within the West. And I'm very happy to sit next to Janis Kluge, and I tell you a little true anecdote which took place on February the 22nd, 2021 on Zoom. At that time, there was a hearing of the committee, the Economic Committee of the German Bundestag, with so-called specialists, and we were invited as specialists, where he is a real one, I'm not, but there were other specialists nominated from other parties. You were nominated by the Greens, I was nominated by the Liberals. And I tell you, 1 year, exactly 1 year before the war broke out, the vast majority of so-called experts in this round were against the sanctions. They basically said, well, this brings nothing, so let's get rid of them. These were the sanctions, the post-Crimean sanctions, okay? So a much more lighter dose. Now, we defended the sanctions because we said, and I said this even as an economist, well, sanctions are a major political signal to the world. And we are obliged to make this signal, and this signal will have deep effects, but the effects will not be visible as easily as you may see economic effects. But those are limited, I said already. So I think this signal has been made. The West has stood together surprisingly well, and especially this country, Germany, okay? We had an energy policy over 20 years which was completely reversed. And we went through something of a difficult time, but people were ready to do it, and it was less difficult than many so-called experts predicted at the time. And we more or less have gone over that by now. So the people were ready for the adjustment, were ready to take the cost, and this is how the West, by and large, stood together. You know, I could talk about the geopolitics, you know, Putin, with his invasion, brought the Swedes into NATO and Finland into NATO. In the Swedish case, it's after 200 years of neutrality. That's an enormous miscalculation of Putin. So in a sense, the West was strengthened. And finally, of course, the signal is a geopolitical signal which goes well above Europe. China may think twice about Taiwan in the future. And I think this has very deep and fundamental geopolitical consequences which we may go into. So the bottom line is sanctions have worked, although clearly imperfectly. They will never bring the Russian economy to its knees, but they will have an effect. And the real significance of the sanctions is geopolitical.
Dmitry.
Sorry, I'm going to switch to Russian because I want to be a little bit more precise on this subject because it's a really sensitive subject for us. Я бы хотел, я из Беларуси, и я бы хотел поговорить немного о подходе к санкциям в отношении именно Беларуси, или скорее о двух подходах к Беларуси, потому что первый подход к Беларуси как к инструменту российской агрессии против Украины и, возможно, дальнейшей агрессии против Европы, он всем сейчас очевиден, и в разгар войны, разумеется, абсолютно оправданы максимальные санкции, которые снижают потенциал помощи белорусских госпредприятий, прежде всего, российскому ВПК, немалое количество военного заказа российского в данный момент исполняется в Беларуси. И этот подход, в общем-то, принят, используется и имеет на данный момент адекватный характер, за исключением
несинхронизированных санкций, например, не знаю, более 2 лет ушло у Европы на осознание того факта, что бан продажи люксовых автомобилей в Россию абсолютно не работает до тех пор, пока в отношении Беларуси не введены аналогичные санкции. И только летом этого года была закрыта продажа дорогих автомобилей через Беларусь, потому что это не создавало никаких ограничений для России, просто Лукашенко и его окружение зарабатывали дополнительные деньги на перепродаже этих же автомобилей в Россию. И вот эти несовершенства и несинхронизация в экономическом отношении постепенно устраняются. Мне кажется, здесь все, пусть с опозданием, но происходит, и эти санкции близки к тому, чтобы иметь уже какой-то свой разумный потенциал, который вообще достижим на данном этапе. Но есть и второй подход к Беларуси. Я бы хотел, чтобы он не уходил из поля зрения людей, которые в принципе интересуются и имеют возможность принимать решения по этой теме. Это подход к Беларуси как к одной из первых жертв российской империалистической политики. И жертвы не безнадежные, жертвы, которые все еще сопротивляются. И у белорусского гражданского общества по-прежнему, несмотря на то, что оно в значительной степени сейчас находится в перекрестном обстреле и белорусской, и российской пропаганды, и заблокированы все независимые медиа, одно из которых я представляю, и создаются, полностью уничтожены все институты гражданского общества. Несмотря на это, разница в восприятии российской войны против Украины между русскими и белорусами сохраняется. Она сохраняется в том числе даже той частью белорусского населения, которая продолжает поддерживать Лукашенко. И не случайно, вот сейчас Лукашенко собирается идти на основные перевыборы. Он, будучи абсолютным исполнителем воли Путина, будучи транслятором его угроз в отношении Запада, не знаю, ядерной угрозы и каких-то иных, он при этом внутри Беларуси пытается реализовывать мирный дивиденд, извлекать мирный дивиденд, идя на эти выборы, представляя себя гарантом мира, что вот кругом война, а мы те самые люди, которые, точнее, да, кто сохраняет в Беларуси мир. И сочетание первого подхода с максимальным, ударом по экономическому потенциалу, по потенциалу экономического соучастия в российской войне против Украины и в то же время поддержки белорусского гражданского общества и взгляда на белорусов как на первую, в общем-то, по сути, первый захваченный в постсоветское время народ, мне кажется, является очень важным, потому что с точки зрения послевоенного урегулирования возможные изменения в Беларуси или, по крайней мере, не полное торжество тоталитаризма внутри страны усиливает, безусловно, безопасность Украины, Польши, Литвы и, в принципе, Европы в этом регионе. Приведу один простой пример. Даже белорусские военные, будучи, в общем-то, довольно покорными исполнителями роли Лукашенко, точнее, приказов Лукашенко, белорусские военные участвовали в подавлении протестов в Беларуси в 2020 году, сейчас видят бенефит того, что они не русские. Потенциал превращения белорусской армии в российскую, и Беларусь в часть России сохраняется. Они видят этот бенефит и сознают его. Они не участвуют в войне, они просто живы в данный момент. И отдельный канал воздействия с белорусским обществом и должен сохраняться. Если переводить на язык санкций, мне нравится в этом смысле подход офиса Светланы Тихановской «Sanction goods, not people». Совершенно очевидно, что виза-бан или какие-то иные санкции в отношении белорусов в Европе носят спорный характер, и не очевидно, что они приносят пользу для решения задач, которые стоят вообще в нашем регионе.
Yanis?
Thank you very much. And first, I find it interesting that we speak about sanctions today because to me, it seems to be a topic that is not so much on the agenda at the moment. After there has been some disappointment over the last, let's say, 2 years, because some of the initial expectations didn't come true. The second thing is that Russia is often called the most sanctioned country in the world, and if you look at the individual number of measures, this may be true, but there are much stricter sanctioned countries than Russia. For example, sanctions on Iran are stricter than sanctions on Russia, and sanctions on North Korea as well. So we have some pretty big deliberate loopholes in these sanctions, and Russian oil exports are still flowing at the same rate like before the war. Russian banks are still dealing with dollars and euros, still members in SWIFT, not all of them, but there are some. And the only thing that really dramatically changed is Russian gas export, but that was not a sanction result, but the decision of Vladimir Putin. So what this tells you is that there are limits to sanctions that can be imposed at the moment. And I think that these limits fundamentally caused by our own weakness of our own maybe political systems. We have many, whenever we discuss individual measures, what else could be done, there are many things that are on the table, many things that you could tweak or, where you could add pressure, but mostly you run into the barrier that there's some risk involved for the sanctioning country. And there's simply no willingness at the moment, Ambassador McFaul pointed to this, to bear any costs or take on any risk to extend the effectiveness of sanctions. And so I think this is actually our own weakness, which is reflected in the fact that we don't sanction more at the moment, that we allow Russia to operate as it is operating right now. So, and I also want to say that sanctions have not been meaningless and they have had a great effect, but because of these limits, we are dependent on external factors to help us. When the oil price is high, Russia will be able to compensate what we do. So we are dependent on the oil price falling, but we don't have it under our control. And so now we're sitting there and we're waiting for the oil price to fall. If that does happen, then, as Alexander said, Russia is vulnerable because we froze the reserves, most of it, and there will be some serious problems, and some of the sanctions effects will show only then. But we have, to have the help of external factors like the oil price. We have to count on Russia making mistakes, and they don't. So, the management of the sanctions has been pretty smart. There's, I think, at least, Russia is still trying to keep sort of a market economy going as much as possible. And, in this scenario, there are simply limits of what can be achieved unless we change our own, price that we are willing to pay for this.
So I'm a bit surprised not to have heard one problem, which is enforcement. I actually spoke with a couple of journalists, and I think Mikhail Maglov is here right now. I don't see him. No, he's not. He is here, yeah. Yeah, and Michael Maglov, actually, he works for Project Media High. He doesn't speak English, that's why he has to use his headphones. So he covers sanctions, and he keeps on saying that the key challenge, the key problem is enforcement, especially in Europe. So in the US agencies go after companies that try to circumvent the sanctions regime. Whereas here in Europe, enforcement, so companies are do not feel that they will be punished, and that's why they take a very formal approach to sanctions. And in many cases, they basically trade with countries like Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, and Kyrgyzstan, and through these countries, necessary parts or products go to Russia. So I know that no one here is an expert on enforcement, but I want to hear your some basic thoughts if it is a real challenge and European governments should address it. Yes, go ahead.
So just for evidence-wise, I want to show Jana, if you can read my handwriting. I wrote my 15 points. Enforcement is the very first word about what is to be done. So I'm glad you asked that question, because there are many other things, and I just want to echo, foot stomp what's been said. These are political decisions. In my country, there's a debate that says, well, we've sanctioned everybody and everything, there's nothing more we can do. That is not true. And if we get into the future, maybe I'll go through other things that can be done. But first and foremost, enforce what is already there without question, especially when it comes to the export through tankers out of Russia of hydrocarbons. We had a price cap in place. It was announced with great fanfare at $60 a barrel, and we have not taken the measures, if we had the political will, to make that more effective. So without question, that's number one. And without question, it's literally sanctioning all the tankers, making it that they cannot acquire financing and insurance, and then those countries that have borders with waters that they pass through saying, no, tankers in this black, this black fleet, if you don't have insurance, you cannot come by our borders because it's a risk to our borders. That, to me, just enforcing that piece would be a huge achievement. Second, you mentioned all this, the countries, Uzbekistan, China, Georgia, Belarus, where technology flows. And I want to be clear about this. My government rightly focuses on what the Chinese are doing to underwrite the Russian military-industrial complex. They're doing a lot, and we should try to stop that. But we should first try to stop our technology and European technology from going through these third parties. Now, it's difficult. It's a technically difficult thing to do. I've talked to these companies, and they say, Mike, once we sell our product, we can't tell where the chips in the refrigerator will go. That's a difficult problem. But I actually think it is a problem that we could do a lot more about, especially if we threaten to sanction our own companies that participate in this. So secondary sanctions has to be, and we're tiptoeing towards that. We have to do more through the intermediaries. But I think we have to put on notice our own companies that are participating in this. It is a sin, in my view. A company like Schlumberger is still helping Russia to get its oil and gas out of the ground. How can that be true, folks, 3 years into this war? There are hundreds of American companies still working inside Russia. So we should start, enforcement is everything, and we should start first and foremost with discouraging our own companies from underwriting Putin's war in Ukraine.
Anyone else would like to comment on enforcement?
No, I just want to add, because yes, enforcement is the most important part of any kind of sanctions policy. But sanctions-wise, I think we're at the point where there is no silver bullet for Russian economy. Well, if you come to me and with a question which I often been addressed, that what can else we do to put Russian economy on the knees, I said, no, actually nothing. There is no one thing you can forbid for Putin, and he says, okay, I will stop the war. No, it's not going to happen, unfortunately. And all tough measures are already in place, and because of the incremental approach, Russia had time to adjust. And there is also very important to keep in mind that Russia, we're in two different mindsets. The West, which approach to sanctions as something which limits Russia's development, and the West with its long-term perspective, because West is limited, has political limitations, institutional limitations, and all other sort of limitations which Putin hasn't. And Putin's Russia, where the Kremlin, government, and businesses on daily basis survive, so their day starts from the idea, so okay, what else, what today I need to do to bypass limitations put on transactions, to bypass limitations put on smuggling stuff I need to sell to the government, to develop a military industrial complex and other stuff. And being in survival mode and being in normal mode, it's two different, completely different modus operandi, and which are underestimated. And one more thing about sanctions, it's good to be, strategy of overhauling tankers, it's quite good, but it requires time. And so, does the West has its time? I don't know. That's the question for the Westerners. I mean, tankers and insurance, it's very important. But I also think that we're at the point where policymakers can be creative and stimulate a capital outflow and brain drain from Russia. The current sanctions design they are locking up brains and capital within Russia, and this capital fulfill Putin's war machine. We see how high net Russians return their capital into Russia by Putin's favor, and proving his point of view, what he now. So basically, now he's dancing "I told you so" dance, saying that, and this money looking for how to harbor within Russian economy, because Western financial system told we don't want this money here. I know and I truly believe that there are possibilities within current financial tools to segregate a safe space for Russian money to stimulate outflow, capital outflow from Russia. And it will hurt both Putin's economy and Putin's ego, since he's very sensitive to this stuff. Same with the brain drain. We see how narrowing the room for Russians to exit the country and massive migration. Well, Kremlin can say that that it doesn't bother this, but it bothers, and they are forcing people to give up their passports. They're limiting people's ability to travel abroad because they want to keep these brains within the country. And some people return, some immigrants, a lot of them return to Russia because they were not welcome here. Not in saying but welcome, I'm not meaning red carpet, but I mean the basic needs of people to get bank accounts and possible residency permit. So I think if the West will switch a policy for no Russians to Russians who are not involved in activity with Kremlin, they are welcome to come here, to set their business there, to work for the best for the Western economy and for the worst for the Putin economy. That is also painful for Putin's economy and for Putin's ego. Thanks.
Dr. Pakia, do you want to comment on enforcement? No. Oh yeah, please.
Well, on enforcement, it's a bit, it's not totally clear what is meant by it, because you can speak about enforcement inside your jurisdiction. So let's say what's going on in Germany. And this is essentially a question of capacities, of intelligence, of knowing what's going on, identifying those who are breaking laws and punishing them. But enforcing in a different jurisdiction, let's say, enforcing, that certain oil is not sold above the oil price cap to an Indian company, that's a different matter, and we have to use different tools. We cannot go there with our police. So what we have to do is to scare, essentially, other actors into compliance. So we have to threaten them, as you said, with secondary sanctions. And the problem here is that it's something that we're seeing right now, actually, with the ships you spoke of. Some of these blacklisted ships are actually moving again. And this is always the problem that, this scare, it's not quite clear what exactly is going to happen if people are not compliant with sanctions in a different jurisdiction. They might be afraid, but if nothing happens, they will try something small. If nothing happens, they try a bit more. And over time, this erodes. So you have to maintain the credibility. And I think this is one of the reasons why OFAC is at the moment a bit careful with blacklisting more tankers, which they could do. They are afraid that if they do that, then later on they will have to punish the companies that then try to do deals with them. And you sort of you get into this endless chain of punishment that you have to follow up on these threats. Otherwise, you will lose your credibility. And this is a bit, I think, the risk right now that the U.S. sanctioning power, which is mainly based on its threat to do secondary sanctions, it is a bit diminishing because it's not quite clear how far the US is really willing to go if certain companies in India or China are not compliant. So this I think is an important difference.
Well, the main point has been made.
It works.
It's on? Yeah, great. The main point I wanted to make has been already made by Yanis. I think it's very important to be clear that once you enter the wide field of enforcing secondary sanctions against countries like India. India is a good example. A country which will never join clearly and explicitly I call it the anti-Russian front now. They won't. They take a middle stand, like Brazil, and there are quite a few very important countries. It's not just China. it's not just Georgia, where, as we found out in a study of our partners, there is a lot going on in terms of smuggling, if you like, and relabeling and whatever. It really becomes a major political question of the relationship to these third countries, if you like. And that, of course, whether we like it or not, will constrain the decisions of European countries and even of the Americans. Let me add one point which is may have got lost before, also in my own first statement on sanctions. When I say that a country can live with the sanctions, it will not be brought to its knees economically, it does not mean that there is no price. You know, also the permanent search for new ways of circumventing the sanctions, they do it quite intelligently in Russia, but it of course hangs up your whole economic system into a kind of ever-increasing autarkic disequilibrium, if you like. And the price, you know, it's a cumulative process where year by year, if the sanctions are kept up and really enforced to the extent that is possible, adds up to a loss of potential dynamics of the economy. And I think this is exactly the path Russia is in at the moment. It will not be brought to its knees, but it will lose a lot of its, in the medium and long run, it will lose a lot of its growth potential, which is of course highly important for its fulfilling its geopolitical role. So in a way, sanctions are also a matter of patience. Let's keep them, let's go on, let's reinforce them wherever necessary, let's introduce maybe new ones if relevant and necessary. And so we will see the Russian economy sliding ever more into a very inefficient path, and by the way, losing a lot of young people, talented people who leave the country.
Thank you very much. I want to follow up on what Alexandra said about Russian people. So we know that Russians and Belarusians now facing a lot of problems in Europe, and it's apparently if you have a Russian pass or a Belarusian pass, it's a red flag. And I want to agree with what Alexandra said, because I think we read the same report published on Bloomberg that 40% of those people who left Russia in 2022 returned in boost for Putin's economy. And Michael Malkful here rightly said about a lack of skilled labor, and so probably it was a policy mistake to let them go, because it obviously did not help Ukraine, but it has already helped Putin. I want to have your take on this, because you said in your first remarks, it was like mild, that Russian people should pay a price for waging a war against Ukraine. And then I will also ask Dmitry what's his take on this passport thing.
Ну, я бы сказал... Окей, да, я бы сказал, что вот эту проблему иммиграции из Беларуси и как бы частичного возвращения, которое мы видим в России, в Беларуси решена самим режимом Лукашенко в силу своих репрессивных особенностей. Он сделал невозможным это возвращение, и несколько десятков людей, которые, вернувшись, сели в тюрьму, просто послали сигнал остальным, что возвращаться нет никакого смысла, и нужно строить жизнь и развивать ее в наших новых странах. Что мы и пытаемся делать. Мы, продолжая работать для Беларуси как нон-профит, строим for-profit бизнес в Европе. И действительно, это непросто. Является ли белорусский паспорт настолько же там
red flag, как русский, я бы сказал, почти, 90%. И это, конечно, затрудняет. Есть проблема обычных людей с банковскими счетами, легализацией и так далее. Есть двойные, тройные проблемы у бизнесов. Я управляю бизнесом в Европе, имея белорусский паспорт. И это, конечно, создает фантастический cost of doing business, потому что бесконечные комплаенсы со стороны банков, непроходящие платежи, комплаенсы со стороны бигтеха. Любая новая инновация по нам бьет, может быть, первым, потому что мы действительно физически находимся здесь. И у меня была иллюзия когда-то, что вот когда началась война, что есть какой-то один этап, когда ты объяснишь, что ты не верблюд, а ты, наоборот, нормальный человек, который пытаешься, чтобы в нашем регионе была нормальная, не знаю, проевропейская, мирная Беларусь. Но, оказывается, нет, этот крест нам придется нести до конца всем. Я не один такой белорусский предприниматель, у нас много, и эти проблемы сходные. И я бы сказал, что текущая динамика создает повышенную мотивацию для всех, как можно скорее отказываться от белорусских паспортов, получать новые, быстрее локализоваться и забыть, может быть, Беларусь как страшный сон. Она не очень позитивна для будущего региона. В этой стране, в Беларуси, после того, как будет мир, после того, как когда-то Лукашенко умрет, когда-то что-то еще может произойти, там кто-то должен жить. И белорусы, которые уехали из Беларуси, желательно не должны терять connections с ними. То же самое касается, я, может быть, чуть-чуть бы кратко развил бы тему ограничений на путешествия, которые есть у белорусов. Более 300 тысяч белорусов живут в Польше. И это отличный инструмент для того, чтобы ломать вот эту польскую пропаганду. Если вот то, чем для России являются англосаксы, для белорусской пропаганды это Польша. У нас бесконечно рассказывают про то, что они, с одной стороны, нацисты, с другой стороны, там нищета, бедность, разруха и так далее. И нет лучшего способа эту пропаганду дезактивировать, когда, я не знаю, там родители уехавших людей из белорусских райцентров смогут приезжать к своим детям в Польшу и просто, не знаю, видеть тоже своими глазами, а не только по телефонному пересказу. И здесь есть место для более точной, более выверенной политики, будучи максимально жесткими и снижать экономический потенциал режима, в то же время оставлять окно для белорусского гражданского общества, не захлопывать его настежь, не бетонировать, и создавать возможность для какого-то позитивного дальнейшего динамики именно в нашем регионе Европы. Я уверен, что там вопрос безопасности Украины, который сейчас будет на повестке, наверное, многие годы вперед, в значительной степени решение этого вопроса могло бы быть усилено, не знаю, другой Белоруссией, более 1000 километров северной границы. Если бы Украина перестала чувствовать угрозу из этого региона, это бы просто даже при отсутствии смены режима в России давало бы совершенно новую перспективу. Спасибо.
Michael?
So I'm going to answer this in an indirect way.
Why?
Сознательно. Because, and I'm going to start with an anecdote from my own life. And this is hard for me. I want to be careful about this. This is hard for me, especially in this auditorium right now, knowing that there are a lot of Russians here, right? How many people here are from Russia? Okay, how many people here are from Ukraine? Okay, that's what I thought. And that's why it's going to be hard for me. And I'm going to tell you an anecdote, and then I'm going to make a challenge. But I'm going to answer your question, but I'm doing it in a roundabout way. The night that Russian soldiers escalated their invasion of Ukraine for a second time, February 24th, I was speaking to lots of my Ukrainian friends. And I have lots of Ukrainian friends. I interact with Ukrainians every single day. And one of them, I'll bet you a lot of people know her. Her name's Svetlana Zalashuk. Sveta was getting out of Kiev, stuck in traffic, didn't know what was going to happen. And, I said, I'm with you, in some bullshit solidarity statement. And she said, thanks, Michael, but I can't believe we have to fight this bastard alone. That was February 24th, 2024. And after that day, I made a pledge to myself that every day, not just once a week, not once a month, not sending a check to Nova Ukraina once a year, that every single day I was going to try to think about What can I do today to help stop this barbaric invasion of Ukraine? And every day, I feel inadequate. No. It's failure. Every day, I feel like I'm not doing enough. Every day, I feel like I have 20 things that we should be doing on sanctions. I'm going to read them really quick if you let me. If you don't, that's okay.
I don't.
But there's every day we can be doing more. And I want to start with that before I tackle the question of Russians and their passports and their bank accounts. Because there's such an asymmetry of suffering that Russians need to be sensitive to your Ukrainians who have the same objectives before we get into the question you just said. That's very, very important for me to say. Number two, what we need to do, and I won't go in detail, but here's what we need to do. Enforce the price cap with the ships. We already talked about that. Lower the price cap. That's number 2 to 30. 3, secondary sanctions. We already talked about that. And that's not just political with countries, by the way. I enforce secondary sanctions in Russia. I remember going to VTB at the 48th floor, being served caviar, to say, Mike, don't sanction us. And I said, no, we're going to sanction you. And I know Mr. Lavrov told you not to listen to us. And guess what? VTB changed because they were more interested in their economic interests, not what Mr. Lavrov was saying. We've got to do more of that. 4th, give the CBR assets to the Ukrainian people. This has been absurd how long this is going on. This is a giant mistake. You want to send a signal to Putin about the future? Give that money now. 5th, more categories of Russians need to be sanctioned. Yes, we've sanctioned a lot. There's 100,000 more that should be sanctioned. 5th, Rosatom and fertilizer companies. 6th, declare Russia a state sponsor of terrorism. In my country, Cuba is on that list, folks. Cuba. If Cuba's on that list, how in God's name do we not have the courage to put Russia on that list? 8th, I'm going on too long. Now I got to your point. 8th is your question. Better incentives for the outflow of money and people from Russia. This was a mistake. I think in retrospect, I wouldn't have said this 2 years ago. I had this conversation with senior Ukrainian officials, very, very senior Ukrainian officials. And their position was, we want to seize their money. We don't want them to give their money to the West. We want to seize their money of all the oligarchs. And having lived through sanctions before and having done it with the Iranians, I was skeptical that was going to work in the time that it wanted. I think in retrospect, that was a mistake. We want all smart people in Russia to come to the Silicon Valley. We want all money that we can. To your point, I agree completely. We want capital outflow from Russia. That is, I believe, another mechanism for speeding the end of this war. Look at what happened with Yandex, for instance. A great, great case. That should have been a no-brainer. That should have been done in the beginning. We don't want people developing artificial intelligence in Russia. We want them developing those companies, in the case of Yandex, here in Europe. You guys could use a lot more AI companies, by the way, here in Europe, and that we should have gotten those people out. But I didn't want to say that first, because it's 8th on my list. 9th is sanctions on oil and gas, those that facilitate oil and gas, the Schlumbergers. 10th is all subsidiaries of Rostec. 12th, more pressure for all Western companies to leave Russia. 13th, more pressure on financial sanctions. There are way too many loopholes. 14th, this is a challenge to you all. Russians, if you care about your country is becoming a colony of China. You need to make that message clear to people inside Russia. I don't think that's in your long-term national interest. And then 15th, Dmitry, to your point, a strategy that Belarus, we agree completely, our sanction group agrees completely. Belarus needs to be thought of as a piece of the sanctions, not as something separate. But there's 15 things we can do, not just one, but the one thing you mentioned should also be done.
Thank you, Michael. I now want to take some questions from the audience, if you have any. Misha, go. I will take one round, and then I think if we have time, the second round. Mish, go ahead, but you need a mic. You can get it from somewhere. Оль.
Спасибо большое. Михаил Маглов, журналист-расследователь. Если можно, очень короткую сначала ремарку, а потом конкретный вопрос. Я очень благодарен за эмоциональное выступление. И как человек из России, в том числе, который выходил на площади с Борисом Немцовым, мы работая, хотел бы напомнить, что когда мы боролись с этим ублюдком, мы были одни, в то время, когда и США, и Европейский Союз делали бизнес. Мы были одни. Но вопрос мой следующий. Говоря про санкции, важно помнить, тут упоминалось, что как раз благодаря Борису Немцову, который принудил вспомнить санкции как инструмент на примере акта Магнитского, и это была хорошая работа на будущее. В 2014 году были введены санкции масштабные и Соединенными Штатами, и Европейским Союзом. Но с точки зрения применения этих санкций с 2014 года по 2022 год не было возбуждено ни одного уголовного расследования за нарушение санкций, когда мы сообщали о сотнях и тысячах этих нарушений. В это время Соединенные Штаты получали удобрения от компании Аркадия Ротенберга, и не было никакого расследования. В это время немецкие технологические холдинги при поддержке немецкого правительства открывали в России завод, который собирал станки для военных заводов, и не было никакого расследования. Продолжая разговор о применении санкций, у меня вот и к Майклу, и Янису, и Карлу два вопроса. Первый. Поддерживаете ли вы политически криминальные расследования в отношении своих граждан и своих компаний, которые нарушали и нарушают санкции? А второй вопрос. Как вы считаете, почему даже сейчас мы не видим этих криминальных расследований? У США чуть больше, но недостаточно. В Европе криминальных расследований о нарушении санкций, об обходе санкций, ну, если не единицы, то десятки, хотя зафиксированных фактов намного и намного больше. Спасибо.
Иван?
Yes, I'm Ivan Fomin. I'm with Nemtsov Foundation, and my question is about the effect of sanctions on the Russian elite. And I think it's a question to Michael and to Alexandra. So we didn't see many defections in the Russian elite after the full-scale invasion started and the sanctions were imposed. Do you see any flaws in how the sanctions are designed and implemented that prevent them from being effective in this respect?
Последний вопрос.
My name is Alex Prince, and I'm a journalist with CBC, Canadian Public Television. It's a question for Michael. It's connected to sanctions. One of the things that's very obvious in watching the last 2.5 years is the West has been deterred by Putin's unpredictability and the nuclear threat and nuclear saber rattling. What is there? In a sense, the West is sanctioning Ukraine to some degree in terms of what it can do because of that. So I'm wondering what you think we should be doing and how we should be handling this whole situation of the nuclear threat and Putin's saber rattling.
I would like to start with Yanis and to answer the question of Mikhail. Did you understand his question about criminal investigations into sanctions circumvention in Europe?
Right. If I may just brief follow-up on the discussion about Russian people and Russian money. I know it's a very touchy topic. It's a very important topic. I just want to maybe tell you why it is from the, let's say, from the German side or from the Western side. Sometimes it's difficult, and you know I know in some way sometimes Western countries make it too easy for themselves and they just blanket ban all Russian visas and so on. This is wrong. But you also know that if we have an opening for Russian money to flow out or for Russian people to come, this will be exploited. This will be exploited for bringing money out that should not come out. You know that we have unfortunately had experiences, not maybe from Russians that left the country in the last 2 years, but we had the Morozov case that you know about. And this simply makes it difficult to, you know yourself that, I have a lot of respect for, the Russians who resisted Putin, the Russians who are out and doing investigation like Mikhail. I have lots of respect, sorry. But the people here usually are not competent enough, don't know enough about the country to differentiate between, let's say, the good Russian and the bad Russian. This is a huge problem, but it doesn't mean that the bad Russian doesn't exist, and that, if we have an opening for people to come, that in the end this might be some kids of Kremlin elites who are coming, or some money might come out of Russia that then ends up financing some sanctions evasion. So this is why from our side I think that what Russian bad actors do poisons our response, and makes that, I think, puts us into a position where we act unethical and we say we just block out all the Russians, which is wrong. So I just wanted to say it's sometimes a bit complicated, and knowing how much analysis there is done in, when it's about, for example, granting visas to Russians, how many things have to be certain, and they have to be known about this person before this is done. It's just it's complicated and it's difficult, and I understand the frustration, but it's just that this comes from how this is exploited sometimes by bad actors. Regarding criminal investigations against circumvention in Germany is absolutely necessary. The problem is that before 2022, I think there was not enough emphasis on it, and there was maybe, that enforcement in the EU is based on the member state level, so German authorities have to investigate German companies, and be it the case of Siemens and its gas turbines on Crimea and so on. So I think this doesn't help. I think that after 2022 we have a bigger urgency, but we don't have the capacity, and this is a huge problem. That there are cases brought up, but this is also, the US is much more experienced in enforcing sanctions than the EU, and we are sometimes new in this, and still after 2.5 years don't have the enough capacities to really follow up on all these leads. We have a lot of information from Russian trade data and so on. We know a lot of things that are going on, but I think it's a question of capacity at the moment with the enforcement in Germany primarily. But I think it's happening. I also think that it's not the biggest problem for invasion. I think the biggest problem is evasion somewhere else. But I absolutely agree that it's crucial that we do this.
Dr. Paquet, the same question. You don't want to? All right. So then I'll turn to Mike. So also about criminal investigations, about how sanctions are perceived in the elites, etc.
So briefly, on investigations, I think Yanis is right. This is an important question. There's not a lot of capacity. My sense in the US government is that this is getting more attention. I know individuals who are personally responsible for this and see this as part of a larger strategy for discouraging bad behavior, and I think that was not true just 2 years ago. I don't want to say more about that because they don't like their investigations to be revealed until they're done, but I see more activity in that front coming. On elites, now this is a very sложный вопрос. I know a lot of these people personally, and obviously some have used to live in London and now live in Moscow. They've made those choices. I think they're the wrong choices. I think in retrospect, I'll be honest, I had an idea at the beginning. My idea that nobody supported. I want to be clear about this. Not the Ukrainians, not the American government, and not the Russians. But my idea, as a way to incentivize to make this a win-win, is yes, Russian elites should be allowed to leave and to bring as much money as they can. Of course, Putin would make that very difficult for them, but to bring as much money as they can. But most of that money, and at least 50% of that money, would have to go to Ukrainian Reconstruction Fund. So you don't get to have all your money out. You have to actually, this is part of the penance you pay as a way to get out. And you have to say,
you have to denounce Putin's war. And I had this discussion with many billionaires with money tied in Russia. And they didn't want to do that. It was too high of a price to pay. I had this conversation with people in Kiev. They said, no, they're all svolichi, they're all bastards, they're all supporting Putin. We're not going to give them a get out of jail free card. And I had this conversation with people in the White House and the State Department, and they said, Mike, this will look corrupt. And Yanis's point too, bad people might get through in that process as well. And I take that's a history lesson, but I do think it would have been a better strategy than the one we're in now. But I wouldn't give up on it. I think that we want smart people to leave Russia. We want money to flow out of that economy. I think Germany, quite frankly, has done better at devising a system like this compared to my country. And we want people that are in opposition to Putin. I know lots of these people. You might not be surprised. We want them to open bank accounts in the United States and be able to conduct their business against Putin, using our facilities. And we have not created that infrastructure, and I think we should. And on the nuclear threat, I would just say two things. One, I was involved in all of these debates with our government. I worked with the president and his entire team before. I know these people well. I've had the chance, they at least give me the shot to talk to them, including the president from time to time. And I know that when you're sitting in the National Security Council and the CIA comes in and says, our new assessment, and this happened in the fall of 2022, our new assessment is that there's a 50% probability that Putin will use a nuclear weapon. Remember, that's when their armies were losing. And that was, we now know, that was the CIA's assessment. I know that you do not want to be the President of the United States that might be blamed for poking the bear. That's what one of our presidential candidates is saying right now. He's saying this war is our fault because we provoked Russia. If that would be happening, you do not want to be that. You want to do everything you can to minimize the probability of the use of a nuclear weapon. I understand that. That said, I think Putin has been very successful at deterring us from doing things that I think would have accelerated the completion, the end of this war. And that's just my personal view. And by the way, I want to be very clear about sanctions, because there's a difference sometimes about what sanctions are about. Sometimes sanctions are about convincing a leader to change his position. That's what we did with our sanctions vis-a-vis Iran. That is not my view about what sanctions are vis-a-vis Russia. I don't think Putin will ever change his mind. My view of sanctions is we want to reduce the money and technology that Russian soldiers and the military-industrial complex have so that they will be stopped on the battlefield. That's a difference of opinion about what they are. And we could have done that more effectively had we leaned in earlier and not been afraid of this escalatory threat. But I understand I don't have access to the classified material that President Biden was making those decisions, but I would have made a different decision.
Thank you. We are running out of time, but I would like to give the last word to Alexandra to comment on how sanctions are perceived by the Russian elites.
Thanks. But first, I wanted to make a follow-up on a more broader way. So, speaking about sanctions, well, in Russia, we like to say, "Вам шашечки или ехать?" Do you need a taxi or you need a ride? And policymakers should be pragmatic on what kind of approach they're using towards sanctions. So if you want to stop Putin killing Ukrainians on the battlefield, that's one approach. If you want to weaken Russian economy in the future, and it's another approach, and you need to have an image of Russian economy in the future to adjust your toolkit to this goal. If you want to overthrow a regime in Russia, that's third approach, and well, basically, I'm not sure that it requires sanctions. Speaking about Russian elites, there was there was a perception that when Russian money, that money of Russian oligarchs would be seized and Russian oligarchs would be under sanctions, they will go and overthrow their leader. That's how. And I want to, that's not going to happen. And basically, the rally around the flag effect happened more likely, but not on ideological basis, but more on pragmatic basis. Since a big bunch of Russian oligarchs and Putin inner circle were sanctioned, but unequivocally without any kind of alternative. And if that alternative would provide it, I think the situation would be different. And one would think about Russian elites, why, if we go back to 2008, to the time of great financial crisis, there was a big bailout program from Russian government. They literally bail out Russian debt of Russian oligarchs, which were on European and US financial institutions. And I think that's the very important point when Putin showed its elites that he can control them financially and he will save them financially, both from the threat of the West, from political and from economical one. And that was also a point why they united around the Putin. I spoke with many of them multiple times. No one likes the situation. No one says, okay, let's go and kill more Ukrainians. Okay, let's continue this bloody war. No one likes this. But since their costs are still bearable and they don't want to be accountable for this, they put all responsibility on this war on Putin, and they don't want to share that with them. And here's the problem with the Russian elites. So now Putin's offer to them not to be accountable to the bloody war in Ukraine and continue, well, not to thrive, but to get money back from sanctions, strengthening ties with China and so on. It's a better offer than an offer from the West. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I have to close this panel because we are running out of time. I don't know, Olga, when we should reconvene here. And thank you for all the panelists for your insights. It was a great panel. Thank you very much.
We have 15 minutes for the lunch, which is downstairs, and you can share your views with our speakers as well there. And yes, at 2, we're meeting here with Sam Green as a moderator. И я на сцену приглашаю Франка Вечерку, это глава офиса Светланы Тихановской, Ирину Щербакову, Мемориал, Сергей Лагодинский, депутат Европарламента, Андреас Умланд и Дженнифер Вистран, уже здесь. Oh, sorry. Yes, it was supposed to be in English, but Sam will continue.
Great.
I don't see Sergey again, but what?
Great. Well, is this on? Can people hear me? Yes. Okay. Good. Thank you. Olga, my name is Sam Green. I'm a professor of Russian politics at King's College London and run the Democratic Resilience Program at SIPA. An honor to be back at the forum with you, Jana, and with everybody in the room. I've commented a couple times that it feels to me like going back to pre-war Moscow, so it's always good to see people that I don't otherwise get to see. Also very good to be on this panel. Everybody I think on this panel is pretty well known to everybody in this room. Bios are up on the slides, and so I'm not going to spend time going through that. We've been talking about fear, right, from a number of angles today, and it strikes me that the discussions of fear have really hit on an important aspect of it, which is the ambivalence of fear, right? That fear acts on us in different ways, and it was said in the first panel about the war itself, right? That fear is a poor guide, but also we're not well guided when we live without fear, right? When we ignore the threats that exist in our lives, right? So, we've talked about the ways in which fear can disorient people and the way in which it can focus people's attention. We're all familiar with the idea of sort of the fight or flight response that people have when they encounter fear. There's a third F in that category, which is freeze, right? We've talked about also the ways in which this war and the threats that we're facing in various aspects of the world now can also cause us simply to be paralyzed, right? And there's a physiological aspect to that process. There's just something that goes on in our brains and our limbic systems that makes us react in a certain way. But there's also a social process as part of that we engage, we look to see what others around us are doing, and that shapes what we do, but also what we do then shapes what other people around us do. So this has been a long-winded introduction to what I think is an excellent panel, an excellent group of people today who have dealt with the various aspects of that fight, flight, or freeze response to fear in different contexts, different political contexts, different professional contexts, different social contexts. And so that's what we're going to try to talk about now. But everybody in this room, I think, has also dealt with this and is dealing with this in one way or another. So I'm going to try to get as many people as we can involved in the conversation, both here in the room and online. And somebody will tell me when I'm running out of time and I have to bring this to a close. Franek, sorry, there you are. If I can start with you. 4 years ago, almost exactly 4 years ago, Belarusians from all parts of society displayed a degree of fearlessness that I think took many people outside Belarus by surprise, maybe even took some people within Belarus by surprise, certainly took Lukashenko's regime by surprise, took Moscow by surprise. Thousands of people, however, paid a pretty high price and continue to pay a pretty high price for that fearlessness. Has fear returned to Belarus, or is the fearlessness still there?
Thank you so much. Thanks for your question. First of all, it didn't start in 2020 for us. Of course, it was a very important moment for Belarusian national building. This 2020 and 2022, it also strengthens Belarusian identity. Belarusians realize that they're not the same as the regime, and in 2022 they realized that Belarusians are not Russians. And this was a very important moment and point of non-return for our society and country. And right now, yes, we are living in fear, we are living in repression, but it doesn't mean that people are giving up, because these institutions, these organizations, civil society groups, they are still working, maybe in different mood, in different format, many underground, but they are preparing for the new window of opportunity. And I must say that it didn't start in 2020 also, given an example of Boris Nemtsov, because Boris Nemtsov was not only freedom fighter for Russia, but also freedom fighter for Belarus. And he was in Belarus many times. He was in Belarus persona non grata, and he was the one who said that Belarus is a European country, will become democracy and free independent nation and become an example for Russia. And I would like to quote him, since it's a Boris Nemtsov forum, right? He said, being in Minsk, "I believe that Belarus has a better chance of becoming a free democratic European country than Russia. First, because Belarus does not have imperial complex. Second, you're absolutely at the heart of Europe. Third, you do not have the Caucasus. And besides that, you're an educated people and Europe is very close to you. In short, if you succeed, then we will succeed too." And this is what we also see in 2020, when Belarusian protests, which caught by surprise many nations and Lukashenko's regime, but also it caught by surprise Putin, who did not expect such a self-organization. But it also inspired, in some way, people in Russia. And I remember so big attention from Russian media, from Russian societal groups, protests in Khabarovsk, when people brought Belarusian flags to these protests. It was this moment when we saw, when society in Belarus can not only bring changes in Belarus itself, but also can spark changes in Russia. And I think it didn't change since then. And when moment of opportunity will come, Belarusian change can help to change Russia too. And no fear, no repression will stop this change.
Thank you. We'll come back to that. But since you brought up Russia, Irina, if I can turn to you. We've touched on this a little bit already in some of the discussions about the responsibility that Russian citizens bear, right? Both those inside Russia and those outside Russia. But that segment of Russian society that has opposed the war and that continues to oppose Putin stands accused, right, including in today's conversation, to a certain degree, of allowing themselves to be demobilized by fear, right? Of choosing to allow that fear to keep them off the streets or to push them into exile and to do things other than to stop the war and to bring down Putin. Are those accusations, in your view, fair?
Thank you so much. I prefer to speak Russian. Sorry. Ну, я тут все-таки историк, поэтому мне придется сказать несколько слов, так сказать, со своей точки зрения. Тем более я хочу сказать, что исторические нарративы играют в этой войне огромную роль, как просто ни в каком другом конфликте, потому что ими оперирует пропаганда, потому что эти исторические нарративы из полемики журнальной превратились во фронтовую, страшную фронтовую линию, в страшную войну. Вот. И если говорить вот именно о страхе сегодня, то, конечно, надо сказать, что у страха длинный шаг и очень длинное эхо. И, собственно говоря, мы же в мемориале этим и занимались все эти годы. Мы все-таки пытались, значит, вот тем, что в нашей, так сказать, образовательной просветительской работе, все-таки это было главное, избавить людей от страха, так сказать, перед прошлым. И мы видели, как это крепко сидит, невероятно, 2 поколения, 3 поколения, и как это быстро, история не повторяется, но поведение людей в условиях репрессий, давления и диктатуры, модели поведения очень повторяются к нашему, на самом деле, к нашему ужасу. Вообще весь наш архив, свидетельства, вот нас часто спрашивают, что такое ваш архив. Наш архив — свидетельство, с одной стороны, страха, с другой стороны, сопротивления. И очень яркое свидетельство, потому что, значит, вот вы знаете этот символ. Эти фотографии есть на самом деле почти в каждой семье. Это вырезанные лица. или закрашенные лица на фотографиях. И это такое абсолютно наглядное свидетельство и картинка страха. И дальше мы будем говорить, сегодня будут говорить о культуре, будут говорить о, так сказать, о цензуре. Что это, собственно говоря? Это вот закрашивание фамилий режиссеров, вырезание там, актеров и так далее, и так далее. Значит, страх приводит к тому, что... Значит, ну, во-первых, мы все понимаем эти последствия. Во-первых, атомизация общества и недоверие совершенно, страх перед другим и самые разные приспособленчества, доносительство. Это все нормализация такого, так сказать, ужаса. Это все свидетельство и так сказать, последствия страха. И бороться с этим чрезвычайно трудно. И бороться с этим можно на самом деле только снятием как, так сказать, борется со страхом на самом-то деле по-настоящему, это снятием вот этого государственного страшного давления, террора и насилия. И вот все события, которых сейчас, и вот то, о чем мы говорили сейчас про Белоруссию, и то, как мы вспоминали конец 80-х, и то, как мы вспоминали реакцию людей, вот Жанна говорила вначале о подписях, которые собирал Борис Немцов, и о протесте против Чеченской войны. Это все были свидетельства того, что страх отступил у людей, что страх перед государством и перед государственным насилием отступил. Но это очень сложная вещь. Люди чувствуют, это иногда даже как-то трудно сказать, они это почти физически ощущают, простите меня за эту нехорошую цитату, что верхи не могут, а низы не хотят. Значит, старшее поколение помнит, значит, откуда взялась эта цитата. Но она, к сожалению, действительно очень, очень реалистична. И когда люди вот это вот, так сказать, чувствуют, что они больше не могут, а у верхов нету все-таки сил, а самое главное убеждения, значит, и убежденности, то тогда, так сказать, действует этот массовый протест. И мы его видели в конце 80-х годов. И самое главное, что это был фактически мирный протест. Это было очень важно, потому что мирный протест как раз снимает страх. Когда люди выходят на улицы, значит, и они вот так вот мирным образом побеждают эту власть, то это очень сильное, так сказать, лекарство против страха. И знаете, я скажу такую вещь. Все-таки что-то оптимистическое, так сказать, надо говорить. Что шанс, потому что когда я слышу, что Россия обречена, что всегда был страх, что этот страх всегда, так сказать, сидит, он правда сидит, он очень глубокий. Но мы увидели, буквально через 10 лет, когда мы начали наш школьный конкурс в мемориале исторический, мы его ровно начали в 99 году, мы увидели, это был очень оптимистический проект, потому что мы вдруг увидели у этих, так сказать, у этого поколения, ну, получается, так сказать, 9 лет, да, такого без выросшего, в общем, без такого с другими страхами, но без страха перед государственным террором и государственной машиной, что это свободное поколение. Я помню, что мы просто поражались, что они пишут, а я пошла в ФСБ местное и говорю, вы дайте мне списки тех, кто воевал в Чечне. Вы мне дайте списки, я хочу с этими людьми поговорить. А то мне говорят, что никаких в военкомате, мне говорят, никаких мы тебе списков не дадим. А я вот пойду. Значит, и это было очень часто. И это такое, так сказать, была такая, так сказать, надежда на то, что... И мы увидели, к большому сожалению, чем, так сказать, режим становился все более, так сказать, репрессивным и так далее, тем, конечно, возвращался страх. Но я хочу сказать еще последнюю такую в этом раунде вещь, что влияет, конечно, на, так сказать, протест. Две главные основные вещи. Это осознание больших групп людей, что они действительно так жить не могут, и это осознание должно быть очень таким, так сказать, сильным. А с другой стороны, все-таки ощущение того, что если мы выйдем на протест, мы чего-то достигнем. Потому что если бывает и другой протест, бывает протест совершенного отчаяния и гнева от того, что человек все равно, так сказать, вот я знаю, что это ничем не кончится, но я все равно не могу. Я должен протестовать. Вот белую розу упоминали, значит, вчера. Или, конечно, Навальный такой пример. Эти люди, ну или восстание в Варшавском гетто, эти люди остаются в истории. Этих примеров мало. Немцов был такой человек. Этих людей мало, и они остаются как символы в истории. Но что происходит сейчас в России, это не демобилизация, это деморализация общества. Потому что это не совсем правильное слово демобилизация, это деморализация. Это то, что все-таки мы знаем, что, конечно, тут нет Лёвы Гудкова, и я не такой пессимист, как он, значит, хотя он часто оказывается прав в своих социальных прогнозах. Но все-таки мы видим, что критически настроенная часть общества и готовая все-таки к протесту, она небольшая, и она остается, в общем, небольшой. И все-таки основная масса населения под влиянием страха, давления, но не только, под влиянием приспособленчества и нормализации этой жизни. И страхи эти, они как бы войны не касаются. В этом вот все дело. Ну вот, простите, немножко затянула.
Sorry, we'll come back to the question about that larger portion of Russian society. But Sergei, if I can turn to you, I asked Irina whether the accusations of allowing fear to take over were fair when addressed to Russians. We have heard some of these accusations today addressed to Western leaders, from Joe Biden to Olaf Scholz to others. Certainly not everybody, but to many, and in many ways to the most powerful. And so my question for you is whether those accusations are fair.
Yeah. Thank you. And being a politician on a panel on fair and resistance, it's very difficult for me to kind of grasp and to find a way and access to the discussion. And I was thinking, why is it this way? Probably because fear is not a political concept. But fear is number one, is a political instrument by many, and it's very often a political context in which policymakers have to behave. I don't think that, speaking of fear is something that we should taboo. I mean, people do have fear, they do see risks, and this is something, when we're talking about people here in Germany and in Europe, it is a fear of escalation, fear of nuclear war, etc., etc. I don't think it would be useful to be dismissive about this sentiment. I think that the true political leadership is not about forbidding people to be fearful. It's about rationalizing and controlling the consequences of fear in politics, in population, in country. And this is where I think the issue, that I have issues with some of the leaders that we have. I do have openly an issue with some of the leaders in Germany, and openly sometimes criticize the chancellor, who I think takes this fear sometimes as a political instrument, sometimes as too much of a guiding political context. I am concerned about the position of President Biden on issues, for example, of lifting the limitations of use of certain arms sales. In fact, the resolution on Ukraine 2 weeks ago that we initiated and that I wrote explicitly says that the European Parliament is for lifting the limitations. However, it should not be a position of kind of a highbrow, this fear is totally irrational. I think this is the balance that when I talk also to some people, also to some representatives of Russian opposition, etc., they are very dismissive regarding the Westerners who have this fear. I think it's normal. And if you look at the history of Germany, the country that was on the border basically between the two blocks, when I talk to people both in West and East who have a recollection on really knowing that they would be the field of the World War III if something happens. These are the things that are triggered, and these things are not, in that sense, irrational. They are there, they're facts. And the question is how to deal with that. And this is where I think the leadership failure very often happens. On the one hand, taking the risks seriously. And I do think it is important that a leadership, whether in Berlin or Washington, says, yes, there is a risk of nuclear escalation. Yes, this is the fact. But the question is, what conclusions do we draw from that? And are these conclusions guided by, by this fear, or trying to make a step further and say, yes, this fear is there. How do we deal with this in a rational way? And this is, I think, where we still have some deficits. I think that our foreign minister, my party basically, has also gone a long way here, and confronting one's own fear is probably something that we need more in politics, whether in the White House or in the Chancellery, without being reckless. Without being reckless. This is not what it is about. But having restrictions on use of arms against legitimate Russian targets, for example, which is covered by international law, is something where we are guided by fear more than by rational political leadership.
Thank you. I'm going to come back in a bit, I think, to that borderline between recklessness and responsibility. But you mentioned that Germany spent much of the 20th century, the second half of the 20th century, seeing itself as the land on which that great power war could be fought in Europe. Ukraine, of course, Andreas, is the land in which that is being fought at the moment, if only by one side in that equation. But Ukrainians within that context of the war, and again, we've heard that this morning, are often praised for having an almost metaphysical level of fearlessness and preparedness to continue resistance to really overwhelming Russian aggression. You and I are both social scientists. We don't necessarily believe in metaphysics as a cause of human outcomes. So, as somebody who's spent your career studying Ukrainian society, how do you explain that level of fearlessness?
First, I would perhaps start with something counterintuitively, that it may be not actually so much related to Ukraine itself, but to the war itself, and that there's a German philosophical expression about the normative power of the factual. So we are sitting here, we're discussing about war, and most people, they know war from the television, from discussions, from art products, from reports, and so on. I think it's a different story if you are actually in the war, and my suspicion is that actually that the very defeatist and pacifist German society, if it ever would actually encounter a factual war, not a war as a matter of discussion or of a movie or something like that, Germans would actually become defenders of their fatherland, because it's very different. You can now say, well, if there's war, I move to another country. It's very different when actually your hometown is being bombed, when your friends are being, mutilated or in prisons and so on. And I remember I lived in Ukraine, the Ukrainian society before 2014. It was a very it was in some ways actually similar to the German society. It was a very pacifist. It was Russia was not seen as an enemy. I remember an article by a Ukrainian journalist published in Ukrainska Pravda, who simply compared the opinion polls from the Levada Center about how Russians think about Ukrainians, and from the Kiev Institute of Sociology, how the Ukrainians think about Russians. And the article was called "Мы их любим, они нас нет." We love them, we Ukrainians love the Russians, but they don't love us. So the paradoxical result was that the Ukrainians had, on average, in the opinion polls over 20 years, a better view of the Russians than the Russians about the Ukrainians. So, you know, I remember that. And then comes the war. First the invasion comes, and of course the Ukrainians, unlike the West Europeans, knew very well who these little green men were on Crimea, you know, and they knew very well that what happened in Donbass was not something local, you know. A Russian colleague, many of whom you know, has called this the invasion of the Farsians, yeah? Not the invasion of the Martians, but of the farcical people, basically appearing in Zakharchenko and you know, Pushilin and who was this other guy from Luhansk. Yeah, I mean, these really strange people, some of them Ukrainians, but then Girkin and so on from Russia and so on. And Ukrainians knew very well that this was not an opolchenia, a rebellion or a civil war and so on, that this was something arranged from Moscow. That was the first alienation. And then, of course, the bombs are simply falling. And then I think the second factor that comes in, that apparently there was much more of a Ukrainian nation than many even of the Ukraine experts, the Western Ukraine experts thought. You know, there was all this talk about coming from Huntington about a cleft country, a divided country. You know, you have these Russian speakers and the Ukrainian speakers, and they were almost two nations actually. And it turns out not two nations. And there were some topics: the Kievan Rus, the Cossack tradition, Shevchenko, the Holodomor, and so on. Hope, you know, if Ukrainians here may add something to this or correct me on this, which were actually uniting both parts of Ukraine, even the most eastern, so to say, Ukrainians. And there was also then something suddenly which came up, that there was a tradition of resisting Russian imperialism going back to the, I don't know, 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th century, to Soviet Russian imperialism. There was, you know, the Cossack tradition, the Ukrainian insurgent army, and so on. There was something to build on, and that came then to the forefront, which was not very present, frankly, before 2014. You know, it was mentioned and it was in the history books. It was, but in my perception, it was not something that was every day in daily life. And then it became a matter, especially after 2022, a matter of everyday daily life. These traditions of resistance. And then the third factor, I think, were the three revolutions: the revolution of 1990 on the granite, the Orange Revolution, and then the Euromaidan Revolution, and then the following decentralization. I think the decentralization reform was a sort of the main outcome then of these three revolutions. And then there was this tradition of self-organization, which then I think was a surprise, as much as the existence of a nation, actually, of a national, common national spirit that would unite these different sort of sub-ethnic groups, you could call them, but which are actually very common. I mean, we Germans, we are a sort of an assembly of different sort of cultures: Protestant, Catholic, East German, West German. Now it has actually become a factor, and so. Yeah, I think there was. I mean, Ukraine has certainly certain things that made the Ukrainians. I would still return to my first thesis. There were certain factors in the history and in the culture, and that sort of do explain this. But I think the main factor is actually when you experience war. This is actually something very different from discussing war. It simply creates a new world. War, as somebody has changes everything. And, you know, I've also experienced that in my, including private life, that war changes everything. So, you know, my feeling is actually something similar would happen to many countries if they would actually experience war and not just discuss it as a sort of theoretical concept.
Thank you. Again, lots of threads that we'll pull on, and hopefully the audience will. But before I open it up, Jennifer, you, first of all, thanks to the support of the Kenyon Institute for this conference. But you run, right, really one of the most important platforms for the study of Russia, both contemporary and historical. And it's a field that has certainly in the last 2.5 years been riven by really fundamentally deep emotional, but also conceptual and ideological and methodological fissures in which a lot of us, for whom this is our profession, have really begun to question what the purpose and the mission of our field is. That, of course, brings with it its own, fears and anxieties and difficulties. And I wonder, from your perspective as somebody who brings a lot of these conversations together, has that been an empowering phenomenon in pushing us to think differently about Russia, or has that gotten in the way of us thinking seriously about Russia?
No, thank you. It's a lot of good questions there, and you're right. The Kennan Institute, we are fortunate. For 50 years, we have had a mandate. It's been our mission to focus on Russia studies, and so I don't think, in all honesty, that the past 2.5 years has diminished that in any respect. Can you closer? Is that okay? Sorry. So I don't think the past 2.5 years has, in any meaningful respect, diminished the importance of looking at Russia studies. If I could take your question a little bit, maybe, and I speak here now only from the American perspective. Russia studies in general has seen a decline in the US for decades. I think post-1991, there was this idea that the Russia question was solved, and so a lot of universities in the US have seen declines since 1991 in students enrolled in studying the Russian language, wanting to take even courses in Russian history. Back to Irina's point, history is critically important, and there's been a drop-off in that. So I think the cumulative effect of that is you have a generation of people who have been brought up less interested in Russia and now less interested in what's taking place. And so that, I think, getting to some of the words you said, questioning the purpose of the field, is this creating fissures perhaps? I do think that that is a problem in the long term. And so I think reigniting an interest in young people is critical in universities in the US and getting them to want to study the place, study the culture, study the language, because I think without that, you're not meaningfully going to have any transformations in the dialogues that are taking place. Certainly, again, I'm just speaking here between the US and Russia. Maybe to speaking more in the last 2.5 years when you brought up that, yes, we do convene a lot of people. That's one of the things the Kennan Institute does. We bring together both Russians, Ukrainians, other people from other countries as well. And I think maybe one of the positive turns, and this was brought up in some of the discussions this morning, is learning to look at the conflict not just through the Russian lens anymore, right? So much of, again, Russia studies in the US has been everything through the Russian lens and not even allowing the Ukrainian perspective to come out. It's Ukraine understood through the Russian perspective. Georgia, Azerbaijan, Armenia understood through the Russian perspective. And I think finally, and I don't want to bring up decolonization studies, which is a very controversial topic, in how it's understood, but maybe finally one of the positive benefits of the past 2.5 years is allowing these countries to have their perspective to understand the conflict as well, and not always suffusing it through Russia.
Thanks. Happy to take questions from the room if people have them already. I'm not seeing any hands go up at the moment. I will also turn online in a second. But while you're digesting this and the remnants of your lunch. Franek, I'd like to come back to you because you mentioned that you think when opportunities arise, right, Belarusian society will respond. We've heard in a number of contexts of this conversation, both in terms of Ukrainians and in terms of Russians on the streets in earlier parts of the political resistance there, a sense of being alone, right? And of the difficulty of resisting alone. How can the friends of a free and democratic Belarus help in the future?
I'm trying to look at the situation in Belarus optimistically. First of all, we see that the situation is quite volatile, and Lukashenko's regime is reacting to the situation in Ukraine, to success of Ukraine's army. Kursk operation was a huge blow on Lukashenko because immediately we received so many contacts and calls from Lukashenko's officials who were sleeping since 2020. And suddenly they woke up because they felt, oh, something is happening, perhaps, and they want to be on the good side of the history. And similar situation was happening during Prigozhin's march. Unfortunately, fortunately, who knows? It ended up as it ended up. So no more Wagner in Belarus, it's a good thing. No more Prigozhin, it's also a good thing. Putin is in place, it's a bad thing. But this process that Prigozhin showed that the situation is volatile and sensitive and reacting to this change, it's quite promising. It means, many of these black swans, they can change the situation very quickly, and no fear can stop it. This feeling of not being alone is crucial. And, it's this revolution, it's like an iPhone battery. It can be 5%, it can be 3%, 1%. You create this safe mode, this battery saving mode, and most important, it doesn't switch off. And so you have to charge it, and every meeting, the tweet of solidarity by Sergei, some assistance package or sanction package, thanks Michael, for pushing that. It helps, to get 10% more, 10% more. We are not 100% like in 2020, no. We are still 15, 20%. But there will be sequence of events which will make it 100%, and this will be the moment of opportunity. So you have to charge it constantly. And negativity and the fear, it charges, it's like the heat and freeze, it discharges the battery faster. And that's the biggest problem. So we must not allow this fear, to discharge and kill this iPhone's battery, to the end. So we have to project positivity. We have to show the positive things as well, because this negative news, which the regime generates a lot, arrests, repression, it is not helping. We must show that there are good things that are happening, successes, successful act of resistance, successes of Ukraine also helps. Because repressions, what's different is happening right now. Dictators, they televise repressions, they broadcast repressions. Before, they try to hide it, because they know there will be punishment. Right now, they don't see mechanisms of punishment, and they want these repressions to be everywhere, to show it. Now, when they detain people, they record the video, confessional video, and they put this video on YouTube, and they advertise this video on YouTube, paying money to YouTube. And we blocked already more than 500 videos with YouTube together of such. So we must prevent it, from this amplification of the visual horrors that are taking place. And we must stop this perception that to be a villain is a cool thing. Because right now what Lukashenko and Putin feel, it's like the Hollywood for them, To be a villain, it's a cool thing, There are other guys, but we are villains, and we are fighting them. And for some part of the world, it's quite Hollywoodish, entertaining, to see how these villains fighting good guys. And we must stop that. To be villain, stop this perception of the dictatorship. It's not a good thing. And for everyone who consider to join a good side of villains, they must know that joining villains will bring consequences to them.
Okay, I'm going to pick up on that and Sergei, ask you how that looks from where you sit as a politician in Europe. Western governments have a history, particularly the US, but not only, of sometimes, at least rhetorically, encouraging people suffering under imperialism and authoritarianism to resist. And then in some cases not always following through with the support that they need to resist successfully. And we can think about 1956 in Hungary, for example, but we can also think about the accusations that are already flying towards Western politicians of not doing enough to actually create a Ukrainian victory. Right? So from a Western perspective, where's the greater obligation? Is it to press for democratic sovereignty and follow through on those promises? Or is it to keep people safe, first and foremost?
First of all, I wouldn't compare the situation in Ukraine and the situation elsewhere where we are talking about resistance or opposition. And for me personally, there is a difference. Regarding Ukraine, this is an international conflict. This is an aggression against the state. And that's where we are morally obliged and legally enabled to assist. this is different in a situation where we're talking about opposition in some other countries. And I am very careful also in my political work that we don't cross the line towards supporting some covert operations or making too much of how would you say, a regime change fantasies in our instruments. This is, by the way, a difference between some of us. I know that Andreas Kubilius is more, for example, outspoken and wants to go, that was the discussion about the report on Russia just last year, wants more to go in that direction. I don't think that this is responsible, and I don't think this is advisable. What we can do is not encourage, but assist people within the limits of what we can, and also not to raise expectations that would be too high. We're not going to bomb Kremlin in order to support Russian opposition. We're not going to march into Belarus in order to support opposition in Belarus. This is not possible, and we don't have a mandate by our voters to do that. We have to be honest about that. But between those very extreme forms of action and doing nothing, there is a lot that can be done and should be done. We have European Endowment of Democracy. We have many other instruments on how to try to support in open and not very open ways in order for financial support. We have sanctions mechanism, etc. And yes, some people cannot hear anymore the resolution here, resolution there. Where is the action? Well, there will be no action. We will not be starting war because we think that the right people are repressed, the good people are repressed in the country. We have to be realistic about that. And yes, it is also about safety of certain people and how to go about it. And from that perspective, I think fear is an important point. I mean, many of the people who are here because of fear. You didn't stay in Russia, and we didn't encourage you to stay in Russia because it's too risky for many to stay in Russia. But you decided to have a productive way of dealing with this fear, not to just close up and do nothing, but to leave the country, and that's where we can assist. We can help people to come out of the country, to be safe here, and to enable them to work. And if anything, I would encourage our government, also in very difficult budgetary times, not to stop supporting those people and those organizations from working here and trying to assist the change and transformation in the country. So let's be realistic. Don't expect too much from the West. And again, Ukraine is a different case, but if you think, it's the same in Turkey. I mean, I was a EU-Turkey chair of the delegation in the European Parliament. It was the same. Opposition people came to us and said, you are writing resolutions, but what, you don't do anything against Erdogan. Well, what can we do? We're not going to bomb Ankara either.
You take that as good news. Irina, you talked about the mass of Russian citizens, right, that have adopted a position regarding this war that most of us would find unsatisfactory, and I want to dig into that a little bit more, right? Depending on whether you take Lev Gudkov's view of things or others, right? This can be described in different ways, right? From outright supporting the war, to simply being afraid to oppose the war, to simply wishing that the war was not really a part of their life and trying to avoid it entirely. Leave aside those, as Lev Gudkov joins us, leaving aside those who actively support the war, genuinely support the war as sort of a lost cause, right, for us. What do you think drives the fear of engagement and the lack of willingness to speak out? Are people afraid of what happens if Russia loses the war? Are they afraid of simply losing normalcy? Are they afraid of repression?
Ну, во-первых, надо сказать, что путинский режим начался же не вчера, а он продолжается же много лет. И когда у людей много лет возникает привычка к несвободе, каждый день все больше и больше и больше и больше, это на них действует, и это их, безусловно, деморализует. И создает, с одной стороны, привычку к этой несвободе, да, а с другой стороны, ощущение того, ну а что мы можем вообще, что мы можем сделать? Мы же не можем, так сказать, мы же не можем ничего. И сигналы эти, опять я скажу как историк, они были же очень-очень рано, когда есть прямая связь с установлением памятников Сталину, на самом деле с подчинению, так сказать, этим страхам. Потому что Сталин, это ведь началось очень-очень давно, почти сразу же после прихода Путина к власти. А на самом деле, что бы ни говорили о величии, Сталин – это олицетворение абсолютной власти государства над человеком и массового террора. И если это становится, так сказать, снова частью так сказать, идеологии, то это означает, что люди поддерживают то, что они находятся всецело под властью государства. И это очень, так сказать, мы вот в мемориале же мы все время об этом говорили, это крайне, так сказать, опасный синдром такой, вот такого выбора. И хитрость была в том, что он был постепенный. Вот так сказать, шаг за шагом, ухудшение законов, отнятие свобод и так далее, и так далее, и так далее. И люди даже как-то сами не замечали, как это обычно бывает в повседневной жизни, как они вот так сказать втекают, приспосабливаются к этому всему. Есть и режим, ему не нужно было быть массовым. Этим репрессиям, и вот это такое, мы же часто говорим, постмодернистская такая диктатура, ему не надо было быть уже массовым. Если Сталин действовал массовым террором, и надо себе представить, например, ситуацию, когда в Москве, там, не знаю, во время большого террора арестовывают в один день 10 тысяч человек. Это даже для такого, так сказать, большого города уже и эти люди исчезают, и никто не знает на самом деле, что с ними происходит. Иногда много лет не знают, что с ними произошло. Это одна вещь. А тут, значит, точечные репрессии, но зато их можно увидеть абсолютно, так сказать, почти в прямом режиме. Можно увидеть, как людей тащат на улице, как их сбивают дубинками, как люди свидетельства оставляют пыток. И вот что самое на самом деле, одно из очень действенных механизмов. Пытки Сталин скрывал. Они были не публичные. И очень часто люди говорят, как у нас в нашей коммунистической стране людей пытают, это же не может быть, никто в этом, так сказать, не признается много лет и так далее. В брежневское время, при всей его отвратительности по отношению к диссидентам, применение вот таких прямых пыток, страшных избиений, и не только, все-таки не было. Мы знаем, так сказать, мучили, и мы знаем, как погиб Стус. Это, безусловно, никто этого не забывает. Но вот такого, я бы сказала, массового, и это же в воздухе носится. И неважно кто. Вчера мы слышали, мы знаем всю эту страшную историю про 15-летнего мальчика. Пожилые женщины, 70-летние люди, университетские профессора. Не имеет значения кто. Если, так сказать, будете против нас, то будете избиты, изнасилованы и как угодно. И это, конечно же, на людей действует, и это усиливается, и это на людей действует, конечно, очень страшным образом. Но мы видим, на самом деле, что как только, что, конечно, есть люди, безусловно, с этим не согласные, и как только есть возможность, когда им кажется, что все-таки этот страх отступил, и их не будут прямо избивать. И вот это, например, было при похоронах Навального. Мы же все-таки увидели, как люди пошли. Конечно, тоже можно было думать, что их будут разгонять и все, но все-таки вот это вот... И мы увидели, между прочим, еще одну важную вещь, что власть отступила в этот момент. Когда увидели, что сначала пыталась не допустить, но когда увидели, что все-таки так массово люди идут, и что их... А самое главное, что их поддерживают другие, может быть, они не против войны, но в этом гуманитарном, так сказать, посыле. Это вот в Белоруссии тоже очень понятно, что вот так так вот уж прямо совсем, что это нашло поддержку такую довольно широкого круга людей, и власть отступила. Но вообще, конечно, если говорить о большинстве, то, безусловно, есть некоторое такое разрушение, это тоже делает диктатура, причинно-следственной связи. Когда люди, конечно, боятся, но они даже сами себе иногда не признаются, что эти страхи связаны с войной. Это очень интересный феномен. Они боятся, это показывают действительно левадовские опросы и все. Вот они боятся, например, повышения цен. И то, что экономическая ситуация будет хуже. Но сказать себе, что ведь это, ребята, потому, что мы начали эту войну, ведь это с этим связано, в этом люди признавать боятся. И вот этот вот такой разрыв, он очень удобен для пропаганды. Что это вдруг Курск? Что это там вдруг прилетело? Что это там прилетели эти дроны? Почему? Это, конечно, очень плохо, но тут мы-то тут при чем? И вот этот вот разрыв, он тоже очень характерен, потому что это тоже связано со страхом. Это тоже реакция такая, не признаться самим себе, где на самом деле причина. Ну и вот поэтому и все показывают, что боятся вроде как не войны. И, кстати, еще очень важная вещь. Никто не верит при всех этих страхах вообще о поражении России. Это тоже очень важно для людей. Что как-то что Россию может кто-то победить, что может быть какое-то поражение в войне, и вообще как это может быть. Вот это точно, так сказать, способствует тому, что эти страхи канализируются в какую-то, так сказать, другую сторону, экономическую и так далее. Спасибо.
Thank you. Andreas, Irina talked about sort of the predicates of fear in Russia. Now, you've already said that you think that German society would mobilize, right, if faced with what Ukrainians are facing. But at the moment, right, and we've talked about this again in various ways today, German politics on various levels seems to be paralyzed by fear, right? So fear of escalation and war in Europe, as well as fear of shifts in domestic politics, fear of the extreme right. And Germany, of course, is not the only country in this situation. Much of Europe and, frankly, the U.S. We're heading into. You may have heard there's an election, right, coming up, and we're afraid of what that might mean as well. What does it take? What's the recipe for beginning to move beyond? Sergei has already given us part of the recipe, I think, to work with that fear for leaders, right? But it probably can't only come from the top. Is there the social infrastructure in Germany and Europe to begin to work more constructively with fear from the ground up?
Before maybe saying what needs to change, I want to propose my theory why the German position is here somewhat more problematic, let's say, than the French, American, or British position. And I think that has a lot to do maybe not so much with German interests. That is often in Ukraine suspected, that Germany has an interest in Russia, and that's where it comes from. I think that interest has simply gone down now. There's some residual interest. I also don't think that it has any more that much to do with German-Russian history. There is, of course, a very rich German-Russian history, not just in the 20th century, but earlier. But I would rather touch here upon a somewhat elusive topic of German irrationality and romanticism. So I think many people outside Germany don't know about that Germans have the reputation of being very rational and empirical and scientific and so on. And in the engineering and natural sciences, that is certainly true. But we have also a very deep-going irrational and romantic tradition. And I think that is something that is now being played with a lot. And maybe it's not and by accident that one of the, so to say, earlier capitals of German romanticism. My hometown of Jena is also the hometown of Sarah Wagenknecht, who is sort of playing in the most sophisticated way, perhaps, with these sort of irrational moments in the German psyche, where it's not important that Putin doesn't say he wants to conduct now any negotiations, or that when he talks about negotiations, that what he's in fact talking about is a Ukrainian capitulation. What is important is that you believe in negotiations, you believe in the good, you believe in peace. The belief is important. It's something deep inside that has nothing to do with the empirical world. The empirical world, you know, is sort of, it's inside you. You come out of your values, you come to it. It's something that has to do with something very deep and psychological. And that is, I think, something that Sarah Wagenknecht plays a lot. And also the far right with. The other problem is, I think that that not only we know about this, but also the Russians know about this very well. So they have a long tradition of very good expertise on Germany. People like Falin, Portugalov. I've studied with Vyacheslav Dajicev, sort of intellectuals who have shaped this. And maybe it's not by accident that this sort of the capital of this pro-Russian discourse today is Dresden, where Putin lived for 5 years. And Dresden is I think, the capital in the sense not only that the AfD, the Alternative for Germany, and the Wagenknecht party or union, but also the Christian Democrats of all parties have overtaken basically this sort of pro-Russian position, and you have now a majority basically in Saxony, which was also, of course, I think the more important thing here that it is the former Valley of the Ignorant, as it was called in East Germany. That is because Saxony was geographically or geologically in a region which could not be reached by Western television, and my suspicion is that having not been reached for decades by West German television has now sort of caused this situation. And so we have a very, I think, irrational discussion about for instance, the nuclear issue. So somebody brought here up that Russia could use a nuclear tactical weapon in Ukraine. I've talked to Ukrainian experts who would actually welcome that, because the use of a Russian tactical nuclear weapon in Ukraine would change the war to such a degree that it would be actually, if you take the promises of NATO, of the US, of even Mr. Borrell seriously, who have announced that if a nuclear tactical weapon would be used, then NATO would wipe out the Russian troops on Ukrainian soil. So some of them calculating, well, then why not? You know, let them do that. We had already Chernobyl. We will also get over a second. I won't say here who said that, because it's a very tricky argument. But this is another rational argument about nuclear use has been now made by Mariana Bujerin, a nuclear historian at Harvard University, who wrote in the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists that the actually empirical. Now we're talking about the real world again, and not something deep inside us. The only empirical use, the empirical example for usage of a nuclear weapon was not when a country was being defeated, but by a country that was on the offensive. And so she has calculated in this article that the likelihood that Russia would use a nuclear weapon when it would be winning in Ukraine is in her estimate higher than in a situation where it would be losing the war, because it would, like the US in 1945, trying to complete the victory over Ukraine by using the nuclear weapon. And we don't have these discussions here. We can't have them in Germany. This is something, what I'm saying now is here, like, you know, we are for peace, we are for negotiations, and because we believe in the good, and what's happening out there in the empirical world is sort of secondary, because we have to have this sort of, we have our romantic view of the world. And the worst expression of this romanticization of politics is the current view that is still prevalent, and it's just ridiculous, about the 1970s so-called new Ostpolitik of Willy Brandt, which supposedly, in the view of many Germans, prepared the perestroika and the new thinking by Gorbachev. Because we had then this idea of a new Eastern policy, and we got together and we had these negotiations with the East German communists and the Russian communists, and then somehow this created then Gorbachev, and then perestroika came, and that was the end of the Cold War. And actually our policies ended the Cold War, because we were so smart already in the 1970s to have this new Ostpolitik, which is anti-empirical. The Soviets started developing the so-called Pioneer, it was called rocket, the SS-20, Sabre, I think it was called, during the new Ostpolitik. What came after the Ostpolitik was the SS-20 rockets, then the NATO reaction to it, the martial law in Poland, the invasion of Afghanistan, and almost World War III in 1983, when a low-ranking Soviet officer saved us from the nuclear Holocaust, right? That was the real history. But that's not important, because we believe that we did something good in the 1970s, and then perestroika in a magical way came out of it, and many still believe that, and we have to do that now for a second time. We did that already in the 1970s, and now we're going to save the world once more with our belief in the good, in negotiations, in peace, and so on. So that is, I think, what our main problems, and that is why the French have given Ukraine the Scalp, the Americans the ATACMS, the Brits the Storm Shadow, and the Taurus are still here in Germany.
Yeah. Hopefully that will provoke some questions, but I do want to come back to Jennifer. We've talked about fear as the enemy of resistance, right? As something that makes resistance difficult. But we've also talked about other things, belief being one of them, apathy being another. And I'm reminded, I think we've also mentioned Alexei Navalny a couple of times today. If I recall, the header on his website used to say that it was the финальная битва между добром и безразличием, right? Between not between good and evil, but between good and apathy, right? Are we barking up the wrong tree here? Whether we're looking at Russian politics or at this war, or German politics or American politics, is fear not the problem? Is simply not caring the problem?
That's another good question, and I think apathy is a very tricky, it's an abstract term, right? It means in what context are we discussing apathy? If we, actually to underscore just what Andreas and what Irina said earlier, I think a bigger problem we're facing is a lack of knowing of history and a lack of just education in general. And if we put more emphasis on what has taken place over the last 30 years, I think perhaps apathy wouldn't even be a discussion. But in terms of in the context of Russia, again, just to underscore so much of what Irina was saying, I don't think we can say that there's been apathy per se with respect to what's going on. In some respects, you could argue, first of all, back to Navalny, your point, I think he very much, going back, was to make a statement that he wasn't afraid, right? I think that was a large part, and he's known to have read quite a bit about Soviet dissidents and how they talked about, don't fear fear. So I don't think that those could be viewed in apathy at all, or fighting apathy. And I think you could argue, actually, Putin's been very effective at marshaling both fear and apathy, right? By instilling fear for not just 2.5 years, but for much longer, over time, people's reaction has to be different than what a traditional resistance face would be. And I will say, last summer 2023, so I'm an anthropologist by training. I like going somewhere in the language and the culture, learning people's perspectives. And so I spent a month in Georgia doing research on a number of things, but I was very interested in the Russians who had come down. A lot, the Russians who migrated, right, went to Tbilisi or to Yerevan or former Soviet republics first. And I was astounded by the stories that people had, especially young people in their 20s, early 30s, giving these very detailed examples of what they had tried to do, but again, kind of the overwhelming, almost, bricks on them, continually being affronted in what they tried to achieve. And so, again, I don't think we can view that as apathy at any point, nor when they talked, I would say, importantly, about their colleagues who didn't leave, right? If we see it, it seems like, oh, it's somehow a blank face in Russia now. I don't think that's the case. I think it's people responding in different ways to the circumstances in which they find themselves. And I would just circle back again, I think the government, mentioning earlier government, Stalin, right, very effectively marshaling in conjunction fear and apathy and presuming at some point that fear will result in apathy, but it's not actually apathy. It's a different way of dealing with it.
Thanks. I know this room is not apathetic or afraid, so please, let's take a round of questions.
Hello, thank you. Thank you all for the great insights. My name is Gabriela Swarovska. I'm independent expert based in Prague, and I am also part of the board of the Czech Green Party. And my question is on the fear, and some of you mentioned that people in Russia may not support the war, but they may think Russia cannot be defeated, and it's not exclusive for the people in Russia. People in the West think and have thought for a very long time that Russia cannot be defeated, and I think there was even some kind of a turmoil in the German security service because there were found and identified some twists in the reporting and analysis that didn't actually reflect reality in the Russian military. But my question is about something else. It's not maybe just the fact that people in the West and the decision makers think that Russia cannot be defeated. They may actually think Russia can be defeated, but the fear comes from the situation, and if Russia is defeated, what comes next? So actually the fear from the change and how we would react to the change. Would we be strong enough to steer the change the way we want? So isn't this also, the talks about, and Russia will, Russia will collapse, Russia will disintegrate. So I pose this question. It resembles me a little bit the situation, however counterintuitive the comparison is, with the Arab Spring. Actually, the fear of what if actually democratic forces win in the Middle East, we will lose control over the situation which we can steer through, cooperation with the dictators over there. So I would very much be interested in your insights on this.
Thank you.
Hello. Barbara Freitag from Prague Civil Society Center. I would also very much like to go deeper on this issue on fear, because Franak mentioned how this moment can come when suddenly society is ready to go out of fear. You described it, how it happened. When the war started, basically the whole of Ukrainian society became civil, engaged society. Irina described how the moments emerged in Russia. I think Bolotnaya protests were probably the moment when we all felt it. And the image at the time was pasta vyshla iz tuby, as if fear was out and could not be put back into this tube again. It is now back in the tube, and my question really is, can it, in Belarus, in everywhere else, I believe that it can come out again, but isn't the situation in Russia very specific with the war situation, which has tied this leadership and regime together in a complicity of the whole society being involved? I mean, is the war changing the potential for fear ever going out of society?
No. We'll take two more and then,
Я задам вопрос по-русски. Иван Асташин, участник правозащитной инициативы «Зона солидарности». У меня вопрос о связи страха, репрессий и медиа. Этот вопрос, который мы обсуждали с коллегой, главой первого отдела Дмитрием Заербеком. Как отмечала Ирина Щербакова, сейчас нет таких массовых репрессий, как при Сталине, но сейчас есть медиа, и поэтому все репрессии тиражируются в медиа и доходят до всех слоев населения. И это создает страх. И с одной стороны, конечно, мы должны освещать репрессии, рассказывать о преследуемых, но с другой стороны, чем больше мы рассказываем, тем больше становится страха. И то же самое с пытками. Мы не можем промолчать, не рассказать о пытках, но когда мы рассказываем о пытках, это пугает людей.
Thanks. And there was a question over here. Yep.
Да, здравствуйте, меня зовут Иван Амелян, я представляю маленькую организацию, которая работает и помогает сообществам, группам, инициативам, которые остались в России и в Беларуси в том числе. И у меня есть маленькая ремарка по поводу resistance и вопрос на эту тему. Ремарка о том, что мы начали работать с российским гражданским обществом в 2022 году, после начала полномасштабной агрессии, и мы увидели, да, много страха, но сейчас он уходит в автоматизацию общества, и группы, которые находятся внутри, я буквально 3 дня назад встречался с людьми, которые приехали с 10 регионов России, они говорят, ну, у нас страха нет, но у нас есть проблема с картинкой будущего. Мы не понимаем, каким оно будет. И я понял, что да, эта проблема очень, очень релевантна. И тут сразу же вопрос, наверное, скорее госпоже Ирине и также всем панелистам. Какой этой картинкой будущего России мы говорим? Потому что Украина показала, когда есть за что будущее, за которое нужно бороться, мы боремся. И для Украины это Европейский Союз, это безопасность в НАТО, это демократия, которой мы управляем как граждане, и это мирное существование со всеми вот, на данный момент. Почему я этот вопрос задаю? Потому что, да, я украинец, я не поддерживаю ту политику, которая сейчас там реализуется в Украине относительно будущего России. Как вы знаете, у нас очень мало официальных заявлений, но, допустим, в украинском парламенте сейчас есть закон о деколонизации России, который прямо говорит о том, что Россия не выживет как государство, и, по сути, в Украине создаются политики, направленные на дестрой России. Я хочу посмотреть, как член НАТО и Евросоюза будет сдерживать наплывы беженцев у себя на границе в условном 2030 году. С трудом это представляется. Поэтому для меня важен этот вопрос про картинку будущего и комментарий. Люди, с которыми я работаю внутри, они простраивают свою локальную картинку будущего. И в ней нет людей, которые сидят в этом зале. И это тоже большая проблема. В Беларуси, Франк, я думаю, прекрасно знает, тоже есть большая проблема тех, кто живет внутри, тех, кто выехал. И белорусы, я знаю, они очень классно придумали, как с этим работать. Диаспора много помогает людям внутри. Но мне кажется, эта проблема есть сейчас в российском обществе. Извините, что так много сказал, но спасибо.
Спасибо большое. A lot there to pick up on. So I'm going to take it back to the panel. I think we're just going to do this geographically. So Jennifer, we'll start with you and then work this way. Please, nobody needs to answer everything, but just answer whatever you are moved to respond to.
Maybe just a general comment. There was some, I think, most, the last comment question, but generally about the future, and I do think that is a problem. I think, I was talking with colleagues in the breaks, right, the past 2.5 years, certainly with, obviously, people who have left and who have fled, it's been, you have to deal with that immediacy first, and then it's developing a strategy for the future, right, and what is the future not just for Russia, but for Belarus, for Ukraine, and for their relations with one another. And I think that is a problem, getting back to the historical issue and like the lack of talking about history and education. How do we then jump to talking about the future? So I do think this is a collective problem. And I think in addition to dealing with the immediacy of the problem, of dealing with however you want to term the Russian population that's living in Berlin or elsewhere, right? And if they're not going to go back, or if they are going to go back, how collectively are people going to move forward? And I think that's something, from the migration studies field, we always assume that forced displacement is going to be a short-term problem and it's going to be resolved in a year or 2 years. The reality is the average, displaced person, it can be 16 to 18 years. And we fail to start thinking in the early stages of what the future is going to look like. And so I think thinking now what the future is going to be while dealing with the immediacy of the problems needs to be done. And that actually then tying into the concept of fear, I think that will make fear less of something that we can't confront, and it's easier to confront it if you're already thinking about what the obstacles are going to be moving forward.
First about the war, I think Lukashenko is the biggest beneficiary of this war because this current status quo is helping him a lot, because he is keeping society in fear of the possible escalation. He gains a lot of money on selling arms, goods, details, bypassing sanctions to Russia. He understands that any change of the status quo can basically collapse the system because it's quite fragile. And right now he's praying, that there will not be, final peace talks, there will not be agreement, there will not be victory of Ukraine, because the current status quo keeping people in fear of possible war coming to Belarus. And this is the main narrative of the propaganda right now, that Lukashenko is the savior who helped Belarus to not get involved in war. Of course, it's a bullshit, but this works for majority of neutrals, of those who are don't have a very strong position. And we are trying to explain, and these flying Russian drones over Belarus, they help us to explain that Belarus is already dragged into the war. Because when you are in Minsk, you feel the war in Minsk much less than in Vilnius, where there is always explanation, media, the preparation, the defense of the border. In Minsk, there is the paradise island with no war. Wars are everywhere except Belarus and Lukashenko's paradise. Second question about the media. It's true that the regimes, Putin, Lukashenko, they are using our media, independent media, in order to spread the fear, strengthen this fear, because we focus a lot on human rights repression. We must do this. We must show the torture. We must explain what the regimes are doing. But in 2020, we had the balance. We're showing acts of solidarity, successes, victories of the society. Right now, we can't show many victories. We can't show many things happening inside the country because people will go immediately to jail, those who are active on the ground. And this make this repression the main focus of independent media, which basically stop many people from joining the protest. So I think what we can do more to make more stories of success, try to find positivity, not to undermine each other's work. This is very important in Belarusian society, probably in Russian democratic society too. Not to attack each other, but to try to praise, say thank to each other, to show what good was done, not only what was not done, because we know that we did not win yet. This is very important. And the third question was about the picture of the future. I think for Belarus it's very easy, to show this vision of Belarus, European democratic independence. It's very clear. It's what united people in 2020. But we also want our Western partners also to show this vision of the future. Because when people in surveys are answering the question, do you want Belarus to be part of the European Union? They explain, it's unrealistic. And I think if the Ukraine will succeed on this Euro-Atlantic integration, Belarusians will, Moldovans as well, Belarusians will see that this is realistic. Because unfortunately right now, European integration and getting Belarus out of the Russian claws, it seems unrealistic for many. So that's important also for nomenclatura, because nomenclatura right now, mostly technocrats in Belarus, they are weighing who can give more, Lukashenko with Putin, and all this access to energy, gas, and etc., or let's say democratic forces, Tikhanovskaya and the Europe. And right now they see much more tangible benefits, not all of them, but many, with this Russian cooperation. And we must show there is much more benefits, opportunities, free travel, visas, investments from the Western integration. And this is what we are trying to do as democratic forces every single day, to explain these benefits of Western integration for Belarus.
Very briefly, greetings to the colleague from Prague, I assume. Yeah, you said that there is a fear which is widespread here about what will happen with Russia afterwards. You know, to be honest, I don't see that much this as a factor. But generally, the question is how to deal with this, the fear of the future and those fearful predictions that everyone is doing. You know, turn on at YouTube, you can hear it in Russian, you can hear it in German. I think our job is, at least from political perspective, is to work with goals and not with predictions. So what is our goal? What is, in fact, what is our picture? What do we envision of the future? And that should be what should be guided by us, not a fearful scenario of Russia's deintegration. This is, you know, we can do probability game, we can do lottery. We don't know how many factors will play into this. But the goal is, for example, that we have a democratic, free and non-imperial Russia. And if we put this as a goal, it doesn't mean that we will have probably a probability of 80% that this will be true. I think, but there is 5% that it could be the case. And for this 5%, we should prepare. That's why we should get the people out. We should support the opposition. We should create now already structures with those people who could be the actors in that beautiful Russia future, which with a probability of 5%. In the second scenario is we prepare for a bad scenario, that Russia will not be beautiful in the future. And then we prepare for that by, for example, investing into our defense and what we're doing now. That's, I think, what should the conversation be, and not some very hypothetical predictions. We shouldn't even start playing this game that many want to play. Regarding the media, I wanted to thank you. And I understand how much of a dilemma it is for you doing all the investigations, showing all these terrible things. For us, from the Western perspective, this is incredibly important because people, sometimes yes, and I think we should be thankful to you for doing this because people, sometimes I think that the value of ignorance is still there. Many people here in Germany or in the West, they have no idea what happens in Russia, to what degree the torture happens there, and how dehumanizing the regime is. And every report like this helps us. It may be not motivating for Russians, but it helps the West to motivate us in their very clear assessment of the nature of this regime. So thanks for doing this. You are media, and you're doing your job. That's great. And the final question regarding decolonization of Russia or not, I think we should not find colonization. We should find imperialism. And imperialism is a matter of head and not of territory. That's why I think that you know, there are all these conferences that also some of them were organized in Brussels, you know, how to disintegrate Russia. I don't think this should be our goal, but how to create an atmosphere where both the diasporas here, but also people and the minds in Russia start dealing self-reflectingly and in a way of self-criticism about the imperial tradition of Russian culture, Russian literature, how much things that are normal to the Russian population now are in fact discriminating and imperial vis-a-vis other minorities. This is what it should be about, but not trying to start cutting the map of Russia for the future. If it happens, it happens, but we shouldn't. This should not be our main goal if we're talking about strategic goals.
Thank you. Irina.
Но вообще-то я историк, а не футуролог. И надо сказать, что, в общем, все сейчас, к сожалению, это не означает, что не надо думать и готовиться к транзиту. Но, конечно, все наши, так сказать, сегодняшние представления, они очень-очень расплывчаты. И на самом деле вот то, что и делает ситуацию очень трудной и очень тяжелой и внутри, и снаружи, это то, что действительно будущее довольно-таки темно. Но, опять же, так сказать, с точки зрения историка, этот режим, он все-таки очень персоналистский. И вот эти все, так сказать, эти самые слова и заклинания Путиным, Путин — это Россия, и без Путина нет России, они дают на самом деле некоторую надежду. Простите, что я говорю такие совсем банальные вещи. Потому что это просто дает надежду, что если, так сказать, вообще-то с ним что-нибудь случится или, так сказать, ситуация, значит, так сказать, сдвинется, то это даст возможность свалить людям все на него. И это будет первый шаг, на самом деле. Простите, что я говорю такие довольно, может быть, цинично-реалистические вещи. Потому что, так сказать, что мы, и это в истории много раз проходили, это Сталин, а не мы, это Гитлер, а не мы. Мы вообще ничего такого не хотели, войны не хотели, мы вообще хорошие люди. Это очень, конечно, релятивистская, трусливая, мы говорим о страхе, трусливая позиция. Но это некоторое начало, возможное, простите, что я говорю такие, так сказать, неромантические вещи, но это некоторое начало для того, чтобы для какого-то мирного, я бы сказала, мирного перехода. И вот тут очень важны усилия разные по депутинизации и думать о том, что можно делать, какие пути, какие комиссии создавать, как должно работать международное сообщество, что надо доказывать, как людям объяснять. Это огромная машина, и это, так сказать, должна тогда включиться. И вот тут действительно эту как бы ответственность нужно будет разделять очень-очень многим группам людей, и политиков и так далее. И это будет очень большая задача. Но это, конечно, с моей точки зрения, все-таки довольно оптимистическая перспектива. Но я бы так сказала, что в истории, что режимы эти, они создают ведь тоже у людей ощущение вечности и незыблемости. И этому не надо поддаваться. Ведь очень много играет, ведь вот даже мы говорим ведь о страхе сегодня, если бы мы не говорили о каких-то других вещах, там, значит, то это, может быть, звучало бы по-другому. Но страх — вещь такая, с которым надо бороться самым разным способом. И это может быть ответ на вопрос Барбары. Эти режимы внушают людям, что они будут вечно. Третий рейх будет вечно, так сказать, коммунизм будет вечен, Берлинская стена будет стоять вечно. Она была не выше 1,5 человеческого роста. Почему мы считали, и я во всяком случае так считала, что я не доживу до того, пока она будет сломана. А она, так сказать, открылась в один день. И мы в истории знаем такие примеры. Это не значит, что к этому не надо готовиться. Это совсем не означает большой работы и подготовки, но в этом есть некоторая надежда. Спасибо.
Thank you. I would note that Memorial, I think, just published or is in the process of publishing a program for the first 100 days after Putin. So very much worth reading. Andreas.
Yeah, I want to get back to this question about Russia falling apart or being decolonized. Obviously, the Ukrainians want the decolonization, a breaking apart of Russia. The question is, however, whether Ukraine can really achieve that. Yes, so they went into the Kursk Oblast, but I don't think they will be able to march into Moscow. In fact, if you look at how the Russian Empire was breaking apart before, it was in the connection of wars, you could argue World War I and the Cold War, but it was not so much a direct result of these lost wars, but more a result of the pauperization, of the socioeconomic dislocations that these wars brought about. And the lost wars, without such domestic socioeconomic effects, like the Crimean War, the Russian-Japanese War, the Afghanistan War, they had rather good effects on Russian domestic affairs. The great reforms of Alexander II, the semi-constitutional regime after 1905, and Gorbachev's perestroika. So if you want to prevent disruption of and the falling apart of Russia, what you should be working against is a Russian socio-economic crisis. I think that would be then indeed not the Ukrainian parliament or somebody like that, which could indeed affect the falling apart of Russia if Russia cannot. I mean, some of the regions, most Russians wouldn't actually regret going away, like the Northern Caucasus. But so if you want to, again, if you come back to the rational strategy, you know, if you want to prevent this horrible scenario of Russian falling apart, the war should end, because now what we have, and maybe the economists here will correct me, an overheating of the Russian economy, and it seems that Russia is heading for a deep socio-economic crisis, which then could indeed create this risk. So what you want actually is a soon end to the war, perhaps with a Ukrainian victory, as we had with other wars, which then had good domestic results. And sometimes I even suspect when people say, as long as it takes, Ukraine will be supported. What is actually it? Yeah? Is it actually as long as the Russian economic dislocations will become so deep that Russia will finally fall apart? Is that the plan of this sort of as long as it takes? I mean, I think even if you have this fear of disruption of Russia, I think the best strategy would be to give the Ukrainians as many as possible weapons, to have a quick victory, and then Russia can take care of itself and not longer create this artificial war economy that is apparently heading for a, as far as I read the economic commentaries, heading for a deep crisis.
Thank you. We've gone over time, but I think it was worth it. So thanks for the opportunity for the panel. Please join me in thanking Andreas, Irina, Sergei, Franek, and Jennifer. And thank you for your participation.
Thank you. We are back here in 10 minutes. Yes, so 15:50. We are back here with Farida Rostamova and the speakers of the next panel.
Оля, а у меня работает микрофон?
Микрофон должен у тебя работать.
Я что-то поковыряла его, не пойму.
А тут. Вот это работает вроде. Возьми мой.
Ага, спасибо.
А где еще один лицо? А зачем микрофон тогда? Как всегда, с небольшим опозданием. Начинаем.
Hello, everyone. I hope that you can hear me well. So our panel will be, in a way, like continuation of our previous discussion, but we will be focusing on people in Russia who still have enough bravery to actually show their protest. And yeah, of course, we all know that the question of if Russian society supports the war, supports Putin or not, is a question that is fiercely debated wherever it is raised and whenever it is raised. On our panel, we will talk about Russians who disagree with the war and other brutal actions of Russian government. And our distinguished speakers today are Mikhail Tuman, is it correct? Foreign Affairs correspondent and Moscow bureau chief of Die Zeit, one of the biggest German media outlets. Alexander Bigbov, sociologist, associated fellow at the Center of Russian, Caucasian, and Central European Studies in Paris. Alexandra Arkhipova, social anthropologist and visiting professor at the École Normale Supérieure. And Lyuba Zakharov, feminist and queer activist, member of the Feminist Anti-War Resistance and Feminist Anti-War Resistance Cell in Hamburg. So, yeah, I know I'll state obvious in a way by saying that the level of repression in Russia has been steadily increasing. All of the independent politicians, activists, journalists were pushed out of the country. But however, in 2024, this year, many people in Russia, and there were events when we saw many people in Russia actually showing up, when I only can call these events historical, and I'm sure that they will be remembered in our common history. They actually showed up, and I think they deserve to be discussed in a separate panel. What events I'm talking about, and all these events were marked by queues and lines, which are, yeah, the word is in our panel's name. So we saw the queues of people who wanted to sign for the only anti-war candidate on so-called presidential elections. We saw queues to monuments of victims of political repression to honor the memory of Alexei Navalny. We saw mourning lines to bid farewell to him. Yeah, and it seems like this year these people were more visible. And I'll begin our conversation with a question to all of our speakers. What is your perception of these lines, of these queues? do you think that this is actually a protest or is it something else? Who wants to start? Mikhail, maybe you.
Yeah. Well, I think actually it is protests, and what is amazing is maybe I should start with numbers, which make that protest very visible. Let me just, yeah, here I have it. It's the OVD info data about people detained, which I think is an indicator and tells us where we stand 2.5 years after Russia's attack on Ukraine. So in 2022, we had close to 20,000 detained people during anti-war protests. In 2023, the number was down to 381, according to OVD info. And well, in this year, only in the first half of the year, we have already more than 1,140. So numbers actually of detainees go up, and this shows us that there have been considerably more protests and manifestations this year than the year before. And of course, as you said, this is closely linked to the events we had in this year. But I would not, for example, put the funeral of Alexei Navalny. This was not just an anti-war manifestation. It was much more than that and something different than that also, where maybe we come to that later. But in general, I think that the protests, unlike the regime might have wished for, protests have not died out. Although we see them on a minimal scale, and reasons for that are ample, we also, I think, should touch upon that, and it had been touched upon in the last panel. But it's still there, and the regime finds no measure to quell them entirely. And that is, I think, what is amazing and we should talk about.
Yeah, maybe somebody wants to continue before I turn to individual questions.
I would say that it is a protest, and it was a protest, even though participants did not wish, in many cases, to call it protest. And I'd like to put it in the context, saying that quite often international media, and also in some extent Russian media, have a tendency to call protest only expression in public space, and especially in urban place. And this is the main focus. So when there are no rallies with protest slogans, so it's considered like Russia is completely quiet. But there are other places where the protest and resistance not only possible, but continue and go on throughout this almost 3 years of war. And those are, for example, the transport and energy infrastructure, which is kind of insane if we think out about that. But sabotage counts dozens of cases per month, which means that there is a protest which is not outspoken, besides maybe Ilya Ponomarev, who pretends he blown out every second train in Russia. But except this fact, normally it's not connected with the discursive expression. So it's kind of invisible protest, even if it's very expressive, just like blowing a train or an industrial facility which produces armaments. Then there is community building, which is a form of resistance, and it's almost invisible, and it's extremely important if we speak about the opposition to the authoritarian pressure, right? And then there is also something which is almost completely forgotten. This is the resistance on the working place. And it's mostly focused on cultural initiatives and cultural production. And in case, for example, of school teachers or journalists, we may investigate and we may look at a granular level how it works.
Yeah, that's actually very interesting, this slow, quiet protest, and I think we'll come to that a bit later. Mikhail, I want to return to you because you were a witness, a lucky witness and brave witness, of course, because you go to Russia to cover the events that are going on inside the country. I personally, as a journalist, Russian journalist in exile, I'm very jealous of you because I cannot go to Russia. Can you please tell us a bit more about those events that you saw, that you witnessed, the election campaign, the farewell to Alexei Navalny? Tell us about these people. Who were they, and what is your perception of this event as a rare witness?
Well, it was February, and actually the electoral campaign and the death, the murder of Alexei Navalny coincided, and I think this made the whole events especially tense. And I think it required, in the first place, when the news broke in mid-February, it required very special courage, actually, to go out, to walk out. And there were two areas in the Moscow center where actually you had, I wouldn't call that protest, but it was just, you know, it was a pre-funeral event. It was expressing grief on the one hand, disbelief, shock, horror, and rejection of the regime. And the people who gathered there those were not just intellectuals or not just young people or old. It were really from all walks of life. You could, for the first time, you could see since a long time in Moscow, again, many people gathering for a certain purpose in the center of the city. So students and pensioners and teachers and pupils and salesperson and from all walks of life. What I think was very different between the two events, and the second event was then widely, I think, of the funeral was shown all over the world. And the big difference between the two events was that the events in Moscow were much more tense. There were just loads of police, brigades of police, plus you had all the cameras and you had all the infrastructure the Russian authorities have in the city center of Moscow. So they could use that perfectly, of course, to film, to photograph everybody. And everybody knew that. So people were actually cautious, very cautious, but they went nevertheless with their flowers in their hands and laid the flowers down at the two monuments, the Solovyetsky Stone and the Repression Monument at Prospekt Zakharova. But I'd say they were so cautious because they felt they were powerless and the authorities, the police, could do with them at any time what they wanted to do. And this was very much different at the funeral because the crowds were so big that the authorities themselves were overwhelmed and apparently decided, okay, we let that happen. We know it's going to go away, and but we'll allow it to happen. And you had, of course, also you had detainments there, but it was on a very limited scale. So this was probably the last huge manifestation of protest and grief in Russia for a long time. And there was an underlying mood. I would say it was on the one hand, it was the mourning. It was the shock and horror that Navalny was murdered. And there was a second very important element, which was it was waving goodbye to an alternative and to the only man who was really able to challenge Putin in ways that you could see into Putin's eyes, how he reacted to that. Navalny was the only one who managed to do so. And it was waving goodbye to this alternative and also to a certain, to a future for the time being, for a future beyond Putin.
Thank you, Michal. That's fascinating. I mean, it's very, very appreciate your impressions. You mentioned flowers, and this is the moment when I want to turn to Alexandra. There are not only lines, but oftentimes people come with flowers to those lines, and many people in this room probably know that one of the famous flower memorials in Russia is the memorial to Boris Nemtsov. And here I would like to mention another horrific act of repression that happened a couple of days ago. The Nemtsov Bridge volunteer Evgeny Mishenko was sentenced to 12 years in prison. He was accused of participating in terror activity based on text messages. And this text messages exchange was most probably provoked by FSB. But yeah, returning to our subject, the flower protest, Alexander, is this correct to assume that it began with the memorial at the site of Boris Nemtsov's murder? And what is happening with this memorial today? And can you also tell us a bit more about, you made this lovely, beautiful flower protest map. Can you tell us a bit about where do these memorials happen?
Yes, of course. Can I show my slides, please? Okay, so I would like to start my very short remark, not with Russia situation, but with China. And from the experiment which was designed, it's a survey experiment that was designed several years ago, and almost 900 Chinese users of internet was questioned what they think about Chinese government, China, possibility of Chinese protests, and if they could protest. In these surveys, even American scholars even use this euphemism, big walk. Like we used to say in Russia, большая прогулка, because we're not allowed to say that I'm going to participate in rally. So then these users were divided in 5 groups, and 4 of these groups, they received a huge propaganda treatment. Just imagine you are sitting in a small isolated room and you're forced to watch Solovyov, Chinese version of Solovyov, for 4 hours. Or, I don't know, another group was watching several speeches by Vladimir Putin. Another group was watching, I don't know, Margarita Simonyan, something like that. And the last group was drinking tea. So after that, all these groups were questioned again. Are you ready to participate in protest? What do you think about Chinese government? Blah, 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 blah. So their opinion about the politics and in general about the possibility of the protest was almost the same. But their, the level of their readiness to participate became quite low, because after this huge propaganda treatment, after they watch, I don't know, Solovyov several hours, they say, well, I think that maybe I could participate in protest because I'm very brave, you know. I can do it any moment. But all the other people, they just want to lie down, watch TV. So it means that these people around me, they never ever will participate in something illegal. It means that why I should do it alone? So after, in the end, we should say that after huge propaganda treatment, people who think differently, who are potential protesters, they feel themselves being loners. They feel that everybody around them is not ready to stand up and fight against the government. So that's what, in reality, the propaganda is doing. They made the people weak and loners and being lonely. So that's why nowadays in Russia, Russian government is fighting. Can I have another slide? Is fighting any visible elements of protest. I made a special stress on visible, because nowadays in Russia, a lot of people are trying to create these small signs of, I call it semiotic protest, when, I don't know, you have a very, very small image of Ukrainian flag somewhere on your body, literally, so nobody except your family can see it. But it's a sign for yourself, because you're showing yourself that you're not supporting the war. But Russian government is strictly against any visible signs of protest. So nowadays we have only two forms of visible protest, is so-called lines and grassroots movement flower protest. For example, it started flower protest. It's kind of commemoration protest when people are bringing flowers, toys, whatever, at the places which somehow are connected to those whom people want to be commemorated. It started in Russia very late in comparison to other countries, because in January this new type of ritual appeared in 70s, in 1970s, so like, I don't know, 50 years ago. But in Russia it came rather late, and the first bigger event was the death of Boris Nemtsov. After his murder, a lot of memorial places appeared, and then it was a huge fire in 2018, and after that, every big event brings such type of commemorative practice. For example, in 2023, after huge bomb killing in Dnipro, Ukrainian city, people start to bring flowers and to create these spontaneous shrines almost everywhere, basically around memorials dedicated to the memory of political victims. And here you can see the map of these memorials, and the Russian government, Russian task forces, they were trying to prosecute it as much as possible. So they were trying to stop you, to punish you. They were taking your passport number. They were detain you, and so on and so on and so on. And later on, people were putting flowers near Ukrainian memorials, but mostly about political repression memorials. And even sometimes the people create the spontaneous shrines. I called it in a place without a place, just in the middle of nothing. You can see in the pictures, it's a middle of nothing. You can put flower, and everybody knows that somebody think the same as you. This is the point. This is the main idea. You cannot be visible to this authority, because all the versions of the collective form of protest will be stopped immediately. So in this case, you cannot show yourself, but you can show your object, something like flower, and this flower is lying down in the place without a place, in the middle of nothing. And people who are passing by, they stop and they think, oh yes, this flower is here not because just without a reason. It's because somebody was killed yesterday in Ukraine, or such flowers appeared everywhere because of the death of Alexei Navalny. So the last slide, sorry. So, and another way to be visible is to create a line queue. So there is, if there are any possibility to make this line, there will be line. So this, the last form of protest appeared in any possible moment. So you can see the picture, and you can see the number of cities, the top 15 Russian cities, but the number of spontaneous flower memorials. You can see like Petersburg and Moscow, yes, but Ekaterinburg, Chelyabinsk, and Cheboksary are the champions. There are plenty of spontaneous shrines dedicated to the death of Alexei Navalny. They were illegal, people were detained for making them, but they appeared again, and again, and many of them appeared just in the space, without a space. So people should see, and they should remember about this death almost everywhere. So this is like the two main visible forms of Russian protest for now.
Thank you very much, Alexandra. This is a truly fascinating data. Now I want to turn to Lyuba Zakharov, member of Feminist Anti-War Resistance. As Alexandra mentioned, there are obviously not a lot of options for protests in Russia. Can you tell us a bit about what is your assessment of current level of repression? And are there any opportunities actually for activism or protest left?
Yes, first of all, thank you so much for this panel and for framing of this discussion, because I think it is so vital to talk about that there is not only one form of protest available to people. That's why I'm very thankful that I can join the discussion today. And I wanted to start with talking about repressions that are currently in Russia. And I think many things have already been said, but I want to focus on like small things, or like big things, but like small points, which is there was more than 200 cases or like protocols on undesirable organization in Russia. I'm not even talking about like foreign agents, because naming of foreign agents, I think even Russian government is already tired of it. They want to do something else, something more extreme. In 22, the bill to expand the ban on LGBT people was passed in Russia, and then the Extreme Court has decided that the so-called international movement, which is apparently going to Russia from Europe, which is interesting, but still. So these LGBT extremists from Europe, they are currently a threat to Russian society, which is rather interesting. And more or less, 55 regional, ethnic, decolonial movements were called as separatist movements, which are also a threat to Russian society. And if you remember last year, the Russian government were very focused on saving the children from gender-neutral toilets. That was a really big focus of discussion. This year, they're really afraid of quad robbers, which is also something really strange. The women's rights is under pressure because so-called child-free movement, which apparently is also stems from Europe, is also a threat to Russia. This is all just to underline the main idea that the focus is to say that any kind of independent thought, any kind of expression of self is under attack, firstly, and secondly, it is risky. Not only to engage in it yourself, but also to associate with the organization or the person who decided to do so. As a part of Feminist Anti-War Resistance, we were called Undesirable Organization, and we are feminists, which is already a big no-no for Russian government. Secondly, many of us are queer, which is really, really strange for Russian government. And lastly, probably we all want to make Russian children quad robbers. That's why like Russian population is really afraid, could be really afraid, according to what Russian government says. But jokes aside, I think this marker, even for people who understand the reality, is still very scary, because associating with people who are not located under stress, who do not always perceive the level of repression that are being on your side, it can be really scary. That's why these repressions are not only to put your body into harm, but also to put your mind into thinking that, first of all, I'm alone. Second of all, associating with anyone is risky and you should avoid it. And there is no way out. No one outside cares about what you think. That's why I think it is so remarkable that we saw such amazing form of protest, like, for example, Baimak protest that was in January 24, which started, it was not anti-war per se, and it was really important for local activists that we, when we discuss this topic and engage in discussion of this topic, wouldn't call this movement separatist or anti-war, something like that. That was ecological movement. It was the movement for local activists, and people were really moved to do something, to go out. And of course, anti-war movement, anti-Putin census were still in the heart of this process, were still in the heart of these people going out. We also see the very interesting movement of women who want their men back. And I think when we talk about the things, it is really important to say that sometimes people should engage in protest on their terms. Of course, if I will read you some sentiments that are in this women's group, they do not think about high matters, they just want their men back. But it's still a movement, that is still a protest, and it is still an anti-war thought. And I think, like the last thing that we saw openly, that we can saw openly, and that was supported by local activists in Russia, was the flash mob on the 28th of September, that was for abortion rights for women. And many people took part in this flash mob, not only in Russia, but also people who left, who have platform, who can speak up freely. But there were also women and local activists, local feminists, who decided to push the hotline for women who want to have safe abortions, who made a wonderful foundation where they gathered like special medicine for women who want to participate in this abortion. And sometimes when I talk about these things, it's not always clear, like women's rights and war, what do they have in common? Everything. Like the answer is everything, and I think everyone in this room understands it. So the resistance is not always, I am going out and I'm saying that I'm anti-Putin, I'm anti-war. Sometimes it is, I'm pro-women's rights, I'm pro-Fail Alsynov, I'm like, I don't know, I want to be Kvadroba, apparently, according to what Putin says. So, yes, I think our focus should be on understanding that resistance is a spectrum and trying to be ready to support different forms of resistance and be ready to help people on their terms and help local activists on the matters that are important for them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lubo. Now I'm turning to our sociologist panel. Just to put it briefly, I think I would ask you two of my questions. First, I want us to take a little step back and talk about the general public. And I'm sure that you've been asked this question a lot, but I cannot avoid it. We all know that there's a lot of skepticism against the opinion polls that are being conducted in Russia for obvious reasons. But still, which data do you rely on in your research, and what is your assessment of public sentiment now in 2024 on the third year of the war? How would you describe it? And my second question would be about this silent protest that you started to talk about. Could you please break down this a little for us?
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to point out the importance of what Lubo said about the forms of protest. Once again, when I talked about community building, it's mostly what is presented now in many aspects, and this is invisible. It's less mediatized, but it doesn't want to be mediatized. And so one of the methodological questions for sociologists is just like how to grasp it, and also for journalists how to translate it to others, right? Through the borderline of silence and fear. And it's true that fear is silent, and operating public opinion under pressure, under censorship, and in the space of fear is quite a tricky operation. So I'd like to recall a point which is not sociological and which comes from the conceptual art. And Ilya Kabakov, once in the Soviet Union, drew this graph of hope and fear, which is quite a piece of conceptual art in itself, but it's also interesting. It's very subjective, and in the same time, he kind of generalized his experience, his collective experience, the generational experience, and what he did, it's a kind of working with concepts and translating them in non-verbal form, not directly verbal form, because as in Soviet Union, as today in Russia, the verbal form is under censorship, right? So one of the ways to work with that, if you may pass to the next slide, was this kind of working with conceptual material. I was gathering drawings of society, but it was possible when I was in Russia. Now I'm out of Russia. It's still possible. I still gather some drawings, and I revisit the drawings which were gathered previously, and I should say that the interpretation of the concepts behind changed very much, because previously they were looking more protest ones. Today they are looking like made by people who were much more foresighting as compared to what we thought in 2012 about the possible evolution of the situation, right? And from this point of view, the question is like, okay, the fear operates in silence. The community building is also not revealing itself in full pledge just because it's unsafe. And so what should we trust more as data? And one of the tricks which is possible in this situation is not to target only those who receive some events, some experiences, and then put it under silence, but especially to see what is told, what is said by those who speak publicly, who still speak publicly. And in many cases, those who I mentioned are people producing culture in their working places, like teachers, like journalists, like artists, and other cultural professions. And from this point of view, it's interesting to play with Kabakov's idea and to see how liberal media today in Russia operate with key concepts, like, for example, fear, protest, joy, hope, and shame. These are the concepts which were in the focus of intellectual and public discussions from the beginning of war, and it's really important to see it in the perspective, in the context. And from that point of view, I would say that you see quite an important kind of effervescence, quite an important vitalization of conceptual emotional language in liberal media, which are still, those are only media selected, which are still operating in Russia, in Russian territory. And you see that with the beginning of the full-scale invasion, all the emotional vocabulary is going down, not only the one of hope and the one of joy, but also the one of fear, which is quite important in terms of censorship, right? So even the ex-liberal, the ex-free, ex-liberal media in Russian, operating in Russian territory, kind of lowering down the emotional language. But I should put it in context. You see here 4 different media excerpts of the same period, and you see that the so-called yellow press, which is, for example, Komsomolskaya Pravda or Argumenты и Fakты, which are not really propaganda ones. But still you see that after 2017, they also lower down the emotional language. They do not call the concepts by their names, right? Instead, in the liberal press and all liberal media mixed, it's the contrary. It's like just an explosion of emotional language, of the language of protest, of fear, of hope, etc. And we see how the propaganda operates indirectly, just with the evacuation of concepts from the public circulation, and the liberal media which try to compensate it, even under pressure. And the regional media and media in general, you see that there is no huge change in the emotional vocabulary. The fear and the hope are more or less on the same level, but still there is a slight going up in the federal, in the central media, which means that the propaganda boosts the emotional language, also of hope, of pride, so the positive values, emotional values connected to the war. You see here that one forms of what we may call resistance, without calling it protest, the professional ones, is speaking about things which are not really desirable for the government. And you see that, for example, the yellow press speaks less and less about power, about income, and about inflation, and even about God. More or less the same picture is in the media of the relocated liberal media, which quit the Russian territory starting from 2014. But what is really interesting, that Russian media, which started as liberal ones, which were censored, which boards were changed, etc., still speak about more or less the same values like power, income, and the third one is not God, but the inflation. And I wouldn't call this resistance in strict form of this word, but still we know that there is a prescription coming this year from the administration of President to stop discussing inflation and growing prices and everything of this. So we will see the results in the final graph for 2024. But still you see that the major topics, power, income and God, are not discussed in liberal Russian media as they are discussed even in the relocated ones. This, no way to, and this is just another illustration of how it works. So you see, it's also the media which cites different names. Thank you. The yellow press and the relocated liberal media is more or less similar, more or less homologous in the way they cite through years 3 or 4 main figures like Gorbachev, Lenin, Nicholas II, and Stalin. As you see here, Stalin is not the top figure. And for example, for the anniversary of the October Revolution, Lenin was neither. It was Nicholas II in both, in all the Russian-speaking media. But it's really impressive. The liberal press, the liberal media which are operating in Russia speak mostly about Lenin today. In 2022, they were mentioning Lenin much more frequently than the relocated liberal media and the yellow press in Russia. You could say it's a kind of argument, an artifact, etc. They're not huge numbers. You see, it's just like less than 1% of the whole of the total number of publications which mention these names. But what is important, one of the historical work, or the work with the historical memory, which is going on in the liberal media remaining in Russia, is analyzing more and more the Soviet experience, speaking more about repressions, speaking more about the construction of political order, especially in some supplements and how to say it, auxiliary materials which are not connected directly to the current wire of news. And I would say that this all shows to us that even in journalism, which is under high pressure, even if protest or dissent or other forms of disconsensus are not allowed speaking properly in the public space, there are forms of particular attention, of testing some topics, of speaking about inflation and about Lenin more frequently than in popular press or yellow press, which remains a form of accumulation of the resource of resistance, of cultural resistance, where under the dictatorship pressure, the culture becomes the resource of resistance itself.
Thank you so much, Alexander. This is really interesting insights. I think we're running a little bit out of time, and I want to ask my last question before we turn to our audience, to all of our panelists. Do you think that there is enough of what has been done to support people who oppose the current regime in Russia? And what can be done if there's something? And who can actually support Russian citizens who are currently opposing the war, the regime? What are your takes on that? Who wants to start?
If I may, this is a wonderful question, and thank you so much. I just wanted to reiterate what Alexander just said. Like, resistance comes in different forms. Sometimes it's learning your native language. Sometimes it's a support group for political prisoners. Sometimes it's feminist or queer reading. So all these activities, they require resources, and I'm not talking financial resources, I'm talking about moral resources and psychological resources. And to help others, you have to help yourself first. And I want to take the advice of Frank Vichorka and first say thank you to all of us and to reiterate how much have been done through these years. And I think I was very pessimistic in the beginning, but the level of nets that we were able to build in very harsh circumstances, the amount of grassroots organizations that saw the problem and went there and tried to fix it themselves, the conferences, the discussions, the financial help. I was so amazed when a lot of media figures not only educated themselves really quickly on trans issues, which is not like even seen in, I don't know, in USA sometimes when people have time and have resources to think. Now in harsh conditions we had to educate ourselves on trans issues and also gather a lot of money in very short time. I think till 3rd of September we had like, I don't know, a month when we could have done that. How much decolonial organizations have done, not only to elevate this topic in the media, but also to say like decoloniality is not always separatism, it's different topics, it's sometimes learning your local language, it's sometimes just understanding that, I don't know, xenophobia is bad, something like that was done in such harsh circumstances and with amazing repressions from the government. That's why I think it is very important for us to focus on first maintaining what we have built, continuing our support to Ukraine, because we are here and we are more free to do so, and we have been doing a lot since the beginning. So I think like focusing on what we can do with those resources that we have available is really important. But also at the same time focus on how we can help people in Russia maintain the form of protest that is available to them. That means not only psychological support, sometimes physical support, but also engaging people in communication, in discussions safely, but also not excluding them, because sometimes from fearing that this might be risky, we tend to exclude Russian voices from people in Russia, indigenous, ethnic, regional voices from the discussion. And this is really valuable, this is really important. And some access stuff. So, for example, I know many initiatives were focused on giving VPN, free VPN to people. Now they are running out. For example, I know that Center T gave a lot of VPN access, and it would be run out, I think, by the end of this month. And creating these spaces for feminist reading, queer readings, and supporting making online places, of course, seeing everyone is so valuable and so great, but sometimes we could also make online presentations where we cannot see faces. That is sad, but sometimes it is safe for people who can join only on these terms. And I think a lot of has done in this regards as well. And yeah, material and financial support is also, of course, important. And also, I think we have to find ways to do this very safely. And this means that we have to sacrifice transparency, unfortunately. But this is the reality that we live in.
Thank you, Luba. Yeah, Mikhail, you wanted.
Yeah, let me frame my answer to your question with another question. Why are these people doing this? And then how can we help them? So I once had the chance to speak to somebody who runs around in Moscow and sprays graffitis. And he wouldn't spray, he explained to me, he wouldn't do that in the most visible places, because as soon as you spray something on the Kremlin's walls, the next second somebody would wipe it away. So he does it under bridges or in some passageways where you would detect it only after a while, but enough people would have seen it. So, and I asked him, so why are you doing this, given all the risk? And he said, well, this is a signal. I know I won't change, I won't bring down the regime with a graffiti. I won't change society, but I want us to be visible. I would like to tell others that I am here, that we are still here. And this is what I think this is about visibility. So now the question is, how can we help to enlarge visibility? And I think this is actually by, as soon as something like that appears on social media, to retweet and then from the outside, bring it back in via social media, so that as much as possible people see that there are people who are against and make them visible. I think this visibility is very important for the protest, and also to work against what the regime tries, this demoralization, complete demoralization, that nothing makes sense. So that would be my suggestion.
Thank you so much. I guess we can now turn to the audience. Yeah. So yeah, I see there are already quite a few hands.
Thank you very much, Dmitry Dubrovsky, Charles University, Prague. If I understood you correctly, so probably my question goes to Luba. Do you see any kind of tension? Because I also in my work, I'm trying to breach the Russian academics with those academics who are in exile. Do you see there kind of tension? Because one part of the community, they look voiceless, or they have been oppressed because of their risk, because of their ideological and political repression, while the another part of the community, they try to speak. And that is the tension. I can see it, at least I'm feeling. Maybe I'm wrong, but it's a question to you. Do you see the tension between this part of the community who are, in Russia, and those who defected the country? Because, well, I'm currently collecting the numerous responses in the way you have no right to speak on behalf of us, because you are not suffering as we. And even more, some people even accuse those who defect the country. You are collecting the benefits while we are collecting the suffering and pain. So that is let me focus on this, because that is very important, because we still need to have these people involved. And this is for us, for the community building, it's very important. And I would love to know what would be your recommendation in this, or your response in this case. Thank you.
I think we should gather some more questions, and then please.
Yes, thank you. I'm Ivan Fomin, Ideas for Russia. My question is, first short question to Alexandra about the differences in the numbers of flower protests in different cities. Do you have any good hypothesis how to explain these differences in the number of in the number of flower memorials in different cities? And the longer question to everybody is, so overall in this panel, we kind of start with protests and we go to resistance and community building as one of the forms of resistance. How about if we reframe the question and we start with the community building? What's going on in Russia? Is the society becoming more atomized and disconnected, or it's becoming more connected? Maybe it's kind of uncivil society or illiberal forms of communities, this kind of stuff. What's your impression inside. Thank you.
Thank you. And
Yes, I have a question and a short comment. When the question is to Alexander, the sociologist, I have a feeling then that sociology in authoritarian state and totalitarian, moving fast to totalitarian, is not about numbers, it's about a narrative that needs to be explained actually not in the country, but outside the country. It has to be explained to the world why the statistics of 89% of people supporting the war against Ukraine are such, and whether they could be relied upon. So my question is about sociology. What is the narrative of sociology at the moment that you and your colleagues should be projecting to the world to explain Russia and the reactions and to defy propaganda inside the country? And my comment is about, your question was what needs to be done to support the brave voices of civil society. 3 things I think we should all do outside Russia. One, it's we need to talk to the multinationals. We need to talk to Apple and Google and actually explain to them that by taking the VPNs away from figures like political prisoners, like others, Yashin was talking about as well, figures like Yashin Pivovarov, these VPNs are the only way to actually reach the Russian people. So business considerations could not be leading. And they were the first to actually strip, I'm not a technological person, but to strip this, because there was no function to make money, they stripped it from Russians. And that was a support to bloggers, to independent media people. We need to reach them. Because the governments we could talk to, but the multinationals are unreachable entities that make their own business decisions. 2, we need to talk to our governments about, in Europe and elsewhere, about the visas for Russian human rights defenders. The ones continuing to work in the country, they have to have prolonged visas, not just for 3 days to visit the Nemtsov Forum, if at all. They have to have mobility to come and talk to us from the inside Russia, but also the way at the moment many countries are stripping Russian citizens at large, holders of Russian passports, from tourist visa, from any access to their countries. There should be exception for human rights defenders, for anti-war activists, for the dissidents, and this is the conversation we need to have with our governments. And keeping persecuted Russian activists who cannot go back to the country up to 3 years awaiting asylum interviews. This is unacceptable. So these are not very popular and not very politically correct conversations, and I think Russian activists cannot have them with their governments, but we need to help them. Because this whole Russophobic blanket approach by some governments to all Russians cannot come now shopping in our countries. Well, how about Kara-Murza? How he could have come to Oslo to have a speech there against the war against Ukraine, for which he received 25 years imprisonment, if you now stripped all Russian passport holders from tourist visas? There should be absolutely an exception. Thank you.
thank you. And I think there's a last round. Yeah.
Я буду на русском. Скажу, что очень большое спасибо за социологию, которую вы показали. Это очень резонирует. В нашей команде мы проводили некий анализ и просчитывали очень интересную такую как бы концепцию, что если сейчас в России произошел бы мирный протест в 27 регионах, в каждом из которых вышло бы от 15 до 30 тысяч людей, война в Украине бы прекратилась, потому что ментов, которые могут охватить такое количество, просто в России нет. То есть физически полицейских бы не хватило для того, чтобы локализировать такой протест. И, соответственно, простым решением нужно было бы работать с тем, чтобы как-то армию переключить на подавление такого протеста. Поэтому я в своей концепции как бы работы очень стараюсь строить ее на социологических данных. И Я думаю, что самое четкое, точное, что вы здесь сказали, это про страх и потенциальную активность, которую проявляет гражданское общество внутри России. Мы видим, что оно огромно, но, к сожалению, не хватает вот этой скоординированности сетей, которые есть внутри, с теми элитами, которые есть вовне, это во-первых, и между собой внутри. Потому что диктаторский режим очень много работает над тем, чтобы разорвать слабые связи и не допустить любой координации. Особенно между представителями гражданского общества, между разными субъектами федерации. И мой поинт и комментарий, он о том, что если работать над тремя точками, тремя простыми, на самом-то деле, точками. Если будут федеральные движения, которые говорят о том, что можно сделать внутри России и предлагают какие-то варианты развития будущего. Если есть региональные активисты и local communities, об этом могу очень много сказать, но не буду. Local communities, которые устойчивы и могут действовать на местах и выполнять две функции – координацию и мобилизацию населения. И есть в национальных республиках элиты, которые готовы договариваться, трансформация в Россию будущего может произойти очень быстро, намного быстрее, чем мы думаем. Вот такой вот комментарий. Спасибо.
Спасибо. I think, yeah, that was our last comment. Luba, there was a question for you and about the tension, between those who remain and between those who left.
Thank you so much for this question about the tension. I think sometimes the feeling of injustice is justified, so to say, because we see a lot of narratives that people should stop the war, people should stop fighting in Russia. But on the other hand, for example, Germany, who said that Germany will do a lot to help people who decided to desert the army, like the amount of acceptance of these visas from the people who deserted is not so high. That's why sometimes I think it is valid that people feel injustice. Or we say that people should go protest, but for example, like colleagues from Zona Solidarnosti then can validate the fight to say that not all peaceful acts of protest should be, like all these people should still be supported, all the political prisoners should be supported. It was a fight that was everyday mundane job from people who are for human rights. So I think sometimes this tension could be, and this is inevitable. On the other hand, I think it is vital that we as people who left are not speaking for, but trying to create places where people could speak up themselves safely. For example, we had very good action where we proposed queer people in Russia to say what they want to say in Pride, for example, in different countries, because I can go to Pride very safely and like policemen will say hi to me. They wouldn't beat me up, which is not the case in Turkey, where like I ran from police, or in Russia, where it is unimaginable currently. So we received, I think, 200 voices, and we draw them on posters and went out to Pride. This is a small act, but it shows to people who are in Russia that we are here for you, not speaking on your behalf, but actually saying what you want to say. Any sort of thing you want to say. For example, there was Masha, 99% Masha, 99% lesbian, 1% Masha. And people went to the Pride with this poster, which is wonderful, I think. That's why I think being mindful of these discrepancies, being mindful that if we have a Zoom meeting, we should do it safely. We shouldn't do it in Zoom. We should do it in Jitsi, for example. These small actions are there to help get rid of this tension, which is there, which should be there. Because I don't think that protest or resistance should be without tension, should be without conflict. Conflict and disagreement is a vital form of resistance as well, but we should work towards working together.
Thank you, Luba. There was this question, I guess, to anyone who wants to take it, from Ivan Fomin about whether people in Russia are atomizing more or it's the other way around. I guess.
Yes, it was also about communities, and Ivan proposed to see it from the reverse perspective as opposed to normally media perspective, right? So communities are invisible, so how can we touch the ground of the communication and of communitarian life in Russia? I would say there are small opportunities for analysis, for more or less large-scale analysis. But what is quite crucial, at least in interviews and conversations, I still continue at distance, is the fact that even inside communities, people prefer not to speak out loudly. So this is quite an important effect of the self-censorship, so that it's kind of cautious attitude, even to the closest persons, even to those with whom you seemingly share some political or more larger public civic attitude, and this speaks about the destruction of the community life. And what Luba mentioned is especially important, this through-the-border work, where the diaspora, or just people who left, try to support the communication. Not only, not precisely the protest action, but just communication, which is essential. On the other side, it's true that alimented with money, there are communities on the side of the uncivil society, and Z bloggers and poets of the right wing and some other communities are growing because they now have spaces, they have places to gather in, they are supported financially, and this is an important point for all of us who are thinking about how to help the resistance in Russia. First of all, the community is the primary value. So it's not just like small acts of resistance, because normally when they are anonymized, you don't see the community behind it. But what is essential, they are normally communities who commit, for example, the systematic tagging of walls in the cities, or creating memorials to the children of Mariupol, etc., etc. So which means that the Soviet formula of supporting the activism was maybe better than the today's one, because the today's one is based on project. So the communities need today to translate the requirements in project-based curricula and to ask the finance for project. Meanwhile, in the Soviet time, there were no kind of caritative associations or funds who were financing projects or the communities of the resistance, but still the popular way of diplomacy was, for example, bringing books by person in the plane to those who really need books. And that was to element the community. And I would say that if we really think about the global lines of supporting Russian activism in Russia, it's more about supporting community and communal life and communication. And this might be made, and it was always made through culture. So to think how the culture connects with community building, for example, feminist reading groups, this is an essential way of constructing the feminist community. Some other forms of specific cultural values for the communities, this is really the point of reflection.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Alexander. Mikhail, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, just two thoughts on this community building. I think obviously social media is one way of community building, but we have to take into account that people are extremely distrustful about who is in the chat and who shouldn't be actually in the chat. So. And also people are very concerned about what remains in the chat. This is why many people then clean their chats afterwards immediately, which is utterly important. But I realized that actually that a very good old style, the personal encounter and private meetings are very important. And I've been to many of those. They can be outside of Moscow at the dacha or in some private flats. that, you know, meeting with people you trust and you know you can trust, that is very important. I think this is what is maintained and what is actually now growing more and more, that people meet again, obviously much more than during COVID times, but that they use the opportunity to meet up in private with people they can trust. There was also one point raised, the question of support of the war, and of course, if you read all these statistics, and even those, not the official ones, but the statistics, the more reliable by Levada, that such an overwhelming majority supports the war, the regime, and so on. I think it's very important to note that this majority is, that there's no enthusiasm about all of that. That it's rather a fatalistic approach to we cannot do anything else, there's no other way. And of course, this mood which quells and demoralizes protests and opposition of any kind, that there is this seeming majority, is based on one very important factor the regime works with, and this is this idea of stability and normalcy. And I think if there was, doctrines in Russia in the 20th century, like the doctrine of permanent revolution, permanent mobilization under Stalin, now it's permanent stabilization, which is so utterly important for Putin. And it is not clear to me yet what could possibly undermine this. And this is then when all these communities which have been built will be so important. Inflation has been mentioned, and I think inflation at this point, because they can't really control it, and it's just the other side of the coin of military buildup and high wages in the military industry. So this is something which can get out of control, but I wouldn't say we are not there yet, and I can't foresee what elements will be to undermine the stability. But as soon as stability seems to be endangered, I think then all these communities will be very important, and this is why it's so important to keep them in the back, to keep them and develop them even under these very difficult circumstances.
Thank you so much. And Alexandra, last remarks.
Yes, I had a very very specific question about how I could explain the difference in numbers of these flowers, spontaneous shrines. As you saw in my pictures, so there is cities where there are a lot of spontaneous shrines every time. Of course, it's Moscow, St. Petersburg, but also it's Novosibirsk, Ekaterinburg, Cheboksary. Oh, I don't have a good answer for you, but it's always like that. So maybe because Novosibirsk and Ekaterinburg, they have a huge, resistance potential. Maybe, and highly possible. That's why it happens, because they already had a long tradition of local protest. Also, it's a big cities with a university, so there is a high number of young people. But Novosibirsk and Ekaterinburg are the biggest, the most protesting cities in Russia, except for Moscow, St. Petersburg. And the number of repression is a little bit less in Siberia and Ural. It's also important. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you to all of you for this very, very important conversation and for your valuable insights. Thank you so much.
А мы встретимся здесь в 17:30, через 20 минут ровно. Ты молодец. Я приглашаю... I have to speak English. Sorry for switching to Russian. So Marina Davidova is our moderator today. We are happy. I think in the middle. This is the best place. Sasha Filipenko, please. And Marius Ivashkevichus. Лиза, монеточка уже здесь. И Нина Хрущева, прошу вас. И это наша последняя. This is our last discussion for today.
Shall we wait or shall we start? I don't understand. Yeah, yeah? Okay. So we are starting the last discussion of today. And I have to, I think, first to introduce the panelists, the guests, yeah? So there are Nina Khrushcheva, political science and writer and woman with a lot of occupations. Sasha Filipenko is a writer, a playwright, script writer, which plays were staged in Moscow, in pre-war Moscow, and now you can see his a performance staged after his novel Kremulator in Berlin. Marius Ivashkevichus, a very famous playwright, journalist, and writer from Lithuania. He was very, very popular in Russia. His plays were very often staged in pre-war Russia as well. I don't know if they are still performing, because I remember that you banned the there's a, yeah, and Lena Gerdimova, better known as songwriter and singer named Monetochka. So we so it's my first question is in a way very simple, but not so simple, because for me the very title of the discussion raised a question as it uses two words, art and culture, and this wording in a way equals these two notions, but as we know, art is only part of culture, and from my point of view as a person which is related to culture, art can art is not supposed to have some pragmatical goals. Art shouldn't resist, shouldn't educate, shouldn't fight fear or something. Art is important as itself, from my point of view. Of course, all talented artists, they somehow react to the events which is happening around them, because they have very heightened sensory set. But is it their obligation, their duty to do it? Yes, should art and artists somehow react to these crucial moments of history? Is it there's any obligation to do it? From your, yeah, I mean, we can start in an order.
Is it on? Well, I'm not an artist, so this is really not a question for me.
I don't think art it has to do anything. Art does what it does, and it exists in the world that reflects culture. And you're very correct that art and culture, in some ways, two different beings, because culture is a reflection, and social reflection, artistic, political, societal, whatever, of forms that we exist in. And art is a creation of that reflect those forms. So I don't think artists has to do anything. But in relations to Russia, artists cannot not be involved in what's happening. All Russian art is always political. My expertise, not that it is expertise, but long time ago I wrote a book about Vladimir Nabokov. In English, he's called Nabokov, but it is Vladimir Nabokov, who many people know from because of his novel Lolita, but he wrote incredibly many great books. And he always claimed that he is not a political writer in any way. He only writes what comes up in his mind. And so I did a bit of a study on him, and I found an amazingly interesting thing, that every work of art, of every piece of art writing he has ever produced, was always a political response to Russian literature. I think one of the questions for today, I think you posed for us, is about colonialism and empire and whatnot.
We will touch.
Right, we'll deal with it later if we do. But so he took every single piece of Russian great literature, Dostoevsky, The Idiot, and rewrote it as Invitation to a Beheading. He took The Diary of a Madman by Nikolai Gogol and rewrote it as Pale Fire. He took he took Anna Karenina, Leo Tolstoy's, and rewrote it as Ada, and so on. And one of the reasons he took Russian literature and reframed it in a more logical Anglo-Saxon, not even Anglo-Saxon as much as in a linear key in which the circle is not the final outcome of any political decision. So you always start with something that you think is progress, but then it ends up going back to not progress and a disaster and dictatorship. And so he rewrote it in a linear key in which the good ending is actually something that can happen, because Russian literature, Russian art, doesn't know happy endings. And yet this man claimed he's not political. When Boris Nemtsov led, or one of the leaders of the new Russia, when Boris Yeltsin was trying to create and build new Russia, every single thing at the culture was a reference to Vladimir Nabokov at the time. The Russians even did Vladimir Nabokov's stamp. They celebrated him in every theater, in every museum, in every library, because that literature, and that speaks to the importance of art in culture, his literature was a literary way for the Russians to show that they can live not in a circular world. Remember, in Dead Souls, you start with a wheel and then you go into a troika bird. And so you always get from small to big and then in the same circle yet again. And so he tried to get Russia out of the circle, remission, oppression, remission, oppression. He was not a political writer, yet every single piece of writing he did was political because it helped Russia to find a way out. Ultimately, it didn't. And yet there were 10 years, even a little longer, when Russia lived according to Nabokov's books.
Thank you. So, are there, yeah, of course.
Можно говорить по-русски?
I don't know, yeah.
Да, вы в свободной стране. Да.
Я согласна с Ниной в том, что искусство действительно никому ничего не должно, но я не знаю ни одного автора, который не считал бы, что он знает, что такое хорошо, что такое плохо, как нужно жить людям, и который не считал бы своей обязанностью, своей миссией нести это знание по миру. Это касается любых артистов, и Моргенштерн, и Инстасамка, и певец-шаман, кто угодно. Все артисты почему-то про себя думают так, и я в этом смысле не исключение. Я тоже вижу какую-то свою миссию, я тоже с чем-то внутри себя борюсь для того, чтобы ну, якобы давать что-то своей аудитории, что я обязана, но логика мне подсказывает, что...
So you feel it as your obligation. I don't know, shall I continue in English or...
Да-да-да.
По-русски уже говорит? О чем мы тогда так мучаем? Ну,
параллельно переводит. И мне кажется, вы правы в том, что это особенно сильно чувствуется в России, потому что исторически так сложилось, что литература в России часто на себя берет функции других каких-то сфер культуры, например, социологии, политологии. И это началось очень-очень давно. Мне кажется, это связано с тем, что зажимают власти и прессуют какие-то такие легальные способы дискутировать об обществе, политику оппозиционную, журналистику свободную. И тогда приходит время для поэтов, для, например, авторов советских фильмов, которые запрятывали очень тонко и классно какие-то политические, общественные подтексты. И в современном искусстве я это тоже вижу. У меня много прекрасных соотечественников, которые так же, как я, уехали. И это для меня просто великие люди, как там Алла Пугачева, Земфира, мой друг Ваня Нойс. В основном, кстати, это рэперы. Мне кажется, поэзия породила вот такой современный рэп, потому что там сейчас очень много смысла, и это все классные поэты, Оксимирон и так далее. И очень приятно быть частью вот этой российской культуры, которая, по моему мнению, абсолютно единодушно показала свое антивоенное лицо.
Ну, уж не единодушно, прямо скажем.
Слушайте, ну что, Шаман, Газманов. Для меня все-таки российская культура — это в первую очередь те люди, которых я перечислила. Они очень достойные, все классные, Би-2, ДДТ. И я знаю не так уж много примеров действительно талантливых пишущих авторов, которые оказались на той стороне.
Ну, вы о своей сфере говорите, а я могу сказать, что, например, практически весь российский кинематограф более-менее благополучно существует в новых предлагаемых обстоятельствах. С театром все обстоит несколько лучше, поскольку действительно очень многие по-настоящему важные, талантливые, интересные представители российского театра эмигрировали и работают сейчас за пределами страны. Но если посмотреть на театр не как на некое производство, понимаете, то огромное количество театральных институций в этой огромной стране, да, продолжают выпускать спектакли и тоже вписываются в эти предлагаемые обстоятельства. Так что тут является ли это все, можно ли это все назвать культурой и искусством, это интересный вопрос.
Позвольте мне добавить, что я знаю по себе и по своим друзьям, деятелям театра и кино переехать гораздо сложнее, чем, например, музыкантам. И это моя большая привилегия, что я могу, грубо говоря, взять с собой гитару, уехать и давать концерты в Европе. Мне этого никто не запретит. И, в общем-то, меня одной и моего инструмента было бы достаточно, а для них этот процесс совсем другой. Им обязательно нужно быть прикрепленной к структуре, к большому коллективу. И мне кажется, стоит учитывать, как сложно им принять это решение.
Да. Во-первых, я не являюсь, мне кажется, во-первых, что я хочу сказать, что большая привилегия быть здесь. Большое спасибо за приглашение. Я бы хотел сразу сказать большое спасибо синхронистам, переводчикам, которые делают фундаментальный труд. И я не знаю, благодарили ли я их сегодня, потому что это очень важно. И я сейчас, наверное, скажу парадоксальную вещь, но она важная, и особенно в эти времена и были всегда. Я как автор, который пишет на русском языке, как и многие авторы, которые пишут на русском языке, не являюсь представителем русской культуры. Как люди, которые в Швейцарии пишут на французском, не являются представителем французской культуры, или люди, которые в Цюрихе пишут на немецком, не являются представителем немецкой культуры. В этом смысле я отстаиваю там какие-то свои права соседнего государства, да, свои культурные права. Мне кажется, что искусство, каждый автор сам решает, берет ли он на себя возможность или берет ли он на себя миссию воспитывать кого-то, берет ли автор какую-то миссию сражаться с деревянным мечом, с государством и объяснять что-то государству. Возможно ли это? Мы понимаем, что у Солженицына были 10-миллионные тиражи в Советском Союзе, и будто бы если 10 миллионов человек прочитали его книги и не передали эти книги на растопку, отдали еще и друзьям, то будто бы, наверное, не должно было случиться того, что случилось сейчас. Если вы читали Гинзбург, Шаламова, если вы читали Василя Быкова, будто бы всего этого не должно происходить, но это происходит. Мне кажется, что в этом смысле я могу определить свою роль как человека, который пытается зафиксировать то, что происходит, как человека, который, если обращается к читателю, то этот читатель где-то в 2030-2040 году, человек, который захочет проанализировать, а что же происходило, что мы хотели и что мы не смогли сделать, ровно так, как мы сейчас читаем историю одного немца и потрясаемся от того, как была написана эта книга, как она точно. Я не знаю, если кто-то из вас читал эту книгу, я останавливался 4 потому что я был твердо убежден, что ее написали сейчас. Я 4 раза перепроверял, что это невозможно так точно написать все, что происходит. Театр. При этом я лично такой большой сторонник саботажа культурного и саботажа. Я считаю, что нужно продолжать и всеми возможностями продолжать культурное сопротивление. И мне кажется, что мы должны говорить о том, что сейчас, и вы сказали о кремуляторе, мы пытались сделать кремуляторы в Москве тоже, и поставить кремулятор в Москве, и театр на Покровке согласился стать.
Да, я помню эту историю, да.
И в день, когда объявили, что будет спектакль, в театр приехали, режиссерку вызвали в дирекцию, а актера забрали в военкомат и увезли, и он сейчас служит в армию. И это все случилось на следующий день после того, как в «Независимой газете» вышла одна строчка: в театре на Покровке состоится премьера по спектаклю Филипенко. Мы говорим о том, как быстро среагировали эти ребята сейчас. И в этом смысле мне кажется, что мы, к сожалению, наблюдаем очень много кокетства, и я не вижу никакого сопротивления сейчас, там, если мы говорим о театре, в российском театре, который остается в России, не знаю, сейчас на прошлой неделе, по-моему, в Театре наций, там ставили «Отцы и дети», и есть момент, когда актеры выходят вот так к залу, начинают светить фонариком в зал, в заброшенный зал, и друг с другом разговаривают и спрашивают, где мы. И один из актеров говорит: мы в заброшенном театре, здесь когда-то играли приличные люди. И московский зал, я не знаю, влетит ли теперь Миронов за эту вольность, за этот такой протест мощнейший. Но мне кажется, что, конечно, там не проявили российские театральные деятели и российские писатели солидарности, не выступили, очевидно, против войны. Но я повторю, что в моем представлении каждый художник сам решает, он молчит, или он высказывается, или он делает фотографию времени, и надеяться на то, что литература может еще влиять на умы. Мне кажется, что, наверное, я как писатель совершенно точно могу сказать, что скорее нет.
Okay. So, Marius, I don't dare to address you in Russian.
Мы перешли на русский язык, да? Как бы?
I don't know. So
Ладно, если легче на русском всем, тогда зачем мучиться?
You can speak English.
It's okay, it's okay. No, я не воюю с русским языком. Вы знаете, я, например, стал политическим автором в 2014 году. Я помню этот момент, когда последний вечер лета 2014 года я собирался снимать фильм про любовь. И там делал кастинг с актерами, с одной латышской, с одним литовским актером. Увез их потом, одного в Лиепаю, другого в Палангу, и там остался у моря. Пил виски, смотрел телевизор, и там были какие-то ожесточенные бои на Донбассе. И вдруг я подумал, чем я занимаюсь. То есть война у моего порога, а я собираюсь снимать фильм про любовь. И как-то я решил себя мобилизовать, стать литературным солдатом. Думал, утром проснусь, может, все это пройдет, но проснулся, это не прошло. И на самом деле с этого 2014 года, можно сказать, как бы все мои пьесы были каким-то образом, то есть направлены против этого. А потом я посчитал, что Путин у меня уже где-то в 4-й или 5-й пьесе появляется как всякое демоническое вещество или что-то такое. И сейчас у меня такой, значит, двойной взгляд на это. Как бы они не поощряю ли я вот эту ту же самую энергию, то есть не варюсь ли я, то есть не заставили ли меня вариться в этом соку, и как-то, наверное, даже будучи, значит, в протесте против всего, что происходит, быть с ними, то есть быть в одном супе. Всего зла. Да, ну то есть они используют мою энергию. Простите. То есть энергия могла уйти на какие-то другие вещи, а я как бы трачу на их. Но это я говорю как автор и человек, и гражданин все-таки третьей страны, который наблюдает за этой войной и за этим всем злом, происходящим в России, но не находится все-таки в этом. Если бы я был русским автором или белорусским автором, как Саша, я думаю, все-таки, или, конечно, украинским, сегодня вот обходить и не видеть, наверное, этот агрессивный мир, наверное, это все-таки так закрывать глаза на реальность. И то есть, конечно, литература, там, театр, кино, оно не остановит ни войну, не свергнет режим, но, мне кажется, очень важно в глазах мира видеть, что есть другие русские. То есть есть... Потому что, например, в балтийских странах идет очень такое упрощение. То есть русский паспорт, все, это значит, это враг. То есть, ну, так просто проще видеть, белое, черное. И на самом деле вот миру знать, что все-таки есть другое лицо этой нации, это очень важно. Я думаю, что вы должны продолжать то, что вы делаете.
Ну, спасибо, да, это вдохновляет твои слова. Но значит, я сама сказала, что искусство — это только часть культуры. Культура гораздо более широкое понятие, да, оно как бы, ну, в него входит и образование, и как социальные рекламы, и даже часть медиа и так далее. И тем не менее, я задаю себе, и, соответственно, вам всем тоже вопрос, знаем ли мы хоть один пример, когда не искусство, а вообще вот как бы культура предотвращала бы как-то, замедляла соскальзывание общества в фашизм. Потому что всем, наверное, хорошо известна история радио «Тысячи холмов», да, знаменитое радио «Тысячи холмов», которых фактически спровоцировало чудовищный геноцид в Руанде в 1994 году. То есть вот обратных примеров, их довольно много. Культура действительно оказывается очень мощным таким и очень влиятельным фактором в формировании архаичной какой-то фашистской идеологии. Можете ли вы привести примеры, когда культура действительно не просто пыталась выполнить вот, противоположную какую-то роль, да, но преуспевала в этом? Вообще, есть ли у нее в принципе такая возможность и способность? Для меня это большой вопрос. И если да, то в каких, поскольку я повторяю, слово культура, понятие культура — это очень многоаспектная такая вещь, да, в каких своих проявлениях, в каких итерациях культура вообще может эту работу совершать. Я бы хотела перевести наш разговор в какое-то несколько более практическое русло. Нина, как всегда.
Wow, going first. English, Russian.
I don't know already.
Anyway, I don't have very good examples, but I think Sasha mentioned something tremendously important. We read Shalamov, we read Solzhenitsyn, we read Evgeny Ginsburg, and nonetheless, whatever happened today happened. I think, in my experience, art does it задним числом. So art is created as as something that reflects the reality or pushes the reality out of its comfort zone. Because I think that the Brezhnev regime collapsed, Soviet Union collapsed, and the Gulag Archipelago or Ginsburg's books actually helped to do it more than Brezhnev himself or politicians, because ultimately they showed the hollowness of this regime, that absolute emptiness of it, what it can do. Art showed what gulags can do, that Stalinism, and I mean it as a collective Stalinism, can do, and ultimately led to its collapse. So it probably cannot prevent it, but it certainly can become a witness and create certain evidence.
Okay.
And one of the examples, if we talk not about art but about culture, in 1957, the Soviet Union took a leap of faith that it can compete with the normal world, with the Western world, and had the Festival of Youth and Culture in Moscow in 1957. And suddenly all these foreign people in jeans with jazz and normal clothes from very different countries came into Moscow and started speaking all these languages and showing all their cultures, and suddenly debating things that never were debated in the Soviet Union before. Alexei Kozlov, who was one of the very important he's still alive, jazz musicians of the time, he said something funny. He said, Sofia Vlasyevna, the way they called Sovietskaya Vlast, Soviet Union, Sofia Vlasyevna at the time, it was a code name, did the worst thing that could have done for itself, because it opened the closed Soviet world, and ultimately it led, after 30 whatever years, it led to its collapse. So I would say, if it cannot do it before the fact, it certainly is worth doing, because one day it will be done after the fact.
Thank you. It's really
Я согласен. Я думаю, что если мы говорим о примерах, то, к сожалению, культура никогда не оказывалась в хороших руках. И она, как правило, достается людям, которые пропагандируют фашизм. Да, функционеров.
Ну, конечно, да.
И я имею в виду глобально. Окей, хорошо. Ну, мы всегда можем находить исключения, мы можем сейчас жонглировать этими исключениями, но глобально, мне кажется, нет такого запроса. Я полностью согласен с этим примером, потому что, например, в Беларуси, когда случился первый чемпионат мира по хоккею, и к Лукашенко приехали туристы, даже он чуть-чуть европейцем захотел быть, но у него это прошло через пару часов. И мне кажется, что в этом смысле я твердо убежден сейчас, что это такой культура и искусство, это все равно сизифов труд. Мы обязаны подтачивать эту власть, потому что сейчас мы обязаны говорить там, то, о чем я пишу. Я просто будто бы оставляю за художником возможность не писать, если он не хочет, или молчать. Я считаю, что за каждым человеком у него есть выбор. Я просто не понимаю, как можно сейчас молчать, когда вот мы здесь выступаем условно, или в московском где-нибудь мы были бы театре, на сцене стоит огромный слон, и мы будто бы его не замечаем, слон гадит, а мы все сидим в Москве и думаем, а это задумка режиссера, что он гадит, а половина зала вообще не видит этого слона, и у нас сейчас тот монолог Раневской, а слон стоит посреди сцены. И мне кажется, что в этом смысле мы должны продолжать этот сизифов труд, мы должны описывать, мы должны говорить, но надеяться на то, что это будет такие же изменения, и вот мы снесли советскую власть, и сейчас получится снести Путина. Ну, мне хочется оставаться реалистом, и я понимаю, что хотя там мои книги совершенно точно были терапевтичными в 2020 году, потому что я знаю, что их читали в тюрьмах, и тогда, наверное, в этом есть какая-то терапевтическая роль, и для кого-то это, безусловно, кому-то это открывает глаза, но вам нужно захотеть, чтобы у вас открылись глаза. Там так, что это повлияет на массы, я не очень в это верю, к сожалению.
Спикеры слева.
Наверное, сложно найти примеры, когда культура что-то предотвратила, еще и потому, что она это предотвратила, возможно, и срабатывает такая логическая ошибка выжившего, по-моему, это называется.
Кстати, да.
И слава богу, что мы не узнали, что, может быть, она предотвратила. И еще, я думаю, важно, если мы говорим про современную Россию, учитывать и то, что Россия не жила в пузыре своей собственной культуры и была очень интегрирована в мировую культуру. И, возвращаясь к искусству, на его примере, наверное, мне больше всего понятно это. В год, когда во всем мире самым популярным фильмом был «Аватар», в России также был популярен «Аватар». И я не вспоминаю в то время каких-то очень успешных именно милитаристских традиционных фильмах. Мы все равно все смотрели там Марвел, мы любили Анджелину Джоли, Леонардо Ди Каприо, и мы были погружены и были частью этого мира, и поэтому я не могу совсем согласиться с обвинениями культуры в том, что она с чем-то не справилась, потому что больше, может быть, это касается и центральных регионов, там, и столицы, но я думаю, большинство людей, если верить, по крайней мере, статистике кинопоказа, все равно смотрели то, что и смотрит весь мир.
Marius,
знаете, я думаю, что все-таки диктаторам больно, когда от них отворачиваются самые талантливые люди. Они скажем, к примеру, возьмем...
Оптимистический взгляд.
Нет, я просто немножко исследовал, например, как пример возьмем Сталина, да? То есть человек, который, мне кажется, при всей своей тупости, он понимал, что именно литература, театр, кино как-то утвердит его в истории. То есть эти инструменты будут писать его портрет исторический. И вот один только пример перерабатывания Булгакова, как, значит, он из этого белого писателя, игнорированием его там, в общем, полным, в общем, довел до того, что все-таки он сел и написал в конце своей жизни пьесу «Батум», значит, о молодом Сталине.
Запрещенную, кстати.
Да, не понравился этому человеку-богу, что его показали в таком человеческом образе. Да, и, кстати, это убило Булгакова.
Очень логично, да.
Да. И то есть, мне кажется, все-таки очень важно, что на самом деле, вот как вы говорили, лучшие силы художественно ушли, отвернулись от этого режима. И как пример, та же самая Германия или Австрия нацистских времен, скажем, если бы вот тогда не было Штефана Цвейга, Томаса Манна, Ремарка, какое бы осталось у нас впечатление про тогдашнюю Германию или Австрию, то есть что все были нацисты, все, то есть 100% были людоеды. Сейчас у нас все-таки немножко другое восприятие всего, и потому я повторюсь, то, что вы делаете, мне кажется, это важно для будущего.
И снова спасибо. Вы вселяете в меня какой-то оптимизм, тем не менее. Но как всякий человек, так или иначе принадлежащий к этому, значит, к русской интеллигенции, да, я, конечно, сама себе задаю вопрос, что мы могли бы сделать еще, кроме того, что мы делали, все-таки пытались сделать, да, но как-то мне казалось всегда, что главная задача моя — это просто сохранять российскую культуру в поле какого-то европейского контекста. Вот, понимаете, как часть европейской культуры ее сохранять. Я не знаю, всех ли это порадует, такое утверждение, но мне казалось, что это такая моя вот миссия. Да? Но тем не менее... Да, это еще до того, как катастрофа нарастала, но вот до начала полномасштабного вторжения. Да, украинцы настаивают на том, что война началась гораздо раньше, но до полномасштабного вторжения. И поскольку все-таки у нашей дискуссии есть очень конкретное название, да, искусство сопротивления и сопротивление искусства, я хочу сказать, что хотя я не верю в то, что художники должны писать какие-то специальные картины, а писатели сочиняют специальные романы в связи с тем, что происходит в мире, да, но некие примеры такого сопротивления преступления в области культуры мне известны. Правда, они не на территории Российской Федерации происходили, да, но я вот сейчас вам опишу один из них. Меня очень впечатлил в свое время. Это произошло в Польше. Мариус, вероятно, знает эту историю. Во Вроцлаве. Там в, значит, таком, главном государственном театре города Вроцлав работал интендант, очень такой прогрессивный, который приглашал, значит, лучших режиссеров, которые ставили там прекрасные спектакли. И, конечно, это был оплот такой, как бы леволиберальной мысли в польском театре. И Министерство культуры, правое Министерство культуры, в какой-то момент просто расторгло с ним контракт и прислало в этот театр какого-то такого тупоголового чиновника в качестве интенданта. Да? Вот. И этот чиновник приступил к исполнению своих обязанностей. Но театр, как я вам сказала уже, это не только искусство, это еще и производство. То есть театр должен функционировать. Там шестеренки должны крутиться, и премьеры должны выходить. И этот не очень умный, но интендант стал приглашать на постановке примерно тех же талантливых, значит, режиссеров первого ряда, с которыми сотрудничал предыдущий интендант. Но они все дружно отказались ставить там. Тогда он как бы опустился на несколько ступенек ниже и стал приглашать менее известных режиссеров, чтобы они ставили, но они тоже отказались. И он так спускался по этим ступенькам, пока не вот. Одновременно эти режиссеры разные начали ставить спектакли буквально в каких-то полуподвальных помещениях, в каких-то квартирах во Вроцлаве. Они приглашали артистов этого государственного театра, которые работали там за какие-то, там сказать, гроши. А критики театральные стали писать статьи про эти про эту другую театральную реальность, делаю так more visible, да, какой-то более заметной. И в результате Министерство культуры потерпело сокрушительное поражение. Для меня это какой-то блистательный пример солидарности, которая одновременно оказывается сопротивлением. Да? Я не могу вспомнить ничего подобного в стране, которая, в общем, которая когда-то жила.
А вот зато мы выработали первое предложение сегодняшнего вечера. Мы предложим Константину Богомолову отказаться от всего, что он делает, уйти в подвалы. И я очень сомневаюсь просто, что он это сделает, и мне кажется, что...
Я даже вижу причины, по которым он должен это сделать.
Но при этом мы, мне кажется, должны быть объективными, мы должны говорить, что остаются в Москве люди, которые делают фундаментальную работу, остается театр ДОК, который там, вы не можете часто купить билеты, но люди обзванивают, и они все равно ставят какие-то невероятные вещи, и есть люди, которым натурально нужно будет ставить, хотя против памятников, но какие-то там формальные памятники людям, которые сейчас делают что-то совершенно невероятное, остаются и в России. Сейчас есть режиссеры, которые в Беларуси делают невероятные вещи в театрах. Мы не можем их называть, потому что это несет опасность, но эта работа есть, это сопротивление есть, и мы должны всячески поддерживать. Мне кажется, что когда мы говорим о том, что не случилось, и мне кажется, что это тянется столетиями. Почему-то авторы в России не считали нужным объяснять простые фундаментальные вещи самим себе, что недопустимо и недопустимо, убивать недопустимо, пытать людей недопустимо. Какие-то базовые, элементарные, фундаментальные вещи не были проговорены, всегда как-то звучал такой союз «но» и запятые, да, это нельзя, но если подумать, Раскольников. И дальше мы начинаем долго копаться в том, почему Раскольников это все сделал, хотя точку надо было поставить, я сейчас пример очень общий, да, привожу, гораздо раньше в моем представлении. И в этом смысле мы пожинаем плоды того, что какие-то очень понятные, очень простые вещи по-прежнему будто бы размыты, воевать нельзя, нападать на соседей нельзя, заниматься геноцидом нельзя. Говорят, да, все это нельзя, но ведь американцы тоже это делают, тогда и нам можно.
Ну, Окей, у меня возникают вопросы в связи с вашим утверждением, но я хочу, если у кого-то есть еще какие-то примеры такого вот сопротивления, потому что я понимаю, о чем вы говорите, и действительно я хотела назвать еще кое-какие театры, и потом подумала, что, наверное,
не нужно их называть,
не стоит этого делать, да. Вот, но я скорее имела в виду все-таки, потому что сейчас действительно внутри России художники живут в условиях очень суровых репрессий, и тут, ну, как бы, я просто не имею права, сидя значит, посреди Берлина, предлагать им делать что-то еще. Я скорее говорила про довоенное время, да, когда были все-таки какие-то...
А я вот имею, потому что я ходил на протесты, на одиночные пикеты и в России, и в Беларуси, занимался постановками, которые запрещены и в России, и в Беларуси, и я уверен, что российское общество упустило свой момент, потому что даже когда у вас выходили на пикет, у вас были более вегетарианские менты, у вас можно было ходить на пикеты, это было не так страшно, как в Беларуси. И совершенно точно мы должны говорить о том, что в России момент был упущен, но когда это говоришь российским друзьям, все обижаются, и все такие: ой, а зачем ты нам про это рассказываешь, и т.д. и т.п. А мне кажется, что это первое осознание того, что обязательно нужно говорить о том, что этот момент был упущен, и был момент, когда можно было ходить по Москве, и вообще не было никаких автозаков, и то же самое можно было делать в театре, и ничего бы за это не было, и можно было выпускать книги и выступать, но общество испугалось на опережение, и это тоже какой-то важный момент.
Can I add to this? And now we're actually entering the cultural territory, because that has been a Russian story forever. It's not just the now Russian story. It's always общество боится на опережение, and this is a genetic code, which is quite a remarkable thing that may not, this Polish story that you told may or may not happen in Russia, but most likely, and I would like to remind you, when Boris Pasternak became Boris Pasternak and he got a Nobel Prize, what happened? He was, of course, slaughtered by the state, Nikita Khrushchev in particular, but he was even more slaughtered by his own people, by his own writers. He was kicked out of exactly. Absolutely. So that общество, and I think that is the question. The question is, with all this great art, with all this great literature, with all this great culture, how do we always go the same cycle? So it's not just now. It seems like we learn and then we unlearn. That genetic fear, and there was a great panel on fear, and Ira Sherbakova particularly explained it tremendously well. That comes back and it infects your brain, and suddenly you think that you live in the same 1937. But since we talk about culture of resistance, I would like to enter, to bring in not just the artist into this, but people who work with production of art. All sorts of bookstores around Russia, and not just Moscow, St. Petersburg. You go into any of them, almost any of them, and the first book that you see is 1984, George Orwell. Some of the George Orwells are hanging above the cash register in many bookstores. And you tell the bookkeeper, the cash register person, oh, you have such a great display. And she said, we have to remember the country we live in. So they really don't take Orwell as just a literary piece. They take it as something that is evidence of their existence. One time I was in St. Petersburg and I went into a bookstore, which I love doing, because what's interesting in the last 2.5 years is that people hide in bookstores, because bookstores rarely have displays of Putin and Putin mugs and all this other things. So people hide in bookstores and they look at books that were published and the bestsellers of Great Britain and something. So they pretend Putinism doesn't exist in that particular cultural space. And so in the display of Prigozhin and Sholokhov and Russia is great and Putin will win and whatever it is at the entrance of the bookstore, Dom Knigi в St. there was a mug which George Orwell is very dear to my heart, since we live in him, or Russians live in him. And so there's a mug right there in the middle of it says, let the big brother think that there is tea in this mug. So somebody who put up that display actually made it on purpose in the middle of Prilepin. I said Prigozhin, I meant Prilepin and all these others. And so I thought, oh, that's amazing, and I bought it, and it was so shocking. So I came in the next day to see it was a fluke. It wasn't a fluke. There was another George Orwell mark right in the same spot. So there is a culture of resistance. It's small, and I think somebody, I forgot who said that it should be, it should be recognized because it is there, and it is there every day. And those who make those displays just in the bookstores actually may even take risks because we don't know who is now having a genetic code, genetic memory of squealing, who is squealing on whom.
Thank you. Would you like to add something to?
Ну, действительно, все это напряжение и давление на артистов началось не только с войны, и даже у меня, хотя я не так давно выступаю, первые столкновения и первые звонки из АП начались году в 2019, и были также связаны с каким-то социальным подтекстом в песнях, с поддержкой квир-сообщества. И уже тогда к моим знакомым на концерт вламывался ОМОН, там всех ложили лицом вниз. Все это было очень страшно, жутко. Люди действительно сопротивлялись, боролись, ходили на митинги, устраивали на митингах большие концерты. И, конечно, если бы я вернулась в прошлое, я бы точно вела себя гораздо активнее, громче. Не знаю, может, как Pussy Riot вообще вышла бы там просто в центр и орала бы как сумасшедшая, потому что сейчас я знаю, чем все это закончится. Но, слава богу, что сейчас есть что делать. Я считаю, что вы правильно упомянули про интеграцию в международное европейское сообщество. И я рада, что хоть и с какими-то проблемами, но все равно европейские города принимают оппозиционных российских писателей, артистов для выступлений, для прочтения лекций. И действительно, я рада, что вот такая оппозиционная российская культура идет по миру. И очень благодарю все страны и города, где не доставляет никаких где это делается легко, и где никто с этим не борется, не сопротивляются, и люди понимают, что на самом деле мы их друзья, а не враги.
Я, может быть, добавил только коротко, если можно, или после. Да. Мне кажется, что сопротивление начинается в тот момент, когда ты начинаешь заниматься искусством в наше время. Уже сейчас в этот момент начинается сопротивление, потому что люди не очень...
Настоящим искусством.
Настоящим искусством, потому что...
Честно.
Люди не... Я, когда получал документы в миграционной службе в Швейцарии, меня спросили, кем ты работаешь? Я говорю, я писатель. Он говорит, нет, ты будешь девчонкам рассказывать. А кем ты работаешь? Какая у тебя работа нормальная твоя? Я говорю, я писатель, я переведен на 20 языков. У меня постановка. Он говорит, нет, это все ерунда. И в этом смысле мы сегодня задаемся вопросом, как культура может сопротивляться, но не задаемся вопросом, сколько денег мы тратим на культуру. И вообще, как я могу представить себе, как выживают авторы, у которых много пьес, как выживают авторы, которые ставятся... А как выживает автор одной книги, который написал потрясающие книги, и на что ему нужно жить? Сопротивление с этого момента. То есть мы говорим о том, что культура должна побороть диктатуру, но первый момент культуре нужно еще как-то существовать, и мы видим, что даже в самой благополучной Швейцарии сейчас деньги, которые выделяются на культуру, мизерный просто. Это какая-то беда совершеннейшая. Культура становится хобби, искусство становится хобби, написание книг становится хобби, потому что вы должны заниматься просто там, кормить семью.
Но оно всегда было хобби, между нами говоря.
И в этом проблема. И в этом главнейшая проблема, что мы тратим миллиарды.
Ну, Толстому не надо было выживать, а Достоевский писал к дедлайнам. Это даже иногда
потому что если бы не проигрывал в казино все бабки, ему бы не надо было бы это делать.
Не знаю. Marius, would you like to?
Ну, тут какая-то уже много тем, но я попробую. Да.
Еще есть вопросы.
Можно я просто отвечу? Мне кажется, если про момент, когда вы его проморгали, да, так со стороны, мне как-то все стало ясно 31 декабря 2000 года, когда этого человека Ельцин привел полностью во власть, человека, который мочил чеченцев, скажем так, то есть без жалости никакой. И То есть, я не знаю, Клинтон, да, который увидел там
Нет,
Бушу?
Буш.
Да, Буш. Вот как раз я там увидел демона, когда то есть, он пришел к власти. И, я, конечно, не ожидал, что вот настолько все будет плохо, но что будет плохо, мне было ясно тогда. И я сомневаюсь, что культура с этого момента могла, или культура, или творцы что-то как бы на самом деле поменять.
То есть все уже было...
Я думаю, что да, там была вот эта точка невозврата.
Я все-таки затрону этот вопрос болезненных, да, но очень много голосов раздается таких обвинительных в адрес русской культуры, и главное обвинение состоит в том, что мы не смогли преодолеть и в довоенное время, и даже сейчас, уже оказавшись в изгнании, уже как бы поняв, каковы последствия всей нашей деятельности, не можем преодолеть свое имперство. Что русская культура — это имперская. Кстати говоря, то, что мы сейчас сидим и все-таки говорим по-русски, да, это тоже отчасти проявление, но неважно. Насколько действительно переосмысление, у нас тут, значит, есть два представителя не России, а Белоруссии и Литвы, но тем не менее, да, как вам кажется, насколько вот этот вот имперский фрейм русской культуры, как это я сейчас цитирую скорее, чем сама это говорю, хотя надо сказать, что я сама тоже как-то очень много вещей переосмыслила за последнее время. Если вот виноватить русскую культуру, то насколько вы ощущаете правильным это обвинение? Мариуса и, может быть, Сашу я спрошу, насколько вы в общении со своими друзьями в России, и в частности со мной, кстати, ощущали это имперство или не ощущали? И не является ли это главной причиной всего случившегося? Это же главный вопрос, вот этой ответственности русской культуры за ту мясорубку кровавую, которая сейчас происходит. Это не я формулирую, я как бы цитирую, но я могу сама ответить на этот вопрос, но я модератор, поэтому я задаю его.
Я как пострадавшая страна, я думаю, что для меня это, у меня нет этого вопроса. Мне кажется, что я не пострадал. Я отвечаю на русском на этот вопрос. Мне кажется, что я все равно не пострадал, потому что я наблюдал на одной встрече, я не помню, где это было, по-моему, где-то в Женеве, девушка выступила, сказала, что она изнасилована русской культурой, Чеховым. И мне кажется, что я знаю несколько людей, которые изнасилованы русской культурой. Например, там Федор Двинятин, человек, который прочитал все книги в русской литературе, он, наверное, действительно мог подвергнуться тому, что он был изнасилован культурой. И когда мы сейчас живем в обществе, где люди прочитали в лучшем случае 10 книг, 5 из них во время школьных каникул летних, пропуская войну и читая только мирные события в войне и мире, потому что войну скучно читать, в этом смысле говорить о том, что культура очень как-то сильно на вас повлияла, что культура вас изнасиловала, когда там другая женщина мне сказала, что я совершенно сейчас не могу слушать русскую классическую музыку, и я предложил ей, так как я играю на виолончели, на контрабасе, я предложил ей, сразу включил, говорю, давайте мы сейчас отличим Чайковского от Рахманинова. Я говорю, это Чайковский или Рахманинов? Она говорит, Рахманинов. Я говорю, это Шопен. И для вас будет травмой, что он был гражданином царской России, да, Русской империи. И в этом смысле, мне кажется, что это такое постоянное тоже повторяющееся кокетство. Безусловно, если мы всерьез говорим о имперских травмах, они, безусловно, есть, но они в других совершенно полях проходят, как мне кажется.
Окей. Мариус.
Лично я Знаете, у меня был с детства кризис авторитетов. Я не признавал никаких авторитетов. И если кто-то говорил про великую русскую культуру, для меня она никогда не была великой. Она была просто хорошей культурой, литературой. Это между, значит, другими французскими, английскими, немецкими. Я знал, почему наша культура ниже. Потому что русские нас срезали каждое поколение, начиная с конца 18 века. То есть каждое поколение имело свое сопротивление. Это 1831 год, 63 и так далее. И просто отрезалась голова, отрезался мозг. Одних увозили в Сибирь, другие эмигрировали в Европу, и этому то есть историческое объяснение. Ну, конечно, Литва, она немножко из всех республик бывших Советского Союза, она отличалась, то есть у нас почти не было русских, у нас там их 6%, наверное, и все они литонизированы, это даже большое различие от Латвии и Эстонии. Но я видел имперскость, да, я видел имперскость по отношению к народам Центральной Азии. То есть я там в последнее время немало ездил, и да, там не только имперскость, там расизм. Русский расизм, про который не очень-то любят говорить. Однажды я про это сказал, будучи в Хакасии, просто перед этим наслышавшись от хакасов про отношения русских к ним. И, конечно, на этой конференции было много русских, им очень не понравилась моя речь. Когда я встречал просто вот людей, чаще всего это были пьяные русские, которые начинали, значит, валить вот эту «мы вас из аграрной страны сделали там какой-то, там такой-то» и так далее. Ну, тогда это иногда могло дойти до драк. То есть, но как бы я не их... то есть для меня это были просто дураки, скажем так. То есть я это не относил к какому-то общенациональному свойству, так назовем. Но да, это, наверное, у вас есть. И по отношению к Украине, наверное, это один из двигателей вот этого.
Белоруссия.
Ну и да, и Беларусь. Ну, то есть это один из двигателей, наверное, этой войны. Вот это именно имперскость. То есть мы знаете, одну маленькую историю скажу. В Санкт-Петербурге была какая-то пьянка до 5 утра, и вдруг одна женщина встает, женщина из театра, и говорит: слушайте, вот почему, прибалты, вы нас так не любите? Это 2015, наверное, год. Я говорю, ну не то, что мы вас не любим, просто мы вас боимся. Говорит, да что вы боитесь нас? Так это же немыслимо, чтобы мы на вас напали там или что-то. Говорю, а было мыслимо, что вы нападете на Украину? Так это же совершенно разные вещи. Вы-то Европа, вы-то совершенно другие, всегда были другие. Украинцы — это наши братья, и они нам воткнули нож в спину. То есть вот, да, для меня это было очень интересное разъяснение хода мозга, значит, вот этого империалистического хода мозга россиян и понятие того, что мы вроде выскочили из этой орбиты понимания, значит, своей империи и как бы что к этой империи должно относиться. Но сегодня, мне кажется, нас пытаются обратно втащить.
Да, я согласен с этим полностью. И мне кажется, что в белорусов то есть когда мы говорим «культура», действовала в связи с тем, как действовала империя. Культура двигалась за империей. А империя в это время в одну ночь вырезала всех белорусских поэтов. Всех белорусских поэтов собирали, и все вырезаны. Сейчас, в 2024 году, в Беларуси вас могут с большой долей вероятности арестовать за то, что вы говорите на белорусском языке. На улице вы ведете экскурсию, и вас за это задерживают. Лукашенко, который прогибается и там играет и прогибается перед Москвой, делает для русификации Беларуси сейчас как никто много, просто уничтожает собственную культуру. И в этом смысле, конечно, империя действует, но уничтожает не знаю, совершенно точно не Шаламов, Платонов или кто-нибудь.
Да, тут нельзя, конечно, не заметить в скобках, что вот эту операцию по уничтожению интеллектуальной какой-то верхней прослойки Российская империя благополучно и своими собственными согражданами осуществляла. Да, но когда ты смотришь на мартиролог русской культуры, ты это как бы видишь, и по всякому случаю в 20 веке уж точно. В 20 веке уж точно. Что не отменяет этого самого имперства, особенно, и ты тут абсолютно прав, по отношению к братским славянским народам. Понимаешь, я как человек, родившийся в городе Баку, должна сказать, что этот российский колониализм и имперство, они очень по-разному себя проявляли в Украине, Белоруссии и, например, в Азербайджане, где никто не запрещал никакой азербайджанский язык, где никто его не уничтожал, и даже напротив, ну как бы создание театра на национальном языке, там оперного театра, это все происходило внутри, так сказать, вот этого вот имперской, так сказать, политической ситуации, да, но совершенно не такая ситуация была в Беларуси и в Украине. Белорусский язык, в общем, ну более-менее уничтожен. Это все началось задолго до советской власти, вот, и я по-настоящему вникла, насколько жестоко и чудовищно это все происходило, честно говоря, после начала войны. Но не то, чтобы мне это было неинтересно, но именно после начала войны я просто углубилась в историю, да, и мне и разверзлись бездны буквально. Разверзлись бездны. Вот. А вот мой сын, например, он выучил украинский язык просто вот незадолго до начала войны причем. Да, потому что вот для него это было важно, как другое поколение, да, мне бы в голову не приходило, что я должна учить украинский язык, я французский могу там учить, английский, немецкий, но украинский, зачем, я же по-русски говорю, да, и я в себе вот это вот прорабатывала в последнее время, поэтому я сейчас говорю скорее о каком-то таком интеллигентском сознании и о том, что мы это тоже в себе вносим, конечно.
Мне кажется, это такая очень важная ремарка. Белорусский язык не уничтожен, но он все сильнее и сильнее становится. И если не ренессанс проживает сейчас, несмотря на все сопротивление, несмотря на сопротивление Лукашенко и России, белорусский язык, все с ним будет хорошо, и мы справимся.
Да, конечно. Уничтожался.
Кстати, как и с украинским, я думаю, что для украинского языка никто так много не сделал, как Путин своей агрессией.
Да, безусловно, безусловно. Я с самого начала сказала, что у меня есть желание перевести наш разговор в какое-то практическое русло. Я вот все время думаю, ну вот находясь здесь, вот в изгнании, да, в общем, за пределами страны, можем ли мы помыслить какие-то инициативы, сопротивления, да, или какого-то, ну, в общем, некие прагматические такие инициативы культурные, которые могли бы как-то изменить ситуацию внутри страны. Вообще, если у вас какие-то позитивные идеи, такие очень практические, про то, что можно сделать в этом смысле?
Для меня самой больной темой являются эти уроки о важном, разговоры о важном, и то, какую обработку детей и подростков проводят сейчас в России. Это моя самая больная тема, и поэтому я считаю очень важно для себя сохранять связь с этой частью аудитории, которая до сих пор со мной. У меня все еще по статистике больше всего слушателей именно из России, именно этого возраста. И я очень ценю связь с ними, потому что творчество насквозь оппозиционное. И, конечно, если они мои слушатели, значит, они поддерживают меня в этом. Иногда ребята настолько юные, что они вообще не понимают, что происходит. Они в комментариях спрашивают друг у друга, что такое инагенты, куда я, откуда переехала. Если я инагент, а я в Литве, значит, я инагент Литвы? И вообще, что происходит? Они ничего этого не понимают, очень боятся, что на меня завели там уголовное дело. И, во-первых, я считаю важным общаться с ними на их языке и делать для них нормальное гуманистическое творчество, потому что политические агитки никому не нравятся, и никто не проникается душевно, насквозь только политическим контентом. И мне кажется, главное напоминать о самых простых базовых вещах гуманистических, о том, как страшно потерять свою семью, свой дом, о том, что важна на самом деле твоя семья, не то, как использует государство вот эту семейную риторику, тоже, кстати, очень имперскую, о том, что вот это наша сестра, эта страна наша сестра, или наша бывшая жена, и она от нас ушла, а этот нам как отец, родина-мать. Всегда нужно напоминать людям о том, что у них есть настоящие мамы, папы, братья и сестры, а государство использует эти словечки только когда хочет у них попросить что-то, на что на самом деле не имеет никакого права. И я думаю, самое главное — сохранять вот эти простые, элементарные смыслы о том, что нет ничего важнее их жизни. И я думаю, это очень важно, и хоть это действительно вряд ли способно сиюминутно остановить войну, но это какой-то противовес этой жуткой обработки, которая там проводится, и в нужный момент это нам очень понадобится, и без этой базы мы никуда не продвинемся, не пойдем дальше точно. Я очень переживаю за это поколение, но, слава Богу, после стольких лет доступа в интернете, общения с людьми в интернете, прослушивания музыки через стриминговые сервисы, так просто отрезать страну не получилось от мира, и, конечно, все быстро освоили этот VPN, все скачали себе телеграммы, все что угодно, и люди действительно борются за свободную информацию, за доступ к свободной журналистике, и все эти плашки инагентов и новости про уголовные дела только поднимают прослушивание, и это мне дает большую-большую надежду и мотивацию и себя сохранять вообще в уме, не сходить с ума, жить, продолжать работать и что-то делать для этих ребят, с которыми мы очень друг по другу скучаем и мечтаем обязательно встретиться когда-нибудь.
Спасибо. Nina, I didn't give you the floor while answering the previous question. I know very important.
It's their panel.
And maybe you will combine and you answer the answering for two questions.
Two questions. Well, first of all, I wanted to push back a little bit of an empire on the imperial question, which I think is a very, very valid one. But once again, art reflects whatever the culture is. So it is. If we read Flaubert, if we read Shakespeare, all of these are imperial examples. So we just have to understand that imperial cultures produce imperial art. Elizaveta, you mentioned Marvel. Marvel universe is the most imperial American universe you can imagine, because that Captain America in American flag tights, that's your empire, saving the world. So we just have to understand that there's a certain context that we're discussing. It's not that there's some imperial art that we can handle and some imperial art that helps, like Pushkin, poor Pushkin. I was talking about, I forgot what I was talking about exactly, and somebody from the audience said, well, but Pushkin is now used by Putin and Pushkin, used by Putin as imperial confirmation of his existence. And so for that, we really need to cancel Pushkin. And I said, well, Pushkin has nothing to do with that. He's been dead for 200 years. And somebody said, well, yes, Nina is right. If Pushkin were alive today, he would have condemned Putin's behavior. We have no idea. And one of the things that is important for us to understand, I think, that art supports everything, art supports nothing. Ninth Symphony, Beethoven's symphony is the greatest symphony, by the way, 200 years. 1824 has been used by the Nazis, it has been used by Brexit, it has been used by Trump. It has been an anthem of Europe since 1972 and was played in 1989 in the greatest performance in Berlin, we are in Berlin, that said Europe is united. So I don't think that art really is sort of easy to blame. This is one thing. And as for what we can do, I would like to follow up on what Mariana said, which was really important. I am in Moscow now for a bit. and VPN doesn't work, and my Google doesn't work, and my everything else doesn't work. So don't make it hard for the Russians, because they have it hard enough there. I know I'm not asking for sympathy. I'm just asking not to cancel things that they can listen to Monetochka, because it's getting harder and harder every year, every month. So please, it is your responsibility to make sure that Russia doesn't die out in the desert of despotism and dictatorship. And also, those who can go, who do not face prosecution. I know it's risky, but do go. Show that you are not afraid. Because if we are all afraid and we're all hiding, Putin wins.
В оправдание Пушкина, мне кажется, хочется сказать, что он жертва империализма. Если бы не было Байрона, не было бы никакого Пушкина. И это важно очень. Мне кажется, что будет здорово, если будут разделяться культурные санкции и санкции реальные, потому что вместо того, чтобы в моем представлении, я понимаю, что это очень сложно сделать технически, но вместо того, чтобы закрывать в России Гёте-институт, в России нужно открыть 200 Гёте-институтов. Вместо того, чтобы закрывать французский институт, нужно открыть 200 французских институтов, польских, итальянских. И в области...
А вы полагаете, дадут возможность открыть?
Я полагаю, что, конечно, нет. Но я полагаю, что если мы сейчас задаемся вопросом, что следовало бы делать, в каком направлении, потому что сейчас, если мы говорим о железном занавесе, то мы наблюдаем два железных занавеса, которые отпустили. С одной стороны, Россия опускает железный занавес радостно, и с другой стороны, Европа опускает железный занавес. Мы наблюдаем, что мы отправляем 12 баллов на Евровидение Украине, и это культурная поддержка, и сотни миллиардов евро России по-прежнему за ресурсы и т.д. и т.п. Мы ищем, как обходить все эти пути. Швейцария по-прежнему посылает в Россию дроны, напичканные швейцарским оборудованием, мы покупаем золото, но все известно, да, как действует Европа, и при этом отменяем концерты Чайковского. И мне кажется, что если говорить о культурной составляющей, то мы должны фундаментально пересмотреть отношения и любыми способами, саботажа, не саботажа, любыми возможными способами делать так, чтобы эти культурные мосты не были сломлены. Сейчас выглядит так, что мы просто Россию огородили забором, запустили крокодилов, и россияне когда-то проснутся и подумают, что нужно снести Путина. Мне кажется, вряд ли. И на примере страны, в которой мы сейчас находимся, мы наблюдаем, что в Германии отлично слушали Вагнера, и это не мешало всему происходить, что происходило. И в этом смысле, мне кажется, культуры должно быть там в сотни раз больше.
Ничего там, не все. Ну,
можно?
Да, конечно.
Ну, чуть-чуть реплика про Пушкина, если уж зашла речь. Я написал когда-то пьесу про Толстого, довольно успешную, и мне предложили, а может сейчас хочешь про Пушкина еще? Как бы. Я сказал, знаете, спросите, ну вот про Пушкина никак, потому что я думаю, что сегодня Пушкин был бы, наверное, где-то в позиции Богомолова. То есть человек, который тогда говорил, когда французы хотели вступиться за литовское польское восстание, он говорил, не лезьте, это наша братская славянская война. Это примерно то же самое, что сегодня, значит, наверное, пропутинские...
Славян между собой.
Да. Говорят про войну, про российскую агрессию в Украине. Так что я думаю, Толстого, наверное, бы убили где-то, а Пушкин себе бы сидел на двух театрах. Но если говорить, что все-таки можно сделать, я как литовец в своей профессии не вижу, что я еще могу сделать. Я когда-то вообще, я думал, если начнется война, ну, я, наверное, все-таки попытаюсь спасти семью, себя и как-то переждать. А все-таки, когда началась война в Украине, я понял, что это, наверное, невозможно. И, то есть, если нападут на мою страну, каким-то образом я, пока это возможно, буду там. Вряд ли буду солдатом, слишком стар, но каким-то образом буду просто участвовать, помогать, значит, оборонять свою страну. А вам здесь, я как театрал, вот, Марина, столько вообще в Берлине театралов. Кирилл, почему вам не создать большой российский театр в эмиграции?
Ты затронул очень... Подождите, аплодировать. Подождите. Это, конечно, мысль правильная, извини, что я тебя перебиваю, приходит в голову даже не каждому второму, а каждому первому театральному эмигранту именно в связи с Берлином, потому что здесь достигнута, конечно, критическая масса театральных деятелей с одной стороны и потенциальной аудитории с другой стороны. И это было бы более чем логично. Но это сугубо политический вопрос, потому что что скажут украинцы в связи с появлением в Берлине театра на русском языке?
Смотря что он будет играть. То есть
Не знаю, нет, не уверена, к сожалению. А политики все-таки прислушиваются к голосу украинской интеллигенции по понятной причине. Поэтому, но мысль эта совершенно верная. И поверь, этот вопрос обсуждается часто и громко, и в общем, какие-то практические пути его решения тоже ищутся.
Давайте тогда белорусский театр в Берлине, в котором могут
большим удовольствием.
Иногда, значит, ставить и российские режиссеры.
Да. Я не знаю, сколько у нас еще есть времени. 10 минут. Я хочу спросить, во-первых, да, вопрос, потому что я хочу еще сама тоже что-то сказать, и вопросы из зала, наверное, должны прозвучать, да? Да, ну, пожалуйста, давайте начнем справа.
Во-первых, огромное спасибо организаторам за безумно интересную панель. На самом деле, мы устали все слушать политиков серьезных галстуков и слушать людей искусства. Безумно приятно. На самом деле, очень интересная дискуссия. Особенно касается... Я хотел бы начать с того, что хотелось бы сказать спасибо всем людям искусства. Не искать ошибки в прошлом, на самом деле, потому что как общество развивалось, невозможно загнать искусство в какие-то рамки. Диктаторы, они прекрасно понимают, что искусство нужно контролировать, и Путин с этого начал, на самом деле. Он начал с того, что начал убивать сатиру, например. Он запретил, например, передачу «Куклы». Он запретил юмор в КВНе. А сатира, на самом деле, очень важное искусство, которое против диктаторов. Вот я сейчас в перерыве сходил на выставку Гросса. Кстати, очень рекомендую. Она до ноября скоро закроется. Гросс — иллюстратор, который рисовал картинки, иллюстрации против диктатуры нацизма. Его осуждали там за дегенеративное искусство, суды длинные происходили, потому что все диктаторы прекрасно понимают, что когда над ними смеются, они перестают быть страшными, ужасными, перестают пугать. Поэтому огромное спасибо, то, что вы делаете. И очень хочется каждого человека искусства не вспоминать прошлое. Да, действительно были периоды, когда политики кричали, призывали: давайте все выйдем на площади, давайте 100 тысяч. Но это невозможно. Реально невозможно заставить людей искусства, свободных людей, идти по какому-то одному фарватеру. Хотя иногда и хотелось бы, чтобы было больше сопротивления. Мой вопрос касается того, как можно сейчас помогать людям искусству, чтобы это не скатилось. Знаете, очень многие люди искусства особенно за весьма небольшие там какие-то подачки часто от Романа Абрамовича, от еще каких-нибудь олигархов готовы, опять же, поступиться своими принципами. Делать фильмы ради них, для них. Я понимаю, что иногда это проблема денег, иногда другие проблемы. Очень хочется придумать какой-то механизм поддержки деятелей искусства, придумать какие-то способы их поддержки. Как общество, как мы в эмиграции можем помогать людям искусства, чтобы это, опять же, не скатилось в какие-то сферы. Еще раз огромное спасибо. И огромное спасибо особенно тем, кто находится внутри России, потому что даже сейчас это возможно. Даже в этом, например, в 23-м году мы видели фильм Лакшина «Мастер и Маргарита». Прекрасный фильм. можно ли сказать, что он абсолютно антидиктаторский? Хоть и на деньги фонда кино. Отлично
Он был снят
использован.
до войны, кстати, но...
23-й, по-моему.
Да.
Ну, он снимался до войны, а вышел-то в 23-й.
Там уже постпродакшн.
Спасибо.
Спасибо. Я только, да, спасибо за добрые слова, во-первых. А во-вторых, поскольку мы ограничены во времени, я бы просила редуцировать выступление до вопросов. Да, хорошо?
Марина, как мы сделаем? Мы сделаем несколько вопросов, да?
Ну да, и тогда будем отвечать уже. Саша.
Марина, я тебя обману. Я не буду соблюдать, к сожалению, этого правила. Я всего лишь хотел
Я в тебе и не сомневаюсь, дорогой.
прокомментировать, да. Послушайте, я постараюсь очень коротко. Значит, меня страшно смущает, к сожалению, рассказ уважаемой Елизаветы, которую я безмерно уважаю за ее песни, но меня смущает этот разговор с ее слушателями. Значит, где мы, с одной стороны, страшно удивляемся тому, что есть какие-то, значит, иностранные агенты. Тут можно поерничать и спросить, а они вообще знают, что война происходит и так далее. Вот эта вот наивность, которую мы продолжаем поддерживать, это совершенно категорически неправильная, на мой взгляд, вещь. Я вспомнил, что подобные разговоры велись и в 2012 году, когда был Occupy By, и в 2015 году, когда мы ходили на митинги с тобой, да? Вот эта реакция, наивная реакция, значит, а что происходит? А что вас вяжут? А чего они от вас хотят? Слушайте, на мой взгляд, мне кажется, это какая-то фальшивая игра. Это игра в наивность сознательная, это отказ от ответственности. И, на мой взгляд, если говорить о том, что нужно делать сегодня художнику, по отношению, допустим, к тем, кто остался, к твоим слушателям, читателям, вообще-то говорить им правду. И начинать с того, к сожалению, с этой тяжелой, непереносимой вещи, что вообще-то мы все несем политическую, по крайней мере, ответственность. Вот эта наивность – это худшее, что может быть в разговоре с нашими там, слушателями, читателями и так далее. Спасибо.
Спасибо. Спасибо. Так, кто еще? Да, давайте.
Я тоже хочу сказать большое спасибо. Меня зовут Эля Новопашина. Я сейчас журналист, а в прошлом краевед и лингвист. И мой вопрос или какое-то рассуждение будет именно про это, когда вы рассказывали про то, что вы собирались снимать фильм про любовь и поняли, что вы не можете дальше этого делать, потому что мир как бы дает какие-то другие вызовы и задачи. И решили, что нужно делать что-то другое. Я как бы тоже, в свою очередь, в какой-то момент понимаю, что я больше не могу писать про то, какой красивый дом, например, это вилла, и нужно писать про что-то другое, но при этом к тому, что говорила Монеточка, к тому, что Лиза Монеточка, что война же и все эти вызовы, они же касаются не только непосредственно смерти, не только непосредственно убийств, они касаются всех сфер жизни, и меняются все сферы жизни, в том числе, как мы думаем про любовь, как мы думаем про то, что значит быть хорошим человеком, как мы думаем про то, как быть мужчиной, как быть женщиной, как быть не мужчиной, не женщиной. И то, что делает, например, сейчас российская пропагандистская машина, она же нападает на все сферы жизни. И на женские права, и на права детей, и на права на образование, и на все остальное. И, может быть, вопрос в том, как бы в этих условиях, может быть, все-таки можно и нужно снимать фильмы про любовь. Можно и нужно снимать фильмы, писать книги, рисовать картину про детство, потому что это все сейчас искажается, и нужно как-то оставить эту нотку, даже не нотку, хочется, чтобы это был аккорд громогласной нормальности, которая была до всего этого. Вот, спасибо.
Спасибо. Так.
Можно среагировать?
Так, коротко.
Вы знаете, когда началась война, и Литва, как и все соседние страны, то есть прибежало очень много беженцев из Украины, и, конечно, начались попытки что-то им, значит, дать какой-то театр. И начали давать театр про войну, про про агрессию России в Украине, сказать: ой, пожалуйста, только не это, дайте нам либо комедию, либо про любовь. То есть, ну просто мы в этом уже, мы от этого убежали. И, конечно, то есть все, что, мне кажется, сегодня пишется именно вот злободневное, как это слово в русском языке, это пишется будущему. То есть сегодня это, наверное, никому очень сильно не нужно. Сегодня люди хотят отдыхать от того, что они получают в реальности. Но работаем на будущее.
Может быть, я тоже могу
Можно, да?
тогда ответить?
Ну нет, наверное, мы все-таки, иначе просто это бесконечный будет процесс.
Меня недолюбливают, по-моему.
Да.
Лиза,
Лиза, да. Не, панелистам? Не, конечно, да. Вот это
я просто
привилегии, да.
Не хочу никому разрешать так обижать своих слушателей. Конечно, они наивны, потому что им 10 лет. Они учатся в школе, это очень юные люди. Конечно, они... У меня разная аудитория, и есть много классных людей, которые приходят на мои концерты здесь, в Европе, приезжают. Но также у меня есть доступ к уникальной, юной аудитории, которую я очень ценю, очень берегу, стараюсь на них сильно не наседать как раз-таки с политикой, потому что я не думаю, что это нормально обсуждать такие темы с 10-летними, малюсенькими людьми, и я фильтрую этот контент в зависимости от социальных сетей, потому что в ТикТоке аудитория, например, сильно моложе, чем в Инстаграме, но, конечно же, я говорю им правду, и мне кажется, сложно меня уличить в том, что я как-то недостаточно однозначно высказываю свою позицию. Я и нахожусь здесь, и постоянно говорю им о том, что я не люблю Путина. Просто, например, в Инстаграме я могу сказать, это как-то изящно, интересно, написать стихотворение, а в ТикТоке я просто его чморю. Действительно, как вы здесь обсуждали, просто что это Моль, у него же есть кличка Моль, вот как-то так, чтобы у ребят не было вот этого ощущения какого-то страшного, огромного дракона. И я очень эту аудиторию люблю и ценю, в том числе и за ее наивность, и поэтому их я больше всего и хочу сберечь. Вот.
Да, спасибо большое. Александр Федулов, правозащитная организация «Агора». У меня вопрос к конкретному спикеру, к Саше, и он будет основан на моих личных ощущениях. Если они ошибочны или кажутся вам по-другому, тогда вы меня поправите. И вопрос заключается в следующем. Если мы возьмем, условно назовем это, русскую литературу конца 19-го, начала 20 века, а точнее авторов этой литературы, Чехов, Толстой, Горький, без оценки их творчества, то эти люди очень активно участвовали в политической деятельности того периода. И представить сейчас, чтобы как Толстой кто-то записки Путину из писателей передавал, достаточно сложно мне. И вопрос у меня заключается в следующем. В отличие от музыки, где все-таки, на мой взгляд, совершенно отчетливо понятно, кто за, кто против, и убрав театр, оставив только писателей, которые пишут на русском языке, почему, как вы считаете, с одной стороны нет таких писателей, которые могли бы себе позволить подобным образом активно участвовать в политической деятельности. С другой стороны, на мой взгляд, и власть не использует именно литературу как механизм пропаганды, в том числе, как она использует другие механизмы. Это связано с кризисом литературы на русском языке или это изменение технологий и всего прочего и появление новых рычагов воздействия на общественное мнение? Спасибо.
Можно...
Наверное, это очень конкретный вопрос. Да, будет.
Я сразу отвечу на то, что есть, как можно помогать авторам очень быстро. Есть много фондов, просто будет лучше, если этих фондов будет гораздо больше, и авторам не надо будет отвечать на вопрос, для чего вы пишете книгу, например. Если вы подаетесь на какой-то грант, вы сейчас должны ответить, там есть реальный вопрос, как ваша книга может изменить ситуацию. Я думаю, что сейчас не обращаются к авторам, хотя в России сейчас обращаются, например, к Прилепину, и с ним пытается государство заигрывать, и настолько, насколько его можно выжить, из него пытаются что-то выжить. Просто роль автора ушла, когда мы говорим про Сталина, и когда мы говорим про времена, которые были 100 лет назад, совершенно другая мощь была у Маяковского, совершенно другая мощь была у Булгакова, не было Твиттера, не было ТикТока, и в этом смысле сейчас автор пытается отбить людей, напомнить им, что привет, смотрите, я здесь, есть книги, вы можете еще немного почитать. Я спрашиваю своих читателей, можете ли вы сейчас 2 часа читать книгу и не отрываться на Facebook, не отрываться на гаджеты, это все становится сложнее и сложнее. И в этом смысле авторы все меньше интересуют. И если вы заметите, государство, которое репрессирует каких-то авторов, то все чаще авторов репрессируют не за книги, которые они написали, потому что эти книги никто не прочел, а за то, что они говорят, за то, что авторы еще действительно остаются какими-то авторами. Условно, Глуховского мочат не за то, что Глуховский написал роман «Москва», там, 2100, так, «Метро», да, а мочат за то, что он складно объясняет людям, что, в общем, то, что происходит, чудовищно. И в этом смысле, может быть, какие-то литераторы и хотели бы участвовать в этом процессе, но у них больше нет такой силы, как есть у тиктокеров, у музыкантов. Там. И я хотел сказать, что не нужно бояться, что детям 10 лет. Белорусские дети в 2020 году, наши дети все выезжали, им было 6-7 лет, когда родители мочили. Они все очень хорошо понимали, что происходит. Они гораздо взрослее становятся, чем мы думаем, а 10 лет — это какие-то совершенно супервзрослые люди, которые все понимают, мне кажется. Но не в смысле претензий, я очень ценю то, что ты бережешь их, но мне кажется, что наши дети, к сожалению, попали под такой же пресс, которые прекрасно понимают, что происходит.
А я их как раз и берегу от шамана, не от себя.
Да, это правильно.
Okay. Да.
Спасибо большое за возможность высказаться, несмотря на то, что время, наверное, уже истекло или истекает. Я Лиза Вольфсон из НКО «Демократия». И я бы хотела спросить про язык и небольшая контекстуализация. Вот мы в нашей инициативе, в нашем НКО очень заняты поиском языка. То есть мы, например, говорим не о русских, а о россиянах и россиянках, потому что в России проживают люди разной этнической принадлежности. Нам кажется важно разделять это. Или, например, мы стараемся говорить не о войне, а о полномасштабном вторжении или о том, что война началась с 2014 года не потому, что украинцы так говорят, а потому что это так и есть. При этом мы очень ищем, конечно, тот язык, который был бы понятен и в России, и здесь. И вот что вы можете сказать именно про язык, про wording, который был бы эмпатичен, но был бы понятен и там, и там. Что можно в этом, именно в этом направлении сделать? Ну и, конечно же, в смысле и вашей конкретной работы, да, и в контексте культуры в целом, потому что культура же это гораздо шире, то есть это не только искусство и литература, а это тоже, как мы говорим, да, как мы общаемся. Ну и последняя маленькая ремарка. Огромное спасибо за эту панель, и согласна с Иваном Ждановым, то есть это что-то особенное, всем хочется высказаться, и хотелось бы какой-то форум, наверное, именно на тему culture of resistance and resistance of culture. Спасибо большое.
Будет кто-то отвечать про вординг? Я не очень знаю, как это можно институционализировать и формализовать. Я знаю, что я сама очень многие понятия включила в свой язык с момента полномасштабного вторжения. Какие-то исключила. Я научилась говорить Беларусь, например, так твердо, понимаете, и Кыргызстан, вообще как-то просто называть страны теми названиями, которые они сами считают правильными, да, и там это очень много всего, да, отучилась говорить Прибалтика, например. И так далее и тому подобное. Но, честно говоря, я это делаю, потому что я считаю это важным для себя. Если за мной будет кто-то бегать с дубинкой и говорить, что ты должна так, а так можно, а так нельзя, во мне сразу что-то начинает сопротивляться. Понимаете? Поэтому, как-то так, да. Я могу только за себя ответить в данном случае.
Здравствуйте, меня зовут Владимир. У меня предложения. Во-первых, кажется, что это единственная панель, которая так сильно вышла за рамки регламента, и, соответственно, я полностью поддерживаю предложение предыдущего оратора, что нужно сделать какой-то отдельный конгресс по культуре русскоязычной, как минимум в изгнании, либо антивоенной для тех, кто остается в России. И Ивану Жданову хотел бы сказать, что абсолютно очевидно, что ресурсов не хватает, и поэтому нужен какой-то эндаунмент фонд. И если первые 2 года это казалось несвоевременным, то сейчас, кажется, время пришло. Не уверен, что он под вашей эгидой должен быть создан, но, возможно, с вашей помощью каким-то образом. И вот эти 2 предложения я хотел бы просто озвучить. А всем присутствующим спасибо большое.
Вот, очень здорово. Практические выводы. Ну, конечно, а чего вот просто языком молоть? Надо как-то какую-то пользу извлекать из этого.
Я не могу не ответить Нине, кем бы был Пушкин и что бы с ним было, если он был живой. Я думаю, что его судьба, к сожалению, была бы как аспиранта из Габона в Екатеринбурге, которого убили на глазах у полицейских. И за что на днях убийца получил только 8 лет. А в России за убийство начинается от 15, 25 или пожизненное, да, в зависимости от тяжести. И второе, вы хотите практическое, что вам сделать, кроме писать книги, рисовать, петь? Знаете, пока ваши коллеги в России за смелость, за антивоенное стихотворение насилуют 3 полицейских поэта при аресте, а потом он получает 7 лет тюрьмы, да? Когда 2 ваши коллеги-театралки сидят, Беркович и Петричук, в тюрьме, но их никто из наших любимых правительств, которые, слава богу, прислали нам 16 политзеков, но не включили их. А надо было.
Еще не был вынесен приговор, по-моему, там это было сложно.
Да, я знаю,
я
там
надеюсь,
сложно,
что...
но во всяком случае. Я хочу сказать, ну вот вам дело. Когда Улицкой объявлена иностранный агент, когда они планируют отнять им собственности в России, всех иностранных агентов, я хочу сказать, что вы можете объединиться. У вас есть рычаги. Многие из вас очень известные люди, у которых принимают президенты. Точно знаю Амариус, президенты в ваших странах. Пожалуйста, говорите им, потому что необходимо объединиться и не просто просить, требовать освобождения культурных фигурах из тюрем России. Поэтому это очень практичное дело. Я думаю, вы можете быть послами для этой культуры, о которой мы говорим, и для преследования российских культурных деятелей. И последнее. Я все-таки спецдокладчик по России ООН, и я оперирую с точки зрения международного права. Языки не виноваты. Мы сидим в Берлине, и мы говорим по-немецки. Я не говорю по-немецки, он очень сложный. Но это не язык Гитлера и Гиммлера. Это язык Гёте, Гайне, и, может быть, вы скажете, что они имперцы, но, во всяком случае, я их читаю, люблю. Давайте вспомним, что для каждого военного преступления, для каждого в Украине, для каждой пытки в России есть конкретные пытатели, и кроме этого есть люди, которые конкретно отвечают за эти преступные приказы. Вот они виноваты. И по международному праву они должны понести свою ответственность. Я считаю, что даже разговор о том, что языки виноваты, это, кстати, очень опасная тенденция, потому что она не ведет ни к чему лучшему. Да? Потом будем сжигать книги на каким-то языкам и так далее, и так далее. Вне зависимости, насколько это cancel culture модно, политкорректно, за это медали получим сейчас. Но, знаете, есть небо, которое смотрит на нас. И есть мы, которые все-таки долго живем. И все помним, и разные периоды жизни. Кстати, я была в Донецке, когда хотели отменять русский язык. Группа парламентариев в Украине. Никто другой не собирался этого делать. Это была использована пропаганда российская, которая, в общем-то, и начала войну в 2014 году. Из-за этого предложения в парламенте Украины. И не только из-за этого, но я просто присутствовала на эти безумные разговоры про язык. Поэтому спасибо.
Спасибо. Всецело разделяю ваше мнение, абсолютно. Я так понимаю, что мы заканчиваем уже. Еще 2 вопроса. Окей.
Здравствуйте, Эви Чайка, правозащитница. У меня очень короткий комментарий. во-первых, не в критику злую, а в доброе намерение на будущее. Давайте, когда мы говорим про империализм, мы будем говорить про российские паспорта, а не про русские, иначе мы не сможем вообще двигаться дальше, на мой взгляд. А второе, я бы очень хотела защитить Лизу в плане вот эта наивность, это точно то, чего нету на той стороне, и в хорошем смысле эта наивность нам, возможно, очень как раз сегодня нужна. И, возможно, благодаря этому столько людей в течение 3 лет практически стоят и борются с огромной машиной и не сдаются. Спасибо. Спасибо.
Открой мне вот эту надпись в сигнале. Извините, пожалуйста, я не думала выступать. Первое, когда мы рассуждаем об имперской русской культуре, о всех остальных, конечно, через русский язык пришла и советская власть во все земли, и в Литву тоже. Поскольку я здесь, наверное, одна из самых старших поколений, то я вам расскажу 2 предложения истории, которые вы наверняка не знаете, потому что она и общественная, и личная. К Пастернаку в 1958 году приехали 2 литовца, студента филологического факультета. И это был Пранас Моркус и Томас Венслова. И они беседовали с Борисом Леонидовичем о культуре, о литературе, о его положении. Беседа была долгой, длительной, провели целый день. Провожая их на крыльце в Переделкине, Пастернак сказал, перед ним стояли 2 студента из Литвы. Я уверен, что русская культура будет жить. Она в надежных руках 2 людей. Это к вопросу о культуре и что думают ее великие представители. Теперь просто про нашу дискуссию, которая совершенно замечательный день, совершенно замечательная сессия, особенно первая сессия, которая нас обнадежила в том, что Запад имеет в виду, этот коллективный Запад имеет в виду победу Украины. Хотя вот я приехала из другого семинара, где наши слушатели были и украинцы, и девушка из Сум, девушка, она уже просто по отношению к моему возрасту все кажется девушке, а она, ей 35 лет, она преподает в городе Сумы, хочет поменять на Киев, потому что в Сумах стреляют бесконечно. Но пока она была из Сум. И она обращается к эксперту, который рассказывает про Европу, про Америку, как остановиться или не остановиться в помощи, почему. И вдруг она говорит, я боюсь сейчас перед вами соврать, что какого-то оружия обещано было 4000, а пришло только 300. И никто это не замечает. Она говорит, дайте нам оружие. Я понимаю, что вы не хотите посылать солдат, и это, наверное, правильно. Дайте нам оружие, а солдатскую работу мы выполним сами. И это очень важный аспект, который я услышала извините, и что я сейчас хочу еще сказать, из нашей же школы. Вот сейчас, ну, где-то до часа 2 назад пришла записка на сигнал ко мне. Елена Михайловна, добрый день, пишет слушатель наш из Вологды. Пишу вам просто от ощущения жуткой безысходности. Не понимаю, как жить здесь и не молчать. В Вологде устанавливает памятник Сталину, и я ничего не могу с этим сделать. Это к нашей конференции.
Спасибо большое.
Спасибо. Спасибо. Ну, я не знаю, надо завершать уже, да? Все. Даже нельзя 2 слов сказать.
Можно.
Окей.
2 можно.
2. Я просто хотела... Да, я просто хотела закольцевать дискуссию, которая, по-моему, действительно получилась очень интересной. Но в ходе этой дискуссии я утвердилась в своем тезисе, который произнесла в самом начале. Да? Я глубоко уверена, что искусство, мы, наверное, шили культуру, но искусство уж точно, это пространство свободы. И оно не должно обслуживать вообще никакую повестку, понимаете? Даже самую прекрасную, прогрессивную, антивоенную, феминистскую, антироссийскую. Искусство ничего такого не обслуживает. Оно про другое, оно решает другие задачи, оно ценно само по себе. Понимаете, вы упомянули обстоятельство, что русская культура как-то не проговаривает какие-то простые моральные правила и так далее, искусство, да, вспомнили «Преступление и наказание». И это тоже, никаких моральных задач у искусства тоже нету. Это сложный разговор, но я не буду его сейчас как бы разворачивать, да, но как человек, занимающийся искусством, я в этом глубоко уверена. Но как я для себя лично вообще решила эту проблему? Я просто разделила себя на человека, который, вот, как бы, если я пишу пьесу, да, или какой-то там текст, который считаю художественным, это пространство абсолютной свободы. Но я остаюсь гражданином, и практически каждый из нас, как бы человек искусства, да, более-менее известный, имеет свою широкую аудиторию, довольно широкую. И вот как публичный интеллектуал, потому что каждый из нас, да, и публичный интеллектуал, имеющий аудиторию. Вот тут у меня есть некие обязанности. Вот именно в этот момент они возникают. Да? То есть, когда я даю интервью, когда я выступаю публично, я считаю своим долгом проговаривать, артикулировать какие-то вещи, в которые я верю. Политические, сугубо политические. Понимаете? То есть как бы искусство не обслуживает политические всякие statements, да? Но публичный человек, а практически каждый деятель искусства является публичным человеком с определенной аудиторией, у него есть некоторая обязанность выполнять свою гражданскую миссию. Мне кажется, что мне было важно проговорить это. Спасибо.
Хорошо, мы завершаем на этом. Спасибо вам большое. Спасибо, что вы были с нами 2 дня. Сейчас Жанна должна сказать анонс.
Анонс такой, что сегодня через 40 минут будет презентация книги Нины Хрущевой, которая называется «Никита Хрущев. Вождь вне системы». Эта презентация организована MICT и состоится по адресу Брюненштрассе 9. Так что
встречаются все желающие туда отправиться прямо сейчас внизу и отправляются все вместе. Мы желаем вам успеха.